Make sure I'm only going to show it to you. It's not 2020. How'd I do, Joe? Is that your ATM pin code?
Yeah. That's weird. I'm skeptical because I've got that pin code in the mail. You know?
He's calling his bank right now and being like, yo, do you know this? Has this guy been playing the long game?
Yeah, I don't like that.
A little over 31 years ago, a novel was published written by a man named Christopher Priest. The book's title, The Prestige, is taken from the final act of a magician's stage performance. The book's story got the attention of another Christopher Nolan, who adapted the film for the big screen. The Prestige, now on IMDb, is currently sitting in its top 50 highest scoring films of all time. Christopher Priest said that a magician doesn't reveal his secrets because they're large and important. Instead, a magician doesn't reveal his secrets because they're small and insignificant, and that the wonderful effects that you see on stage are so often the result of a secret so absurd that a magician would frankly be embarrassed for you to learn that that is how it was truly done. In essence, the greater the trick, the harder it falls. The more impressive the illusion, the more embarrassing its revelation. I think Christopher Nolan understood this. In the film, Christian Bale's character has this scene where he's sitting in the audience of a magic show, and he discovers how this old Chinese magician performs his act. But he doesn't blurt out the secret. Instead, he does what I hope all of us would do, and sits there with nothing more than a knowing smile. Now, I think it's natural to assume that a magician's trick is ultimately confined to the stage that he's performing on, that the deception essentially starts and ends with the show. But remember, magicians are in the business of exploiting your assumptions to force you to perceive the impossible. And your assumptions don't end with the show. Your assumptions aren't confined to the stage. The stage exists within your assumptions.
Look at the man.
This is the trick. This is the performance. Right here. This is why no one can detect his method. Total devotion to his art. Utter self-sacrifice.
I can barely lift this thing. It's not even filled with water. He must be strong as an ox.
He's been pretending to be a cripple for years.
Anytime he's in public, anytime he goes out. It's unthinkable. Borden saw it at once, but I couldn't fathom it, living my whole life pretending to be someone else.
You know, it's interesting to compare Hugh Jackman's character's perspective, which is one that can't fathom the idea of living a life that's essentially a non-stop lie, with Christian Bale's character's perspective, which is one of total admiration for this old Chinese magician's complete devotion to his art form, his sheer and utter commitment to a lifelong magic trick. It reminds me of Uri Geller, a Jewish magician who used magic tricks and gimmicks to sell people the idea that he had genuine psychic and supernatural abilities. And late-night talk show hosts back in the 70s were helping him do it by concealing his methods in the name of entertainment, until he hit the Carson Tonight Show, which with the help of great skeptic James Randi set up a sequence of tests that gave Uri Geller the opportunity to genuinely prove his abilities if he wanted to do it.
And now these objects out here are we have some nails, we have some keys, we have, as you can see, some forks, we have some aluminum canisters. These are the type of aluminum canisters I guess a roll of film would come in. All of these objects have been supplied by us. You did not bring anything here at all. So, would you like to try anything here?
Why don't you ask some more questions?
Want me to ask you some more questions? You have to kind of
May I
work
ask, when did you discover this power, Uri?
Well, I think I was really born with this power.
All right, we are back. Uri was telling me you don't feel, what, strong tonight?
I don't feel strong. It's not all tonight. Right now I'm feeling being pressed, and then I can't...
Well, I'm not trying to press you, I'm really not.
No, you're only telling me, well, will you try that or that or that?
Well, I thought that was the idea of
Now, Uri Geller was obviously unable to perform, but what's interesting is that he didn't break character. He just insisted that his supernatural abilities were somewhat intermittent, and some nights he feels them more than others.
That this was quite an important appearance for me here tonight, and really in other places I felt real good, and I knew I could perform things. Because maybe this was and is an important appearance for me tonight, I might be blocking myself. And I want to tell you, You know, people ask me, are you nervous before coming in and sitting here? I was very nervous tonight, really. Maybe I can say my first time that I was really nervous appearing. I heard about you when I was a little kid in Israel.
You know, I can't help but wonder about the difference between the deception of Uri Geller and the deception of the old Chinese magician. You know, they're both extending the stage beyond the stage. They're both continuing the trick long after I thought the trick was supposed to have ended. They're both moving beyond simply trying to amaze or puzzle me, and are now trying to genuinely convince me of things that they know not to be true. As magicians, they're moving beyond the shallow kiddie pool of deception and moving into the deep, uncharted waters of metadeception. Now, if you're anything like me, you probably find the metadeception of the old Chinese magician to be acceptable. Not only is it subtle and artistic, but it's a slight expansion of the stage illusion that has the positive effect of inadvertently encouraging us to use our lateral thinking skills to uncover the method. Uri Geller, on the other hand, uses metadeception in a way that seems invasive and self-serving, even predatory, like he's trying to accrue unearned resources and status to himself by claiming that he has superhuman abilities that he definitely doesn't. But the interesting thing about metadeception is that you can't consent to it. Like, in the context of a magic trick, you consent to being deceived, but that's only within the confines of the performance. By definition, metadeception goes beyond the performance. This produces a kind of conundrum, because metadeception can be either acceptable or unacceptable, but you don't know until you open the box and check. But by the time you've opened the box, Schrodinger's cat's jumped out, and you can never put it back in. So society has to split into group 1, who's essentially duped by metadeception, and group 2, who realizes the metadeception, and then has to inform group 1 as to whether it is acceptable or not. And if it's acceptable, then they simply don't inform group 1, and the metadeception continues to have its positive effect. But if it's unacceptable, then group 2 has an obligation to let group 1 know so that the metadeception can be stamped out.
I didn't mean that patronizingly at all, because I have seen you on shows, and I thought the idea was to show, if you possibly could, some of the things that you claim you can do. And I certainly don't want to pressure you, and if you don't feel like you can't do it tonight, or don't wish to try, I certainly don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm not trying to be skeptical. I would love to see these things. I really would.
Right.
Is there anything else that appeals to you? Now, if I'm pressing again, well, for example, now you asked us before the show and this afternoon for one of our staff members to draw on a couple of cards and seal them in an envelope, which we have done.
Yes. Well, let me tell you again. This didn't bend much, and right now here I'm stuck. I don't feel for it more, so I don't want to be stuck either on an envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have who has the envelope?
We have an envelope where we had 3 numbers, and our thought was like you'd be able to guess what our numbers are.
Who's not in this? I got an idea. Who's not even in this room right now that's associated with the show?
Steven and Alex.
Yeah.
Bring them in.
And Coop.
Coop, yeah. You want me to get them?
1 or 2 of them.
Now, the last thing I want to say before we jump into the analysis of Oz Pearlman is that not only does metadeception raise this interesting ethical question, it also presents a beautiful opportunity to learn something about ourselves. I said before that magicians are in the business of studying your assumptions in order to guide your perceptions towards acknowledging the impossible. And so with each magic trick that you uncover, whether you work for it and figure it out yourself or someone else tells you the secret, you gain a little bit of knowledge about how you were previously fooled. And because metadeception is fooling you on a much deeper level, the capacity for self-knowledge becomes deeper still. And so keep that in mind as we jump in.
You wanted to do something fun.
Yeah.
I walked in here. Let's explain what happened. I got in here. I was soaking wet.
Yep.
Kosh was wet too. And I asked you, and we have one of the bookers, Ari, who came in here, who does not believe any of this crap, who said, like, there's just no way.
Yep.
And I said, do you have books here? Is that what was assessed? I asked, were you here with this question?
I wasn't,
This is a whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Has the trick already started? If you don't know, the trick involves getting 2 books. People are going to be choosing words from these books in interesting ways, and then Oz is going to use his mentalism to reveal what words were chosen. Now, it doesn't look like that specific trick is happening here at all, right? But remember, metadeception is deception that breaks free of the confines of the performance, of the trick, and influences how you perceive the deception that occurs within the trick, or even whether you perceive any deception at all. Just so you really understand this concept, I want to leave Oz for a moment and visit a trick by Darren Brown.
I invited 2 members of MBA, an advertising agency, to a secret location to propose an unusual task. Those who work in advertising are masters of persuasion. They subtly weave their images and slogans into our daily lives, knowing that we will register so much unconsciously. And then we walk into a supermarket and feel a sense of familiarity with a product we think we've never heard of. Millions of...
Okay, so does it seem like you are about to watch a magic trick? No. Does it feel like you're watching a documentary? Yes. Does it look like you're watching an interesting documentary? Yes. And Darren Brown is about to make it even more interesting. If you haven't seen the trick, Darren has these guys picked up in a taxi and brought to him in a room in a corporate building where he is going to give them a job to do. That job is to look at all of these stuffed animals and design an ad for a taxidermy shop. Darren is then going to have a prediction of the ad that they are going to design and place it under this stuffed cat.
Good luck.
Right, thanks. Right, let's go for it.
Get stuffed as a start.
Right. Animal Hospital, the ones who didn't make it. No, that's probably just stupid.
To do with wings.
Well, creature's great and small. Quality that says like nice, positive type. Clouds with animals on them.
Yeah,
gates,
harps,
pearly gates, bear playing a harp.
Yeah. Only the best get in. Only the best get into air.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Time up, gentlemen.
Okay.
I can't wait to see what you've done. Come and show me.
Okay.
And Tony, before we do this, can you take the envelope I gave you earlier?
Okay.
And can you please vouch for us here that no one's been anywhere near it? It's been under a dead cat. No one's touched it.
That's right.
That's the truth.
That's
the
correct.
truth.
Can I have a look?
Sure.
Sure.
Is this it?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. it's a bear with a lyre.
So it's animal heaven, the best place for dead animals.
I do want to show you my own ideas from beforehand.
Okay.
I don't want to touch.
I don't want to touch. I don't want to touch.
Would you open them for me?
Sure.
Hang on to that. It's
Yeah.
a harp-playing bear.
Yeah.
God.
You've gone for these angel wings here. Were you thinking of angel wings or bird wings?
Yeah, well, they were kind of a combination.
You do them a lot better than me. This was the same thing. I was thinking angel wings there. You've got animal heaven. I got creature heaven.
Yeah. So
Where the best.
you're a bit off there then.
A bit off there.
Okay.
Where the best dead animals go. Did you put blessed place for dead animals?
Wow.
Very similar. I had the idea of a zoo gate on there.
It was hard to leave out.
We didn't want to overload it.
Had the idea of a zoo gate on there.
It was hard to leave out.
We didn't want to overload it.
It was hard to leave out, but
Sure.
it just wasn't. It was just a bit too much. But it's just the gates.
Yeah.
Oh, gentlemen, please.
We're drawn quite similar.
Look at that. This was the image I was thinking. I've done it there in the background because this to me was the more striking image. And interestingly, you abandoned this for this one. This was obviously
Well,
clear in your mind.
the first bear I drew looks exactly like that one, actually.
It did, yeah.
The first bear you drew.
Yeah, shall I show you on the?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. You've got the cloud, you've got the blue. If you knew the amount of effort we've gone into making this work, you'd be absolutely flabbergasted. But for now, it's comforting to know that you're just as susceptible to subliminal persuasion as the rest of us. Thank you very much for helping us out. Tony,
Thank you.
Martin.
It's a pleasure.
Take care. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye.
Darren then reveals that that taxi ride that he had taken them on was actually full of all this subliminal messaging that positioned them to create the ad that they created.
To see how we did it, watch their taxi journey again.
I put a spell on you. Cause you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I ain't lying.
The problem is that none of that is true at all. What you saw was essentially a magic trick, and how that trick worked is Darren had an artist in another room who was able to spy on these two marketers as they designed their ad, and was creating an ad of his own that was strikingly similar but had some important differences to make sure that it seems realistic. And Darren just simply does an envelope switch. and brings out the artist's drawing and makes it seem like that prediction was there the whole time. We don't see it because it's just simply camera edited out of view. We don't ask any questions about that because it seems like we're watching a documentary. So because of the power of metadeception, especially when wielded by a talented performer, an extremely talented performer like Derren Brown, there's going to be a huge chunk of people who are not going to accept that this is a magic trick and that there was an envelope switch at some point, and that really this is a demonstration of the power of subliminal messaging. And, you know, Derren is getting one back against those corporations that manipulate us all the time into buying their products. Now, mentalists and magicians are going to know that there's something up. People who are familiar with the science of subliminal messaging are going to know that what Derren is suggesting goes far beyond what is actually possible to do with that kind of persuasion. And but the average person is going to be defenseless. And so the best way to break this metadeception and see it for what it is to really just kind of test the veracity, the truthfulness of what Derren is saying. And so, you know, the story is that he's got this envelope and he comes in and he places this dead cat on the envelope. Now this dead cat is actually going to function as a misdirection away from the truth. It seems like it's the thing that holds that envelope accountable, but it's actually the thing that distracts you from the fact that that is where the heart of the trick lies. Now pay attention just to the fact that, you know, not only is Derren placing this on the envelope, but look at what I'm going to call the bottom right hand corner of the envelope and then, you know, just the end of the dead cat's tail. And notice that they are quite close to each other. Now, you know, Derren leaves, gives them 30 minutes, they go ahead and design their ads, and then Derren returns into the room, big smile on his face, and as they go over to the board, he then, you know, asks one of these marketers to pick up the envelope, and you know, they verify that no one has done anything with the envelope, that it stayed there the whole time, which is really convincing, but also kind of silly to rely on their testimony because they're not magicians. And why would they have any expertise if a magician has done something suspicious? That's his whole job, is to do suspicious things in ways that people don't realize. But nevertheless, if we're just going to scrutinize this here, we see that the bottom right-hand corner of the envelope is now nowhere near the end of the tail. And so that cat has changed position, which is something that would happen if someone had to lift it up and put a different envelope under there. So we can certainly see that Derren's story isn't lining up, and it certainly makes sense in terms of the science of what we know of subliminal messaging, that really how this trick was done was by switching out that prediction. It also kind of makes sense if you think about the fact that, you know, Derren actually wants to go back to some of the earlier drawings that they made, you know, when he comes here on the table, and there's even a more striking resemblance between those things. And that's just because, you know, these are going to be the first things that Derren is actually drawing, or the artist is drawing, when they're spying on the marketers as they design the ad. And so, yeah, and then you'd also think, you know, maybe it would be satisfying to actually take these guys out and to actually, you know, show them some of the things that they drove past in the taxi. But of course, that's impossible because those things don't exist yet. Derren has to go and set those things up in the following days after getting this footage. So there you go. There is what I would consider pretty solid proof that this is not a documentary. It's not a demonstration. This is a dressed up magic trick. Welcome to the pernicious world of metadeception. You can actually position yourself to have a confronting experience when you reflect on the name of the series, which is mind control. It positions us to think that Derren is using this subliminal messaging to control the minds of the marketers, but in reality, he's not controlling their minds at all. He's controlling your mind. To the degree that you are convinced that he used subliminal messaging, Derren had control over what you believe is true about the world. What could be more controlling than that? And so that's what I mean by metadeception. It's deception that goes beyond the performance of the trick itself, which in this case is just the envelope switch, and obscures or completely obliterates your ability to spot that there was any envelope switch at all. That's the power of metadeception. It's worth noticing that Oz is a big fan of Derren Brown and heavily influenced by him. And this story that Derren sells, you know, the amalgamation of the subliminal messaging causing the marketers to draw what they drew. Oz does a very similar thing on the Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show, except he does so in a more powerful way, in my opinion, because he doesn't call explicit attention to it. Now, Oz is a different performer to Derren. He has a completely different sort of presenting style. He's much more extroverted and in your face. But what Oz does here is he just kind of plants these little seeds.
They think that I'm a time traveler, Jimmy. A woman in purple, two men in black. woman over there smiling. Every one of you out there, you're gonna slap. I want you to slap those hands together hard. Slap those together. Show everybody what it says. Show it to everybody.
He did a similar thing on the Ellen show where he does call attention to it, and he does invite you to kind of go through and find all the little subliminal messages that he planted along the way.
First, I try to read your tells, your nonverbal communication. Second, I try to plant thoughts in the back of your head. Subtle suggestion that influences your thoughts and behavior. Let's do this. You ready, Ellen? And if I do this right, everyone at home, if you watch this over and over and over, is going to be able to piece together how I did it. How's that?
But he doesn't even call explicit attention to it in the Jimmy Fallon show. And so when everyone chooses Will Smith, you know, people in the comments are like, yes, I'm onto this guy, I figured it out. And it's so powerful. Now, it's a complete red herring. It has nothing to do at all with why the audience chose Will Smith, and we'll talk more about that later. But man, super powerful to misdirect people without even telling them that that's what you're doing.
Teller's fond of saying that the strongest lie is the lie the audience tells itself.
So when we go back to O's, keep in mind that yes, he's setting up the real world context, but that's exactly what Darren Brown did here in the first 30 seconds of this video. So right now, Oz has set up a metadeceptive context, and he's done that by talking about things that have happened in real life. His first words were, let me explain what happened. And then he's talking about turning up to the studio, sopping wet, asking the producers if they have any books. This conversation with a booker, Ari, and about how she's super skeptical, asking the hosts whether they were there or not. All of this is very real world context. And that sets up this metadeceptive domain where Oz, it's just prime real estate for Oz. Because if he can misdirect you at this level, or if he can deceive you at this level, he's pretty much got it made. Because when it comes to the actual trick that he's going to do in 60 seconds, you're going to be virtually defenseless. There's going to be no way for you to actually spot that deception because you've already been deceived up here where you weren't expecting it in a much deeper way. So yes, the trick has absolutely started. He set up that metadeceptive context. Now we just need to keep our eyes and ears peeled for what kind of metadeception Oz is going to guide people towards.
And so I told them to go get any books. I said, ideally get 2 or 3 books. That these are, forget my books. I don't even think they're your books. They went and picked them up and they brought them in. It was not Dove. It was another young woman.
Don't let him change books right now, yo.
Tanya, where are the books that were brought in? These are not my books. It's like, I don't know whose books these are. Do you guys even know? Were these given to you by someone on the show? Are they, I don't know who they are.
Okay, yeah, those are our books.
Okay, so what is the metadeception? It's all going to be built around this theme of the fact that Oz has not interacted with these books before. He's saying, these are not my books. I don't know whose books they are. I don't know who wrote these books. I know nothing about these books. That's the metadeception. He's going to lean into it hard for the next 60 seconds or so.
Super plug right here. Okay, yeah, shout
plug
out.
These.
We have our CIA handler, Andrew Bustamante.
Yo, he was awesome.
Yeah, he's great. And he has a book coming out. So that's shot. This sounds like a big plug. It's not a big plug. And then we also have a Roar in Harlem based on true events.
And
by Waynesworth
can we
Unique
get
Hall.
producers here to explain that I have never set eyes upon these?
You haven't read a Roar in Harlem?
Okay, super powerful for Oz to appeal to the authority of the producers that nothing suspicious has happened behind the scenes.
Producers, have I been in this house? Are these your books? Have I touched anything?
You got here 30 minutes ago.
This is a great misdirection because it seems like the producers are essentially the gods, or the ultimate gatekeepers of everything that happens behind the scenes on a podcast like this. In reality, appealing to the producers are actually a really weak authority to appeal to. Why? Because they're not magicians. These are producers, right? These are people who make a podcast. They have no training in magic at all, and they just invited a magician with decades of experience into their house. Think about it this way: Oz is a magician who is an expert at doing suspicious things in ways that don't seem suspicious. And he's in a house full of people who have next to no expertise in that field whatsoever. This is a guy who can just do whatever he wants. Absolutely whatever he wants. We're going to switch to just temporarily, we're going to visit the We Might Be Drunk podcast because I want you to see exactly what Oz has done with the books beforehand. He only needs 8, 9, 10 seconds with the books, but he's so good at what he does that he's able to do it right in front of the host's faces in a way that just seems completely innocent. 5 people are there watching him do it and none of them call any attention to it. That's how good this guy is. So let's watch that.
where somebody gives you a look and then you just realize they're just kidding, but it got real serious
We
for a
got
second?
Mein Kampf and Offerman.
I think, dude, you know what I think of is, you know, the scene where Polly
Something's stuck
Walnuts
in here.
goes to the guy.
So I should say the reason Oz is doing this on camera is, one, he wasn't planning on doing the trick. The hosts are just having such a great time that they want him to do another trick, and he's just been like, okay, can you find me some books? Two, because the information that he needs from the books is so relatively small and it doesn't take him long to get there, he can do it in this super nonchalant way where the deception is just totally inconspicuous. So just so you know, the information that he needs to get is he's got 2 books. He needs to know which of the books has the least amount of pages. And then of that book, the one with the smallest pages, he's going to open up to a page roughly somewhere in the last third or so of the book and memorize the page number and the first word on that page. That's it. That's all he needs. It's going to take him all of like 8, 9, 10 seconds to do. And but what's impressive is how he does it in this nonchalant way, but then carries on a conversation with everyone as he's doing it, which just completely disguises it. It's amazing to watch.
You can see the psychic. The psychic. And he's like, there's all kinds of bodies. And he's like, where the fuck did you figure that out? He starts throwing the
So you can see he's towards the end of the book. He sees how many pages book A has. He picks up book B, sees that it's got more pages, puts it down, immediately goes back to book A, and now he's just finding that page. Looks like he's going to choose this one. Right now he's just memorizing that page number and the first word on that page. That's everything he needs.
No.
Nick Offerman fucking rules. We love him.
good
And
guy.
he gave a Bodega Cat a nice plug too.
You got that right.
This is his face. Is this good?
Stop.
See, now, if you're someone like James Randi and you're trying to catch Uri Geller, then you know that this is how Oz does his trick. So he comes on the show and he starts telling your producers, hey, can you go buy me a book, blah, blah, blah. And if you're trying to catch him, then, you know, you'll make sure that you keep the books in a safe and that you never let him interact with them at all. Do you think that's what they did on Flagrant? No way, right? It's in some 21-year-old intern's bag. He comes up to them, and look at how nonchalantly he did that. Do you think he's going to be able to do that on a podcast that isn't trying to catch him and just get that little bit of information that he needs, right? The smallest book, memorize the page number, memorize the first word on the page. That's going to be a breeze. Look at how easily Oz controls scenarios like this. Oz is the king of behind the scenes, the backstage. That's where he really shines, and it's also where you never get to see him operate. You know, that's by design. But he's got everything he needs. Just remember that. He's got to hold on to this information. We're going to go back to the Flagrant podcast and see how he does the rest of the trick.
War in Harlem?
What's that?
I don't think this is even out yet. So I don't know if there's a way you could.
You know what? That's even better. Give that to anyone you want right now. Hand that to somebody, or you can take it. Whatever you want.
I will take it. I would like to be part of this magic.
Perfect. Take that book. And is it okay if I take that one for the first time?
Yeah,
grab
please.
that one.
Yep. Do you want it?
Is that okay?
So for the first time, you can see how important this meta deception is to Oz, and he's not going to let up. He's going to keep ramming it.
Okay.
Yeah. Do whatever you
All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's get teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. I'm gonna hold this up.
Okay.
And before I don't want to look at it. Are there pictures on any of the pages? If so, I just don't like. Is there a lot of pictures?
I saw one picture.
But there's not like a ton of pictures. Is that right?
So that's super powerful misdirection. By showing them the book and saying, hey, can you just do me a favor? I don't want to look at it. Can you just make sure that there's no pictures here on the pages? I don't want to use a book that has too many pictures. By doing that, what does he do in their minds if they're going to comply with that request? Well, they're going to automatically and subconsciously generate an inference. And the inference is that they're looking to check if there's pictures because Oz doesn't know if there are pictures. And if Oz doesn't know if these pages have pictures, then it's because he's never looked at the book before. That's the goal. That is the sole purpose of him asking that question, is to just create the impression, to just drive the meta deception home even harder that he has never interacted with these books. They are completely foreign to him.
I'm gonna flip through this book like this. Whenever you want, Mark, you're gonna say stop. Right at that moment, stop me. If I go one page past, you let me know. Me and Akash, hard eye contact. Look at those beautiful eyes. This guy either is freezing or angry the whole show. He's just no. All right, I'm looking over at you. Make sure I'm going nice and slow, like steady, whenever I want.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that have happened here. When a magician is going to riffle through something like a deck of cards and tell you that they're going to say stop, that is a universal signifier to virtually every magician on the planet that there is sleight of hand that is about to be used. Usually it's because a magician is about to force you to make a card and wants to make it seem like it's a free choice. In this case, Oz is about to use some sleight of hand. But what's interesting is that he's actually not going to force Mark to choose a particular page. Mark genuinely has a free choice. And so what would normally be suspicious, Oz can now lean into and turn into a misdirection in and of itself. And so he can actually say to Andrew and Akash, I want you to pay real close attention, make sure that I stop exactly where they say stop, that I don't go one page too far. If I do, you let me know.
Yeah. Okay, whenever you get an urge, you say stop. And we're gonna stop right at that page. If I go one too much, you go back or go forward. Like, you're in charge of this.
Okay.
This is all a misdirection because, as I said, it has nothing to do with forcing Mark to choose a particular page. The last words out of Oz's mouth before I paused it was he was telling Andrew, I believe, to make sure that he goes nice and slow as he riffles through the pages.
Look, you can do it, but can you see the pages flipping by your eyes? Not you, Bert. I'm talking to you while saying to him. I know it's strange. But are they going nice and slow, Cotty?
Yeah.
Okay. This is another misdirection, but it's just kind of throwing a lasso around Andrew's attention and drawing it tight into this space of him flicking through the pages. What this does, and this is super interesting, because Oz is going to do a sleight of hand move with his fingers. The sleight of hand is going to happen right there in that circle of view. And yet, that's exactly where he's bringing Andrew's attention to. Why is he doing that? Well, it's because of a psychological principle. Have you seen that experiment where they get some men to pass a basketball or a ball between each other, and your job is to count how many times they pass the ball? And because your brain is occupied doing that, you don't see, the lady with the umbrella or the bear or whatever it is, sort of walk right through the men as they're passing the ball. That's the same principle. By using this idea of making sure that he stops exactly where he says, by making sure that he riffles nice and slowly and fairly, he's misdirecting their attention to completely miss what he's doing, even though the suspicious activity is happening right in front of their eyes. So you can see how absolutely masterful Oz is of doing suspicious things right in front of people, and it's because he uses metadeceptive tactics to take control of their mind and force them to perceive something that is completely irrelevant to what he's actually doing.
And I'm gonna go through whenever you...
Stop.
Is it right there? I want you to take a look at the first word.
Okay, so that was the sleight of hand move. I mean, how amazing is that? We'll go back and we'll watch it again in slow motion. It's incredible.
Like steady, whenever I want, and I'm gonna go through whenever you... Is it right there? I want you to...
So right there, that's the move. Oz's left hand has got the the right hand side page from Mark's point of view, and he's just peeling back the corner of that book. And what that does, right here, he's peeling back this corner, it's going to open up this line of sight so that he can see directly what the first couple of words on that left hand side page. And so then when he opens up the book,
look at the...
boom. There it is. In that split second, Oz is a smart guy, right? He's got the high verbal IQ thing going. He can read the first couple of words in a split second. In fact, most of us who are familiar with the English language can do that. It doesn't take long to read a couple of words.
Good photo.
Yes.
Stop. Do me a favor. Look at the first word on the page up here.
Yep.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I do.
Whenever you want Cuddy, say stop.
Stop.
Is it this in the spot?
Yep.
Okay, do me a favor. Take a look at the first word or two.
What, anywhere?
No, like at the top. It's usually an impulse buy. It's like a candy bar at the register. First word on the page. You see it?
Yep.
Close the book.
But it's just so imperceptible. Like there's no chance that you'd see that if he was doing it live. Like we would all just completely fall victim to that. It's such a clever move. What's more is that immediately he tries to bring it back to this question of stopping fairly. But what's amazing is the conversation that actually happens between him and Andrew. So let's look at that.
First word or two on the page.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way in the world that I influence where he would stop?
No. Which page? Because there's 2 pages.
I don't care.
That's insane. From Andrew to bring that up, the reason that Andrew asked that question is because he doesn't have Mark's point of view. Mark is looking at the left-hand side page because, again, look at what Oz is doing. He's pushing it forward. The other thing is that these are new books, and so the seam, the glue on the books is still going to be fresh and strong. So the first words on the right-hand side page, they're going to be tucked into the binding of the book, so they're not going to be readily visible. But for Andrew, who's sitting over here, who doesn't have Mark's viewpoint, he's just imagining the trick in his head. And so when Oz says, check the first word or two on the page, Andrew's like, wait, which page am I looking at? There's 2 pages here. But how Oz deals with that objection, which has the opportunity to completely derail the trick. There's only one page that Oz can have these guys look at, and it's the left-hand side page. That's the only one that he's able to peek at as he's opening the book, right? These words on the right-hand side page are completely hidden. But look at how Oz deals with this mini objection.
No. Which page? Because there's 2 pages.
I don't care. Did you look at something?
Yes.
Perfect. Did you each look?
I don't care. Did you look at something? The I don't care is a blatant deception. Of course he cares. It must be the first words on that left-hand side page. But then immediately close the book so that Mark and Alex have no chance whatsoever to be like, oh yeah, maybe I'll go over the first words on this page. To close the book and just completely remove that possibility. Awesome move by Oz. So Oz now knows the first word or two on the page. They've chosen one of those 2 words. Oz just needs to figure out which word did they choose. So he knows both. He's been able to glance at both. He's got to figure out which word did they choose.
Look at a word?
Yeah.
I wonder, okay, grab it. Okay. I said first word or 2, because if you start reading, then you start looking for words you like. Yeah. I want this to be random.
Random.
Get one. If I was gonna tell you to pick a word you like, I'd say pick any page.
That's good misdirection there again. He's justifying using this entire method, and he's kind of leaning into that mentalism interpretation. He's a master of reading your body language, figuring out what you're thinking, all of this. So in order to make it more difficult for him, he's got to use this method where you've just got to read the first word on the page in order to make it random, so it's a genuine test of his mentalism skills. That's really clever misdirection by Oz as well.
You were quick on it. Did you do the first word?
Correct.
Did you also do the first word?
Yes.
Interesting, because I offered it to you. I wonder what...
And that's amazing. He just figures out which of these 2 words have they chosen just by asking them.
That means they both like the word. Probably means it's not and, the, he, she, if. Take this. I'm gonna go nice and slow.
Okay, so this is important, what we're about to see. The word that those guys have just chosen, spoiler, is Manhattan. That's the word that Oz was able to glance at in that split second as he was opening the book. That's the first word on the page, at least. Oz is not going to reveal that secret, or that word right here, right now. He's going to immediately go into part 2 of the trick. And the reason for that is a principle that Penn and Teller talk about in their masterclass, which is that if you can do what essentially seems to be the same trick using 2 different methods, then those methods, the weakness from each of those methods, cancels each other out, and so that the memory in the audience's mind becomes something that is genuinely, truly impossible.
The audience is an active participant in their own deception by the trick. One very common form of misdirection is to do a trick and then apparently repeat it, but repeat it by a different method. So imagine that I've just produced a coin here. If in the next moment you see this hand empty and now I produce a coin, you assume that those 2 methods were done by the same way.
It's a very powerful thing. Do it one way, do it another, then do it another way. And the audience perceives those as the same things, and they're self-canceling.
So you remember that on the We Might Be Drunk podcast, we saw Oz handle the books for about 8 or 9 seconds, and he was able to get that information that he needed. What was that information? It was the information from the book that had the smallest number of pages, and then he opens up to a page on that book, and he memorizes the page number and the first word on that page. So I can tell you right now that the book with the smallest number of pages is the book that is in Andrew's hand. He has right now the book with the largest number of pages. And the reason he needs the book with the largest number of pages is for the exact reason you're about to see. Let's watch this.
Bring your book close to you. As I'm going, yell out, stop.
Stop.
Tell us what page we're on.
So notice something here. Look at how far Oz is to the end of the book.
So Dom, as I go, whenever you want, you just say stop. Stop.
So he's making sure that he's in that realm where he's in the area of pages that are larger than the other book.
Either side, either direction you want. Tell us which page.
355.
Go to 355. Go to 355. Tell me when you're there. Do you have more pages?
We don't have 355.
Okay. Do it again. Do it again.
Stop.
Okay. Tell us all, what page are we at? You say it. The number.
276.
Open yours to 276. That's what you want. That's what you get. No, Dom, come back. Come back.
Yeah.
We need you. You're gonna pick something too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's short. Oh, Dom, you might have gone too strong. This kid goes hard in the paint. All right, I don't want. You know what? He's gonna pick for you. Here's what you do. Yell out. Stop.
Stop.
Look at that page. Tell her what number it is.
Tell her out right now?
Out loud.
300.
You want 300, 301?
300 even. Good move.
You go to either 300 or 301.
300, 301.
Not enough pages?
Not enough pages.
Damn it. Simon, be a little more premature
Okay,
this
sorry,
time.
I'll be-
like
okay.
yell out stop.
Okay.
Mentalist, you're
182.
failing.
182.
Okay.
So everything is working according to plan. What? What is working according to plan? What value could Oz have possibly gotten from having a false start like that? The reason is because remember when Oz told them to say stop, he then gave them the option of choosing either page. Now that is not going to work in what you're about to see. Why? Because Oz only has one page and the first word on only one of those pages stored in his mind. And so he does the false start to lull you and to sort of place false memories in your mind that you had the opportunity of choosing either page. But now he's going to go into the trick a second time where now Mark is not going to get the chance to choose either page. Oz is just going to immediately tell him exactly what page to read out. And what's more is how does Oz force Mark to choose the page that he wants him to choose? Remember, he's got the number of the page and the first word already stored in his mind. He was already able to look that up before they started recording the podcast. Well, look at Oz's finger right now. Right here, Oz is using another sleight of hand move, which remember, as again, when I told you that a magician is going to tell you to say stop, it's because they're about to use some sleight of hand. In this case, Oz is going to force Mark to make the choice that he wants. And so his left-hand finger, unfortunately, just gets a bad camera view here. His left-hand finger is stuck here in the page that he wants, and you're going to see, I'll play this slowly for you.
Stop.
Okay.
He says stop and immediately opens to where his index finger was tucked in there. Next thing is he's just got to make sure that Mark reads the page number that he wants.
Tell us what page?
138.
Open it up. It's short. Oh, Dom, you might have gone too strong. This kid goes hard in the paint. She had done how many pages? Go again, go again.
Okay.
Yell stop.
Stop.
Okay, 156.
Notice that in this variation, Oz doesn't have his finger in the book, so he's not forcing the kid to stop on a particular page. But look at how he deals with that.
156. Open it up.
He just turns the book away from the kid and says whatever page number he needs to. Brilliant.
Do you have that much? How short is this guy's book?
Yes, we have. Yes, we do.
Bring it close to you.
And even sort of making the joke, how short is this guy's book? All of that really counts for something because, again, it just drives those inferences in our mind that Oz has no idea sort of how many pages are in this guy's book. He's really unfamiliar with what's going on, even though he is super familiar with what's going on.
Look at the first word on the page. If it's and, she, he, the, if it's any of those 5 words, we do a different one. Do you look at the first word?
Even that kind of, can you just, like, we're going to do a different word if it's not any of these. Again, creates that impression that he has no idea what the word is, that he is not in control when he is 100% in control.
Yep. Close it. Okay. Now, Andrew.
It's important to think now at this point, Oz has set up everything that he needs to do. Andrew has his word, and Mark and Alex have their words. At this point, now Oz can lean into the mentalism stuff to create the impression that he's now going to figure out these words. So the words are Manhattan for Mark and Alex, and the word for Andrew is tourists. Those are the 2 words. Oz already knows them. Manhattan, he was able to see using sleight of hand in the trick that we just saw. And in this immediate one, this is the one that Oz has been able to look up before the show.
Drew's going through his head thinking, how could this be, right?
I mean, sure. Just,
He's so happy. I want you each to do this. Imagine, is your word something you could draw? Don't say anything. That's a no. That's a no.
That's powerful. So because he knows the word is Manhattan, he'll ask them the question of something that you can draw. And then by confidently kind of saying that he knows what the answer is, which is a little bit confusing because I think you kind of can draw Manhattan, right? If you're autistic and you've got a big enough piece of paper. But it's just powerful because it really sets him up to look like he absolutely knows what he's doing.
Sometimes I do, if it's an object, they'll do it.
Yeah.
If it's like a concept, it's different. If I had you describe this word without saying the word, like let's say the word was flagrant. Remember the first thing I said to you? Conspicuously offensive. 8-letter word. I want you to think of how you would describe this person. Would it be more visual? Would it be more of like a concept? Would it be more,
This is clever. This is him lulling them into a false sense of security. When he says the word person, he knows full well that it's not a person.
What was that book? Aurora in Harlem. I'm getting it from you. I think I know it from you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm
scared. I don't know why.
How's breathing starting to
Your lips. He's been doing this. Right? He's in Word starts with an M, doesn't it?
Holy shit.
This is crazy.
So you can see what's cool about what Oz has the opportunity to do now is because he knows the word is Manhattan, really what everyone thinks is him reading their body language trying to get to the word is actually the opposite. It's in the reverse direction of what's actually happening. He knows that the word is Manhattan, and now he's simply observing for things that he can maybe sort of fit into a narrative of, working out the word. And so, people's lips are pressed together all the time, but it's still a brilliant move for Oz to lean into for Manhattan.
And then we're in, it's Harlem, we're in Manhattan. Is the word Manhattan, boys?
It is Manhattan.
That's crazy. What the fuck?
And then
Why'd you pick my
any
word?
Any two books. Look this way at me, at yours.
And this is the value of metadeception, is seeing Alex react the way that he is. Mentalism hits you harder because of that metadeceptive layer. It just makes it seem so much more real because you're being deceived in ways that you weren't even expecting. So this is a sleight of hand trick, and it doesn't look like sleight of hand at all. And that's what makes it so powerful.
Do you see how Kadi, when I said the instructions to Sam, she did this. Do you see that little shoulder shrug? Look at this. Looks like she got cold.
Yeah.
She goes, oh, what do I do? She got confused right there. Because when I said don't do a short word, you go, what do I do? Your word's short, isn't it? Yeah, because you know what to do. Because should I change my word right now? Mix up the letters in your word and just grab any one of those letters out in your brain. You got it?
Yeah.
We read from left to right. Did you think of the last letter of your word?
Yeah.
W. Is it a W? Now. Is the word now?
How can you do this?
Any book. And he picked a page. Wait, you change your mind in the middle. What word did you pick?
Weather.
Weather.
Oh, he controls it.
No! No, sir!
And you know what I feel like doing?
No.
I feel
Wow.
like we need to just make it rain. Make it rain. And you know what they call
him outta
it?
here.
Legal tender. Tendering. Is it tendering?
Tendering? What kind of word is tendering?
The first letter?
Yeah.
Keep going all the way till you get to the last letter.
Okay.
That's that. So this is you always ask me, how does it work? Always the last letter is helpful with a lot of words because a lot of words have the same last letter. They always do. Plurals, right? The air hissing, the little the way you did that. Last letter's an S, isn't it? There's more than one of this. Books about the CIA. Something to do with food. Something to do with food. Hold on, don't look. I'm going with this.
So again, Oz is leaning into this sort of lead them into a false sense of security. Obviously, tourist has nothing to do with food.
I would have thought a cooking book. I'm done. I wrote it. Open your eyes. Oh no, look at us.
Hold on. Let me just.
You forgot the word?
No, I got it. Yeah. I got it.
It's just had the effect of making Andrew doubt that he's read the word correctly, which is amazing.
It's not a packaged food item, is it? Tell us, what's the word?
Tourists.
Tourists, everybody. Yeah, tourists is what I wrote down.
Great reaction.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's really good.
That's crazy.
So let's think about where we are right now. Oz has just finished a two-part trick. He's executed the sleight of hand perfectly. He's maintained the meta-deceptive context. He's got Alex thinking it's all about body language. Andrew, however, there's a storm brewing.
That's crazy.
That's really good.
That's crazy.
For those who are
Holy
simply
shit.
listening, Andrew's melting down. He may bring back the Kim Jong-un haircut after this. Just in
really
protest.
good. That's really good.
Yeah, how do I do this with my girl when we ask what we're gonna eat tonight?
In your show, I imagine there is a bunch of different things happening. You're doing all different types of effects and magic and illusions, right? So there's like cold reading and stage effects and things like that. I'm curious, is there any like straight up gimmicks or trickery that exists in like the stage production?
Not really for me. I like to be bulletproof. I can show up to your house with nothing. I've literally done it. I'm in a bathing suit. It's a 4th of July party, and I'm like, you got a phone, you got books, you got this, you got that. Give me a Sharpie. I write something on someone's hand. Like I've tried to get to the MacGyver stage of what do you got? I got bubble gum.
It's interesting because he kind of doesn't really answer Mark's question. I mean, Mark's question, as I heard it, was, he's aware that Oz is doing cold reading, which actually, funnily enough, Oz does very little cold reading. It mostly does just rely on things like sleight of hand and gimmicks. Oz is engaging in metadeception when he says that he doesn't use any gimmicks, and it's all about household everyday items like books and phones. That's true. Like we just saw him do 2 fantastic tricks with books. But of course that does rely on sleight of hand, which I think would fall under the umbrella of trickery. And so, yeah, there's further metadeception going on by Oz here, and it's so hard to catch because this really doesn't look like a guy who is currently in the act, right? This looks like someone, in many ways, Mark has asked him a meta question. He's now asking him about the show, about the stage, what goes on. Is there any trickery? Are there any gimmicks? And O's he's not going to be brought out of the performance with a question like that.
I got a hair clip and I got this, bam, I got an hour show.
I gotta stop.
Mentalism is no props are required. Magic, you still need the cards.
Yeah. Random.
Get me this. Even though I love cards, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I want to.
Can we do some fun?
Let's do something.
Yeah,
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Let's do something. So, who's good with cards?
Hold on, with the books. So you guys just chose the books?
I need to be clear. I said to them to
Ari
go buy
chose them,
books.
right?
Yeah, Ari chose the books at random. He wanted to go to Barnes & Noble first.
I told him go buy books. I don't know what books he brought. These are not.
When Oz uses the words, I have to be clear, you can be absolutely certain that his goal is to muddy the waters of your mind.
I gotta be like 100% clear. I said go get any books
And you don't even get to look at the books or anything like that.
I told him to buy new ones from Barnes & Nobles.
So as I said, there has been a storm brewing in Andrew's mind, and he is about to drag Oz and everyone else on the show, the producers, into this storm as he clamors trying to get back to the world where things make sense. This conversation is super interesting to watch. You're going to see Oz trying to hold the meta-deceptive frame. You're going to see other hosts sort of reveal how their memory has been slightly distorted by all the tricks and all the traps that Oz has laid as he's done these tricks. It's super fascinating to watch. Let's see if Andrew can get there.
I'll go to someone's house and say, go upstairs, get any book you want. That's, of course.
And you don't get to sit with the books.
He said page 138 and then went to your 138.
Doesn't matter.
So how would he have controlled that?
He can't know the whole book. I mean, whatever.
Super impressive for Andrew to just ask that simple question. You don't get to sit with the books. So the misdirection that Oz is hoping for these books being brand new, that he's never, there's no possibility that he's had any sort of extensive familiarity with them, that's not working on Andrew. Andrew knows that he only needs a small amount of time.
Okay, that's crazy.
He's reading you in the moment.
If I try to be like still and not give you anything, is that going to make your job harder?
No, because it's a choice. Pick your own adventure.
hey, fucking bitch.
We'll get to the bottom of it. You'll do that.
So you have no time with the books. Like, if you have time with the books, I could probably reverse engineer how that happened. But if you have no time with the books, then it's like,
no time with the books.
I know.
Did you catch that? For the first time, Oz has actually directly answered Andrew's question. He looks him in the eyes and he whispers, almost whispers, no time with the books.
No time with the books.
Now, he whispers so no one else can hear, and that's important because Oz's strategy is to redirect that kind of question into, I told them to buy books, these books aren't even available. That's the redirection he's trying to use, and it's just not working on Andrew. Andrew's continuing to ask this, did you have time with the books question? So Oz has got to answer it directly, but he's got to lower his voice so that it doesn't trigger anyone else. Because the risk of Andrew asking these questions is that someone else who has seen, perhaps, that Oz has spent 10, 20 seconds with the books before, didn't think it was suspicious then, might now think it's suspicious because Andrew isn't just letting up on it.
I know.
I'd figure it out.
Yeah, well, I like how Mark just looked to see if every word in the whole book is Manhattan. He's like, no, I got it. Oh,
well, this is my like fucking dumbass brain that is always trying to deconstruct. But I would just be like,
it's so annoying.
You've looked at both the books. What page you chose the page that I had on here?
I didn't choose the page.
By the way, do you notice Andrew's self-deprecation there when he says, this is my dumbass brain? That's clever. That's very charismatic by Andrew to do that, given that what he's doing is sort of taboo, just kind of, pull apart a trick right after it's happened. He knows that's taboo, and so he's dancing a fine line here.
Did you not choose a page?
No, I didn't choose that page. Somebody else chose the page.
After you said stop.
I said stop.
So wherever we stopped on, that page he just told you.
And
go to
to
that
be
page.
clear,
And then the second
he
time
even
you
said to me,
stopped-
can I pick either page?
Yeah.
That's your words. So there are 2 pages. Are they the same word on both pages?
Okay, so now that's O's explicitly trying to do what he did before implicitly by having the false start. You remember how he goes to the book and it's too many pages, and then he gives Mark the option. You choose which page do you want to do.
Stop.
Tell us what page we're on. Either side, either direction you want. Tell us which page.
355.
Go to 355. Do you have more pages?
We don't have 355.
Okay.
And then the second time when he forces, where his finger's in the book, he doesn't give Mark that choice. He just tells him page 138.
Stop.
Okay. Tell us what page.
138.
Open it up. Do you have that much? How short is this guy's book?
Yes, we have. Yes, we do.
Bring it close to you.
That's designed so that you implicitly have a false memory about what's happening. And now O's is actually trying to literally bring that memory now out explicitly.
And
Go to
to
that
be
page.
clear,
And then the second
he
time
even
you
said
stopped-
to me, can I pick either page?
Yeah.
That's your words.
So we would call this gaslighting, but obviously it's all part of this metadeceptive performance.
But the second time you stopped, so there was.
What is he doing?
I know.
Keep going.
Go.
Can I just get there? Can I just get there? Okay. So the second time you stopped, the first time there wasn't enough pages. The second time you stopped, the word on your page was you guessed. You just guessed.
No, I thought you guys opened it somewhere in the middle and looked at a book. That was totally separate.
So you started that one, and then the next time you went through, we looked on my page.
Yep.
Right. So maybe there's a version where you already knew what the word on 138 was here, and you forced Mark to stop at page 138 because you're so good.
I don't know.
That's what I would do if I was a magician.
That's what I would do.
I mean, bravo to Andrew, right? Like, he's basically revealed that he's figured out the trick. It's well played.
Too, but pick a new page, pick
That's
any
why you're
word.
not a magician.
Holy
yo.
Yeah, I know.
Shit. Yeah.
I'm a big skeptic, but that book's not even out. You can pre-order it on Amazon.
Wait, which one?
Bustamante gave that to us and dropped it off.
It's
It's
been at the studio for like a month.
And he doesn't even look at
weeks.
the fucking book. That's unbelievable. That is.
Alex, what are we messing around?
I mean, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Because Andrew he's made it clear he's not being fooled by this misdirection about the fact that the books aren't available or they're brand new or whatever. You know, the producer comes in there and says that he's this big skeptic, but he's just, whoop, that misdirection, that, metadeceptive misdirection has just completely railed his mind. Andrew's being super charismatic here, but he knows what's up.
Around with. Go out, get any book you want anywhere in this place, flip to any page, and look at any word. I don't want the first word, I want any word. Go.
Go.
Okay. Think about what's just happened here. Andrew has brought all of this shade. He's brought all of this skepticism. He's basically revealed that he's figured out the trick. And now O's what was before this super clean performance, right? He nails the sleight of hand moves, everything. Now he's got a real problem on his hands. And so he just drops the bomb. He just asks Alex to do something. I mean, he looks like he's setting up a trick that's just downright impossible. Now Alex goes to a random bookshelf, a random book, a random page, choose any word on that page. How the heck can Oz use sleight of hand? How can he use any kind of pre-show? What does the metadeception do to like help him here? It seems like he's basically just setting himself up for an impossible trick. So that's why you see Andrew's reaction.
Go.
Andrew's just like, he's just totally stoked. Like, he's like, wow, if you can do that, then you've got it made. The only problem is that O's can't do that. There's no, mentalism is all a misdirection, right? That's mentalism itself is metadeception. And so O's is going to have to use some kind of magic trick, some sort of method to get this word from Alex.
Hey, little assistant.
Read a little something.
Go, son, get some
Read a little something. Do something with your life.
Yo, Mark is so tight that you're not making him the assistant.
All right, this.
You're really pissing poor.
This is
Two people off with this.
Full transparency, there's no trick. I just want him out of here.
The black magic assistant just runs away every trick.
Are you gonna do card or what?
Okay. This moment is really interesting, and I might replay it just because psychologically, look at what is happening to Andrew. He has basically, just for the last 2-3 minutes, just explicitly involved himself in a taboo of breaking down a magic trick right after it's happened. Now, does the whole metadeception thing maybe justify that? Maybe it does, right? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But in this case, Andrew is now being hit with his conscience where he's thinking, what have I done? You know, this is a performer, and I've just derailed him, and look at what happens.
Back for that, though. We need him back for the cards because it's 4 people.
I'm sorry if I'm being cynical. Is there not a part in all of you that like is trying to deconstruct it and trying to understand
this is just what
I don't want to seem like a hater at all.
You're not.
I'm trying to make sense of something that is truly unbelievable. So I hope you don't feel like I don't appreciate what you've done.
No, you're showing a lot.
I think that's super well said by Andrew. Like trying to figure out a magic trick and talking about how deception, you know, sort of untangling these sort of webs of deception. It's in many ways it's a compliment to the magician. It's a compliment that you've gripped our attention so much that we're now devoting time to thinking about how you exploited our assumptions. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Oh, keep me in here with it. Oh, come on now. He's gonna think I saw it. ChatGPT did the glasses. No,
that's unbelievable.
Here, go outside.
The book's not out.
Flip
the
it
book
open.
is not out.
Wait.
It's not out. It's not available.
All right, Andrew is acting now. Andrew has let go of what he's noticed before, and now you're actually seeing how talented of a performer Andrew Schultz is. He now realizes that he can fully lean into the fact that the book isn't out. He can let go of what he really cared about, which was finding out whether Oz had any time with the books.
How do you find...
And pick a word.
Yep.
I don't know, like pick a word like somewhere in there, interesting. You know what, don't even let me say interesting, because now that leads the witness. Open any page you want. Remember what page number you picked.
And what if I did that already?
Oh, you already did all that?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Leave the book outside.
Bitch.
Just threw that book.
Look at his face. Get this on camera. Look at his face.
Slow walk with the stare down.
The Botox is helping.
You can't move.
That was unbelievable. Oh. The book's not available. It's not available. Like
Great acting by Andrew.
It would be different if you picked like Huckleberry Finn, but it's not available.
Yeah.
There's no way you can get the book.
He also called out the number, the page number. So how could he have known 138?
Okay, we're about to see my favorite part of this whole discussion because there's so many layers going on here. Andrew has resigned himself from pushing the issue of did Oz have any time with the books, and now he's leaning into the meta misdirection of the fact that the books are brand new, that they're not available, yada yada yada. But Akash comes back with a logical question that Andrew already has the answer for. You know, Akash says, how does he know what word is on page 138? Andrew knows that that's fully answered by the fact that Oz just needed to have a little bit of time with the books. But does he bite? Does he try to engage with Akash's logic? Watch what happens.
So how could he have known 138?
Alex not going to be able to keep this posture, so let's get through this.
Well, he's not going to remember the word.
It's just beautiful. It's just like, Andrew is a magician in his own right. He redirects Akash's, reopening of the debate straight back into, all right, hey, Alex isn't going to be able to hold this position. Let's move on. Let's get on with the show. I'm letting go of the skepticism. But also, Andrew's intrigued because Oz has just offered him the impossible, right? He's just said any book, any page, any word. And Andrew knows that there's no possibility that Oz is, going to have spent time with every single book in their bookshelf. So he's super intrigued to see what Oz can do. But now think about things from Oz's perspective. He can't just ask Alex to write, the word down in a notepad. That's going to be super obvious. And he's got Andrew hot on his tail. And even though Andrew has made the decision, I believe, to no longer sort of push the skepticism, Oz doesn't know that. And so the last thing Oz wants to do is to ask Alex to use a gimmicked notepad, or even to sort of, take Alex out of the room right now and ask him to use the gimmicked notepad. Oz needs time to think about how is he going to get Alex to use the gimmicked notepad in a way that Andrew isn't going to find overly suspicious. He's got to think of another metadeception so that he can get Alex to use that notepad. He just needs time.
No, we're going to let this marinade. We're going to let this one marinate.
Oh, I got to do this the whole fucking episode?
Yeah. He's still flexing the whole time. All right.
That is unbelievable.
So now Oz is going to go into another sequence of tricks, but he's got this question in the back of his mind about how he can get Alex to use the gimmicked notepad in a way that isn't going to rouse Andrew's suspicion. And can you just imagine, already we've seen how high level Oz's performing and metadeceptive abilities are, but now he's got to perform a trick whilst trying to create another trick at the same time in the back of his mind. That's insane. But some might say it's not as insane as what Oz is about to do next. This next trick is in the category of tricks that has some people questioning whether Oz genuinely has supernatural abilities. Now, even though Oz is clear that he doesn't have psychic powers or supernatural abilities of any kind, he's also pretty clear that he doesn't do magic tricks anymore, and that he's ultimately trying to demonstrate a skill, mentalism, that he's spent the last 30 or so years perfecting.
I think that magic, while I love it, creates a puzzle. And I'm not trying to create a puzzle that's trying to be figured out. I'm rather trying to show a skill that can be displayed, and that a lot of people give me the highest compliment ever. They'll say, I don't like magic, but man, I love what you do. And that's, you don't realize, kind of a backhanded compliment, because mentalism is a subset of magic. But when you see a magician and there's tricks, right? There's card tricks, or there's a box and somebody puts swords in it. The question in the back of your head is always, if I had that box, or if I had the deck of cards, could I do that trick too? And so where that separates with what I do is there is no thing to point at. I am the performance. So what you're seeing is a skill that I've learned and developed, as opposed to a prop that is helping me.
Now, Oz is obviously operating in that metadeceptive layer, so that means that you can't trust anything he says at any time and in any context. But that just has some people thinking that his professional job title as mentalist is really just a cover story for the fact that he's using black magic. Now, I can tell you that this trick that we're about to see doesn't involve any black magic. Oz is going to have a randomly chosen dollar bill, and the serial number of that bill is going to line up with a randomly shuffled deck of cards, but more importantly, it's going to line up with the phone number of a phone contact that Andrew is going to randomly choose from his phone. Now, that should sound absolutely impossible, but Oz is going to get it done using some really clever misdirection, as well as using two new techniques from metadeception that are both going to really help open your eyes as to how Oz is able to do things that seem so unbelievable yet believable at the same time.
Okay.
Who wants in?
Yeah, I want in.
Take the
I was
cards.
letting Mark get in. He really wants in.
Good shuffler. He's a magician.
Yeah.
Shuffle those up. Check them out. Are those? Is that?
The book's not available. It's not available. I
get the feeling that Andrew is trying to atone for his guilty conscience for being super skeptical towards Oz with the first trick. You're fine, Andrew. You're fine.
That's the
Shuffle,
thing.
dude, shuffle. Make sure. Are they in some sort of order? Are they mixed up?
Do I need to remove the jokers, or is this?
I don't care, man. Leave the jokers. Whatever you want. Take the jokers out. Throw them away.
Damn, Mark, you are killing that.
So this is great. You know, he can hand the cards to Mark and just ask Mark to shuffle them, and that was a fair shuffle, and Mark's going to mix them up even more. Look at Oz's body language here. He's got his hands up. You want to milk this as much as you can. If your trick doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't have any effect, it isn't affected by someone mixing up the cards, then milk it, you know, really let everyone know. Now, it doesn't matter to Oz. All Oz cares about is to get to a particular frame. And yes, frame. He's specifically thinking about how you will be perceiving the trick. He wants to get to a certain camera shot. And that camera shot is about 2 minutes later, after all this hullabaloo of Mark mixing up the cards and people coming in and taking their little piles off. All Oz is interested in is having right here.
Put the rest over next to it on the side.
On this side.
Sure. Fair.
That right there. 3 piles of cards on the table. Oz wants this because he is about to use our first new metadeceptive technique. That technique is the camera edit. Oz is planning on doing a deck switch, but now you might think that, oh no, it can't be a camera edit, you know, that means the producers are colluding, you think everyone's colluding with Oz. It's very normal for guests to come on the show and have a contract that gives them some sort of editing rights over what actually gets produced, or some sort of say if they want something removed. So Oz is likely, you know, has a contract like that with Flagrant, and is planning on simply getting the deck switch that he is about to perform removed. It may also be the case that maybe the deck switch is a bit sketchy, and if he feels like he doesn't perform it super well, then he can fall back on just simply having it edited out. Now, by setting up the 3 piles on the desk like this, it gives it something to come back to. This is a very sort of strong image in our mind, so that Oz just really needs to kind of replicate this when he does the deck switch, so that after the camera edit, as long as we see 3 piles of cards on the table, we're going to remember that these were piles that have been mixed up completely fairly by Mark and that Oz has never touched.
Yeah. Open it
Open it.
Okay.
Look at them. They should be shuffled, but you shuffle them, gentlemen.
Why are these stuck together?
Don't ask.
You know, it's a shame the Jews don't proselytize, because if they did, you could convert.
You could convert me. I'd like.
Yeah.
I really. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not that good with money, so you should come to
That's
our
true.
team.
That is
Yeah.
true. Yeah. I need your help. So shuffle them up.
Yeah. Sure. Look at them though. Make sure these are legit.
Okay.
Now, normally, right now, you'd be thinking card trick. Card trick means I'm going to do some sleight of hand. I'm not touching any.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I am thinking card trick. I am thinking sleight of hand.
Thing, right? You see this? I'm never touching anything.
You're touching my foot, but that's a different.
That's it. That's him.
Just like with Flagrant, they are free to mix them up, shuffle them to their heart's content. All Oz cares about is getting to one particular shot.
You each, okay? At the same time, you're going to lift off kind of somewhere near the middle, lift off a piece about an inch, and I want you to turn it halfway, like sideways, like 90 degree angle, put it back on top. Anywhere you want. That feels good? That feels good? Square them up and turn the other half at a funny angle and mark it like at a 90 degree angle and put that piece on top. You feel me?
Yep.
We feel you, dog.
So like that, right?
Yeah. Beautiful. Square it up a little bit.
Okay. Oh.
I don't care. Whatever.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. Question for you. Is that absolutely fair?
Sure.
So that's the shot. That's the shot that he wants. He wants to cement in your mind that you've seen them shuffle the cards and that you've seen them now place them in front of themselves on the desk. But just pay attention to exactly how they look, their relative positions, the tidiness of the cards, how they're squared up. Just pay attention to that, and we will get right back there very soon.
Hear me out. Think about the craziness of this. You shuffled the cards, you cut anywhere you wanted, but think about how crazy this is. That you two even know each other. What are the odds, when you go back history, that you'd even be born, right? Your parents had to meet. Were you planned?
I believe so.
Maybe your dad.
Already, boom, there we are. Apparently just 5 seconds later, and we can already see a distinct change in that deck of cards.
Pull-out game was weak, who knows?
100%.
But the fact that you were ever born, from the day you were born.
Maybe he had money on it.
Everything.
All right, let's compare. So we have both of those there. I will edit in what they looked like previously, and that's enough. At this point, Oz does a big reveal, the cards, whatever, they line up with their birthday synchronized, who cares? The point is, he is not afraid of using and setting up specifically for the camera edit. Not just using a camera edit to hide something that maybe accidentally happened, but specifically engineering tricks with a camera edit in mind. This is not how typical magicians operate. This is metadeception. So that's the metadeception there. Super clever. But so just take clear notice of how the piles look. How are the cards sort of scattered on top of each other? What are the relative distances between the cards and between other things on the table? And when we see the camera edit, you'll see that despite the fact that we've seen no footage of anyone touch the cards have changed position quite drastically. So we'll get to that.
Here? Was that, come on. Is there any way we can done something? Nothing.
So he's got to milk it as much as he can, right? Come on.
Oh, no.
We gotta make this exciting.
Okay.
We need some skin in the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's make this fun. Woo. Let's make it fucking rain in here. How's that sound?
All right, what do you notice about how the dollar bills are falling right now? Okay, Oz has two piles of money, or whatever you call them, 2 bands of money. He's thrown the first band quite high, and as a result, the radius of dispersion is quite high. Just notice that, and then notice how he throws the second pile.
Wait, hold on.
Fantastic.
How's that?
Make it rain on you all
How's
And a much smaller radius of dispersion. Super clever, you'll see why.
I don't want to touch any of the cards. So take those bills, and I don't want to touch anything. Throw those on the table. Throw those.
To move the bills away.
Just take the bills away.
Okay.
So Oz, ever the meta mind, he notices a bunch of bills have just landed on top of the cards, and the first thing he's going to do is to ask Mark to take those bills off. Why? Because of the camera edit. It's going to be much harder if Oz has to do a deck switch, so that... Oh, did I tell you why he has to do the deck switch, by the way? Like, the pile of cards that he's going to swap out needs to match with the phone number of the contact that Andrew is going to choose later. Now, we'll get to the phone aspect right now. Andrew is not going to choose a contact right here, right now. That's another meta deception that we'll talk about in a second. But Oz needs these dollar bills off these cards so that the camera edit is clean. You're going to notice the jump cut or you're going to notice sort of that something's been edited if you go, hey, there were dollar bills on top of those 3 cards before and now there aren't. Oz doesn't want to have to put dollar bills on top of 3 cards after he does the deck switch to make it look like this. So very intelligently, he's going to ask Mark to take those dollar bills off.
We can still see the cards. I like how Akash got lightly aroused when I just did that.
Yeah.
He's like, we going to the club, baby? We going to the club?
Hindu's not supposed to disrespect money. This is really making me feel I gotta pick this up.
Any one of these bills, Akash, I want you to pick up anyone. Walk around, and pick up
That's clever by Oz. This is the kind of stuff you need to notice. This is super high level performance. Just look at the pause. Oz knows exactly what he is going to ask the Akash to do, which is to get up and walk around and choose a bill. What does getting up and walking around have the effect of? It makes sure that he chooses one of those bills from that wider radius of dispersion, which is that first pile that he threw up, which is going to be very different to the second pile that he threw, and we'll talk about that in a second. But just look at how Oz pauses as he processes things, or he creates the illusion that he's processing, and then comes up with this idea for Akash to walk around. So clever.
Pick up anyone. Walk around.
So convincing.
And pick up any one of those bills.
All right.
And fold it in half. So the present on the inside.
So that's clearly a dollar bill from that wider radius of dispersion pile.
Nice good crease. Okay. Hold it one more time. Precision, baby.
Don't you do this.
And sit on it.
Don't you do this.
Oof.
Okay, Oz has 1/3 of the job done. Akash is now sitting on a $1 bill where the first letters and numbers of that serial number are going to line up with the initials and phone number of Andrew's phone contact. How Oz forces Andrew to choose the phone contact that he wants, we'll get to in just a second, but how does the first letters and numbers of that serial number line up with that contact? How does Oz do that? Well, it's the first pile of money that he throws is what we would call prop money or magic store money. It's going to be money that is printed where all the serial numbers are going to be near identical or just straight out identical. It doesn't matter because of the second pile that Oz throws is going to be legit, or at least the serial numbers are going to be randomized. It would make sense if that was prop money as well, because I believe that one of the giveaways is that it's a slightly different material. It's not the linen that it's supposed to be, but I haven't done a lot of research on that. The second pile, because he throws it lower and with a much smaller radius of dispersion, it's going to land on the ground in a more sort of a dense way, but just over the top of that first pile. And so when people are amazed at the end of the trick, they're going to naturally pick up these dollar bills, but they're going to pick up from pile 2, whereas Akash was forced to pick from pile 1 with the wider radius of dispersion. And so it covers, it quite literally covers Oz's deceptive tracks. So it's super brilliant. It's a really creative form of misdirection. I'm a big fan of when magicians don't verbalize the deception and they just do things and let you assume certain things in your mind. You know, you're gonna think that, who would think that Oz is doing anything else than just throwing 2 legitimate, stacks of cash in the air, which are all gonna have different serial numbers. So really clever from Oz, but let's move on with the rest of the trick.
You ever have this sensation? Let me ask you, where your phone rings, and you vibrate, and you're not expecting a call from this person. This isn't like your wife told you, but you somehow know who it is. Have you had that distinct feeling or never?
Yeah.
You have not. Is that right? You said you have not had that feeling, because I've had that before.
Oz makes a slight little mistake there. He asks Mark the question. Mark has not heard that question before. He answers it for the first time, but then he turns to Andrew and says, "You have not. You said that you haven't." Unfortunately, Oz is revealing that there has been some interaction with Andrew on this particular topic before the show. Remember, Oz doesn't want to reveal that there was kind of pre-show work. That's part of this meta-deceptive tactic, which we're going to analyze a little further.
I know who it is, but that's my job. But you say, what a weird thing, like intuition, instincts. How did I know this person was going to call me?
Anytime I'm annoyed by a call, I know it's my wife.
Okay.
Like if my phone vibrates and I'm like, this is annoying, I know it's my wife.
Maybe I had that feeling. Yeah,
so
I don't know.
I said, and you said, I'm going to figure this out. And I don't mind that. And I said, imagine a deja vu moment where you somehow get a call and you feel it and you didn't expect to have vibrate.
When Oz uses the words deja vu moment, that is a trigger word.
So here's what I want you to do. Let's you know what? Deja vu. We're gonna go back in time. Close your eyes for me. If I were to ask you to think of a name and writing down a name, and now somebody walks up to you, this part solidifies. Deja vu. One person walks up, you know exactly who it is. Out of this whole group of everybody you imagine, walks up you get a pound. Imagine you pound. I know they're not shaking your hand. You do a pound with this person. You can see them in your mind. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And then you get a tap on the shoulder. You turn around. You look at this person, and it's somebody you've met before, 100%. And they say something to you. They've said it to you before, and you get déjà vu, and it's something impactful. It left an impression on you. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
All right, Kiana. Here's the game. It's a déjà vu. It's like an exercise where you walk out of here, and this is how I want you to visualize. You're gonna play this through in your head. You've done this before. That right here in this podcast, I disappear. Can you imagine that?
Yep.
And suddenly you can interview anyone that's ever lived. So we're gonna shift, little déjà vu, dead or alive. If I ask you to think of this person and I ask you to like look into them, find an interesting fact.
What Oz is referring to is, now this is the metadeceptive tactic. What looks like collusion is not collusion. What Oz is doing is he's simply doing magic tricks with people, like typical magic tricks using gimmicks, sleight of hand, similar to what you just saw with the book glance tricks. He is doing those tricks before the show, but he's not completing them, which means that he's not giving the final reveal. If he was to do the book glance trick, he gets you to choose the first word on the page, and then he tells you to just sit on it. And then when he goes on the podcast with you, he's going to say, so picture with me for a moment that I'm, déjà vu. I'm riffling through pages in a book. We stop at any page that you want. I open the page. You look at the first word on the page. Can you see that word? He's using this clever double speak language to do what? To create a dual reality effect. Now, this is central to almost all of Oz's most successful tricks, because it creates one reality for the audience who's looking at this and thinking, oh wow, you're guiding people through this imaginative exercise and they are coming up with something on the spot. He does this over and over again. But what's actually happening in reality is he's calling them back to an incomplete magic trick. All right, coming at you from the editing floor, and wow, what a beautiful image. Let me fix that. Okay, so dual reality is a concept that's going to be defined slightly differently by professional magicians than how I've just explained it to you now. And the reason for that is because professional magicians are thinking about things in terms of the kind of work that they need to do in order to pull off an illusion. And so while they would agree that yes, if your effect requires taking a woman aside before the show, like Oz would have done here, and asking her who's your favorite celebrity that you would love to have dinner with, and then tricking her into giving you that name by having her write it down into a Gimmicks notepad or a fake Google search, and then rather than revealing that name to her right then and there, tell her that you just want her to sit on her decision, and then that later when the cameras are rolling you're going to ask her that same question and have her write the name on a different piece of paper. And so that absolutely philosophically creates a dual reality effect, because as we watch her write down that name on the piece of paper, we don't know that there's been anything that's happened before the show, and so we are going to naturally assume that she's coming up with the name right then and there and writing it for the first time. However, her reality is distinct. She knows that she is just following through on a decision that she's made half an hour or an hour earlier, and so there's a dual reality there. Now that doesn't make her a stooge, that doesn't make her an accomplice, or at least maybe not a knowing accomplice, because when she used the notepad or the Google search, she had no idea that it was gimmicked or fake, and that is how Oz was able to get the information. But professional magicians would call this a pre-show trick, because the kind of work they have to do revolves around interacting with the target before the show. They want to reserve the term dual reality for a different kind of effect, or similar kind of effect, sorry, but a different kind of work that they need to do that involves audience members where there has been no pre-show, where there's been no interaction with them at all, and yet they're still going to set up this same kind of dual reality end result. And so the fact that Oz has never interacted with this woman before, it allows him to say this.
Stand up. We have never spoken a word in our life. You do not know her. How in the world could this happen? Join me next to Martha. Come on up. Give her a big round of applause. Come join me.
Okay, so everything that Oz just said just then was completely true, and she agreed. She's not lying or anything like that. However, Oz is going to turn her into what she is currently not, which is a stooge. She is not currently an accomplice, but Oz is absolutely going to turn her into far more of an accomplice than she is here, because she's going to absolutely know that she is an accomplice. She's going to become a flat-out con artist as Oz pressures her by using the lights and the cameras and the heat of the moment and the fact that that there's an audience and he's a high-profile mentalist, he can exploit that in the ways that you're going to see. So primarily, he just utilizes the fact, because he's going to now do, how does he turn her into a stooge while we're all watching? You know, you would normally think turning someone into a stooge is something that you would have to do before the show. And that's why magicians want to just call this kind of trick a dual reality trick. But what you do is you just exploit the fact that she can see things up here that the audience members can't see. And in this case, it's going to be what is in Oz's hands. And so he is going to use her to first confirm that there is no paper in his hands. And she can confirm that because there is a gimmick in his hands, but it doesn't look like a piece of paper. It's this kind of rolled up gimmick that he has to kind of unfold, and then it looks like a piece of paper. And now the whole premise of the trick, well, I'll let Oz describe that.
Paper in my hands, be honest. No, there's nothing in my hands. But in a moment, I'm going to snap my fingers.
But you do notice that, you know, he asks her the question, do you notice any paper in my hands? She says no, and then he turns that into, yeah, because there's nothing in my hands. Philosophically, when you're trying to figure out these kinds of illusions, it's really helpful to ask yourself the question, how could the magician have made that trick better? And so if he wants to plant the idea that his hands are empty, how could he have done that in a more convincing way? Well, he could have just showed us that his hands were empty, but he doesn't do that. And he doesn't do that because he can't do that. And so that's the kind of logic that you can really lean into in order to figure out methods. A lot of people think, you know, Oz is going to talk about hypnosis here. I've had a guy message me who reckoned that Oz was using hypnosis and meeting with people before the show and all the rest of it. If that was the case, then Oz should be pulling off much more impressive effects than he actually is, because people who are super suggestible with hypnosis, you can pull off some pretty interesting effects that would be super entertaining for Oz to pull off, but he doesn't do that, and so you can naturally assume that Oz isn't using any kind of hypnosis. All right, so let's keep going.
It's going to be like you're hypnotized. I don't know how to explain it, but you will suddenly know. You will see a piece of paper in front of you with the name of the person she is thinking of. Are you believing any of this?
Not really.
Martha's like, it's my show, I don't believe it. It's the story. All right, here we go. Look at me. One more mind reading.
So it's really clever to actually say that what is going to happen is something that allows him to actually do the move in a way that the audience is going to have a separate interpretation of. So everything, when he like opens his hand and basically shows her the piece of paper, we're just going to think that he's just following through on what he said, which is, you know, kind of hypnotizing her and making her think that she's seeing this piece of paper. So let's watch him do the move.
Front of her. Just like that, just like that. Francesca, I drop this piece of paper. Martha, look over at Corey, look her right in the eyes. And I drop it. It starts floating down like a feather. And I want you to imagine that it lands in my hand, and I want you to look down in my hand, and I want you to nod your head if you're playing along, and you see it clear as day. And I want you to close your eyes, Francesca. I want you to put the hands up back.
Okay, so that was pretty much everything that you need to see there. First, he you know, uses the gimmick. He's obviously his left hand has kind of been strange the whole time, which is very hard to unsee once you understand what he's doing. And then you see as he comes through here, he just kind of unfolds. So you see in that motion there, he's unfolding it, he's revealing the piece of paper. And then what I think is more interesting is the fact that he just blatantly asks her if she's playing along.
Nod your head if you're playing along, and you see it clear as day. And I want you to close your eyes, Francesca. I want you to put the...
And so there you go. That is a dual reality trick. She's now read the name, and then it's just a matter of her following through on what she's read on the piece of paper and revealing that the name is Amy Schumer. And so you've actually got a pre-show and a dual reality, if we're going to use the terminology of professional magicians, two different kinds of tricks all working together. Now, this trick obviously works much better when you have a live audience and the pressure of a studio and all the rest of it. Oz does a similar thing with Leanne, Bert's wife, and she's very skeptical about magic and these kind of tricks and mentalism and all the rest of it. And interestingly, Oz is going to use her as an accomplice.
It would start to float, and Leanne will swear that she saw it like a crystal ball materializing, and she sees a piece of paper and it says exactly what you're thinking of. Are you buying any of this, Leanne?
No.
No. Leanne is about to throw holy water at me. It's actually Aperol Spritz. All right. Leanne, take a little baby step back so we can see you. Yeah. Leanne, I drop this piece of paper. It starts floating. I hypnotize you. I snap my fingers. Leanne, I want you to look down in my hand. If you're playing along and you see it clear as day, close your eyes, and I want you to repeat this over and over in your head, over and over in your head. Close your eyes, over and over in your head. Imagine that you could see.
Okay, so you see how Oz was able to set up the effect there. He uses the same words, confirms that they are playing along, and then when it comes to the reveal...
Leanne, tell him, what is he thinking? Third ingredient, anything in the world, what's he thinking about?
Allspice?
Why don't you? Bert gives a great reaction, but the best part is when he just asks Leanne for confirmation that that was really her own choice, and then Leanne spills the beans.
I was like, are you kidding me? If you had...
Applause for Leanne, everybody. It's not even me. Show some love.
Did you thought of that on your own?
Saw it in my hand clear as day.
No, he wrote it on a piece of paper.
Are you serious?
I told you she'd be hypnotized. I told you she'd see it.
You have no idea.
Sort of a difficult kind of thing to watch, to see Oz try to retake control of that situation. You know, Bert is super malleable in terms of and impressionistic in terms of believing, you know, the falling for the whole mentalism, metadeception. But the effect works much better when you do have a live studio audience, where you can use the pressure of all of the, you know, the crowd of people and the fact that the performance is in front of so many people, which is what Oz does here on Ellen.
When I snap my fingers, you're gonna swear up and down that you see a piece of paper in my hand. I'm gonna let it fall down like a feather. And Monica, here's what I want you to do. Look at me. I snap my fingers. I want you to imagine it falls down in my hand, look down in my hand, and I want you to repeat over and over in your head what you see. And if you're playing along, nod your head. She's like, I don't know what's going on here. Close your eyes, Monica, and I want you to say this over and over in your head, over and over, whatever that title is. Imagine for a moment, folks, that Ellen had thrown this piece.
So there you go, that's how the effect works, and I'm just going to, for the rest of the video, when I talk about dual reality, I'm not going to use this, you know, professional magician's terminology and restrict, you know, dual reality to this kind of, you know, turning someone into a stooge in the moment. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that your assumptions about what the reality of this woman here is need to be questioned, and what your assumptions as to, you know, what the reality of this woman's here is needs to be questioned.
Pretty much, we're not mentioning we all met with him, you know, like he's like, just, it's like you came up with it on the air. Like he's greasing the wheels.
Or maybe he doesn't even need to give a justification, and he can just use his level of bravado and confidence to just have people comply with him.
And yet I was willing to come meet with him, like everyone else had to meet with him and write things down and do stuff. So he'd been working with whatever he was working with for 40 minutes.
In this case, he's done something like this with Andrew, and it's all surrounding the phone. So now pay attention to the kind of words Oz uses, because he's trying to sort of implicitly bring Andrew back to that moment before the show where he did the incomplete magic trick. And he's now ready to complete it.
And you pick somebody at random.
Random.
And the phone's calling right now. Grab out your phone.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, go to your contacts, please.
Okay, yep.
Where are you right now? At the front? At the top?
Very top.
So I said to you to imagine as if you were getting a call from one person.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Go to that person. Scroll through.
You see the little camera edit there? We'll go back and watch it.
If you were getting a call from one person.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Go to that person.
So that camera edit. As I said before, Oz has a kind of authority where he can cut out parts of the podcast that he doesn't like, that he doesn't want displayed to people. When Oz uses this tactic, when he uses this déjà vu meta-deception, sometimes, as you can imagine, because he's trying to tread this line of only trying to subtly guide people to what happened before without guiding the audience who's watching the video or the podcast, it can get confusing for Andrew or for anyone else.
You reach up, reach down, and you grab the first ingredient and you have it right in your hand. Hold out your hand.
You mean that?
Yes. Yes, yeah, hold out your hand, yes.
Because it can seem in their head, because they themselves are kind of like the audience. So there are times when people don't know, is he asking me to do something now, or is he referring to the magic trick, or, you know, to the thing that we did before the show?
Had to be Broadway, had to be, what's her name? Say it, yes.
It was Catherine O'Hara.
I'm just kidding, Catherine O'Hara.
What? How?
And they're not going to be sure. And oftentimes they will ask for clarification, and Oz will quickly shut them down because he doesn't want people to know, obviously. That's part of the meta-deception.
I have a question.
No question. Stop. The titanium card, right? We did this. I told you which one. It's solidifying your brain. That card, show us.
Sorry, the card from earlier?
The one that you couldn't rip. Yeah, tell us, what was it? What does that say?
6 of hearts.
6 of hearts.
Future. Can you see it? Should I get closer?
You would have had that.
He wants you to think that the whole trick is happening right in front of you, rather than simply completing a trick that he has started in the meta show, in the pre-show.
scroll through.
So I suspect what has been edited out there was Andrew likely asking for clarification as to what Oz is talking about. And Oz has just more explicitly tied it to something that's happened before the show, and Oz doesn't want you to see that, so it gets edited out.
Find them and hide it close to you.
Okay.
This was picked completely at random.
Yep.
Random. Get one. This is a totally random person.
Random.
Get one.
Yep.
Scroll through.
Yep.
And I want you to find.
So when Oz says that something was picked at random, think about a magic trick. Think about all the different ways that a magician has to make you think that you're making a random choice, but you're actually making a forced choice.
50 cards. Ellen DeGeneres, Tom Cruise, Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Brad Pitt. Is everyone here familiar to you?
Sure, yeah. Science,
Ryan
obviously.
Gosling, you just got aroused. Okay.
Sure.
Drake, Jimmy Fallon, Oprah. Anyway, you're going to pick somebody. But I can't have you just look through and say, that's my favorite. Because now what if I looked you up? What if I follow you on Instagram? It's too obvious.
Okay.
I want it to be spontaneous.
Okay.
Kind of random.
Here we go.
You can see them all? And these are... Shuffle.
Yeah.
Reach in.
Reach
make
in
sure
and just randomly grab one? Random, grab one, or random? Okay.
Random.
Random.
Get one.
Boom.
You got one? Well, hold on. One more. Ian, you wanted the last one, so go. Hit it. Grab one. Go.
Are we supposed to see these?
Yes.
Okay.
Cover my eyes so I don't see a thing. Cover my eyes. Show everybody, show the cameras. Make sure I can't see.
Is it your dad's name?
Both of us show?
Yeah, whatever. Show everybody whatever.
I've been saying this guy's name so much. I was going to get this tattooed the other day. Remember in Vegas?
And Mark. Definitely a guy. Well manicured. Ryan Gosling.
Oh,
Ryan
my
Gosling. You know
God.
what? Ian, you said you wanted a tattoo, so how about this, gang? What's his name? Say it.
Elvis Presley.
King! Everybody say hello to Mr. Elvis!
Oh, holy shit!
How is this possible?
Wow.
That's the essence of a magic trick. Magicians are experts like that with cards. You've just seen Oz do it with a book, and I'm about to show you how Oz can do it with your phone contacts as well.
Find them. But before you open it up, do you know this person's phone number by heart?
Not by heart.
Nobody knows anybody's phone number, am I right? How many people's phone numbers do you know?
Oh,
that's true. Wow. Don't bleep that out. Don't bleep that out. Okay, hold on. Let's say it one more time. All right. Mark, pick up.
Now we need to go back to the cards because we just got our camera jump.
Say it one more time. All right.
Okay, so that shot right there. I'll edit in what the cards looked like before, but I can just remember in my own memory. That card here, closest to us, was not touching a piece of paper. It was more like way over here. The piles look sort of relatively the same, but I remember this one was quite neat. I think that one was much neater. This one didn't have so many messy at the bottom, if I recall correctly. Okay, coming to you from the editing floor, it appears I did not recall correctly, and certainly this is one of the dangers of relying on our memories like this. They're extremely fallible, extremely prone to rewriting history, and certainly that's something that a mentalist and a magician would be happy to exploit with you. You know, we're very prone to getting details like this wrong, as well as larger details as well, for that matter. But this pile here has clearly changed. For this pile up here, it's the top card that gives it away. It's clearly in a different position, as well as the relative position of this pile to whatever object this here is, and that's assuming that the camera stays fixed, which I think we can assume because this pile here in the middle, you see the cards have fallen in quite a unique way, and that's clearly been preserved, as well as the relative position of this pile to, again, whatever object this here is. So Oz has swapped out 2 out of these 3 piles, or he's gotten his assistant to swap out 2 of those 3 piles. You know, they call for a bathroom break and they come in and make the switch for him. The fact that this pile here in the middle stays the same doesn't really alter Oz's plan too much. He can kind of just do what he did on Joe Rogan when he gives Joe this sort of pile of cards and gets him to do all these different things until eventually he picks up the pile that he wants. He could do a similar thing here with Mark when he asks him to pick up a pile. So there we go, back to the video. And so, yeah, there's been a deck switch. In fact, there's been 3 deck switches. Now, at the top of all of these 3 piles is the phone number of Andrew's contact. And so when he asks Mark to choose any of these 3, it doesn't matter. He switched out all of them. Super clever, super clever.
Mark, pick up any one of those piles. Pick up any one of those piles. Put it in your hand, and I want you to put your fingers on the back where nothing can touch it. All right, here's what's crazy. You could have picked anybody in your whole phone. You could have picked anybody. I did not say to you who it was. You went through, scrolled, you're like, imagine this person calling you. Don't.
Okay, that's all I wanted you to see before I show you how potentially Oz would have forced Andrew to make this phone contact choice.
I have a fun idea for you.
Okay.
Grab your phone out.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh.
He's like,
All right.
quick, delete browser
These are the
history.
worst ones.
Bijan, go to, hold so I can't see it.
Okay.
Go to your contacts.
All right.
And tip it. You know what? I want you
Tell
to see,
me.
okay, I want you to start scrolling through Bijan, and I want you to look over his shoulder. Do a little
Don't look at his
eavesdropping.
poor contact.
No, come on, you're gonna see
Is it
people.
okay?
And tip it so I can't see it.
Don't let him see.
Now, do you know what's gonna happen right now?
This trick is so powerful because it doesn't rely on any kind of pre-show work, any kind of meta-show, camera edits. The only meta-deception is the fact that Oz is branding himself as a mentalist. This is all just good old verbal misdirection and sleight of hand. And for that reason, it's powerful. Oz can do it at a moment's notice. I don't think he was planning on doing something with this guest, which is why he's leaning into it. Ordinarily, Oz likes to do this trick behind the scenes, like he's done with Andrew Schultz, and then calls back to it later using that meta-deceptive dual reality strategy. But it's a great trick, and Oz performs it super well here, and it's a simple trick. You know, after you see it, you will know exactly how it's done, and we all have, you know, smartphones nearby. We can go and try it, and you'll find that it's much, much harder than you think.
When someone's looking at your contacts, you start judging, who's that one? It doesn't have a first name. You start looking through and assessing, who do I even know?
Okay.
So here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick someone, but no. Okay, we're gonna do this in a fun way. We're gonna tip this down.
Ooh, who's got the heart emojis on?
So I said this is a sleight of hand trick. Now that sleight of hand is going to come from Oz's hands, and so that means he's going to get their phone into his hands. And look at how he does it. It's really fascinating to watch the psychology of how Oz just absolutely dominates the context of these situations and can really just do whatever he wants. And you imagine, now at the moment, you know, he's trying to be charismatic on screen, he knows that we're all watching. Imagine what he's like behind the scenes. Imagine how dominant and in control he would be when no one is looking, when there's no pressure from the cameras.
Now we got it. Deep cuts. We're gonna tip your phone down.
Okay.
And Kay, look, is it scrolling?
Look at that move. You could literally, we could probably spend an hour talking about exactly what he just did, how he lines up his verbal saying, we're gonna tip the phone down, and you know, puts his finger sort of on this guy's hand to pull it down so he releases the grip on the phone because he was initially trying to pull it away. You could just, it's masterful to watch.
Deep cuts. We're gonna tip your phone down.
Okay.
And Kay, look, is it scrolling?
Yes.
Bijan, I don't want you to look, so this is the key. I want you to be
And then immediately gives the justification for it. This is super powerful. I'm gonna actually put in a compilation right now of Oz using this, this part of the trick where he's got to get the phone out of their hands and into his hands. And you can look at the variety of ways that he does it, and every single time it's masterful.
Look, fucking turn it downwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at this guy flexing with the Amex Platinum right there.
Whoa,
Get in the sky clubs.
black
All right,
card.
Start scrolling.
Okay.
No. Here, do this. Hold it for him, Mark. Look underneath. Damn, this thing's heavy. Is it scrolling? There's a camera there, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna tip this down. There's no camera underneath you. Look underneath, Baker. Is it scrolling?
Yep.
Is it, look, I want you guys to see. It's a very popular man. Is it scrolling?
Yes.
Mike or Michael?
Whatever you prefer.
Mike, we're at that level. All right, can I just hold this up so Jason sees? Is it scrolling? I'm gonna look. Is it scrolling?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's be safe. Let's do this. I don't want to get close, but just tip down. Here, can I show you? No, my bad. Can I just get close?
Yeah.
Like this, down.
Okay.
So when you scroll, you can't even see what you're doing.
Okay.
You feel me? Move it towards the camera. Can you just see? Can I just show you? Is it really moving? Because otherwise it's gonna be very. Is it moving?
Ooh, who's got the heart emojis on?
Who's got the heart? Now we got it. Deep cuts. We're gonna tip your phone down.
Okay.
And Kay, look, is it scrolling?
Yes.
Bijan, I don't want you to look, so this is the key. I want you to be scrolling without looking. So you take it, and whenever you want, you're gonna stop. Hold it, start scrolling.
Just scroll.
Scroll, and then make sure, and you're gonna see, Kay, there's gonna be a whole list of names.
I mean, he's got shorts.
So he does it so subtly that, you know, you can just forget what's happening. If you're so focused on, you know, other contacts and the fact that they're scrolling, you've just missed the two sleight of hand moves that Oz has done. Now, they're very subtle moves and virtually invisible, but I'll show them for you so you can understand. Well, there's the first one right there. The first is by simply just turning the phone towards himself. He gets a nice little glance, just like with the book trick, he gets a glance glance at the first contact. Well, he gets a glance at all of the contacts on the screen, but he's going to memorize the first contact.
So go, take your finger, make sure it's moving, and whenever you want. You're looking. Oh, I'm not looking. You take it. Make sure.
You gotta
Get the
barely,
Make sure this thing is scrolling. Here's what you do. You scroll down, look underneath. Is it moving? So you're not going to know where you're going to end up. That's the whole point of this. I want to make sure you're seeing it move, and that you know for a fact it's moving. Okay. So you do it.
And then he's going to force that contact to be chosen, which might seem confusing because isn't the whole point to turn the phone upside down and then scroll? So what if he's memorized that contact? How is he going to come back to it? And the key is the second sleight of hand move, which he does right here.
Take it, and whenever you want, you're going to stop. Hold it.
Which you don't see at all because his hand is just on the power button of the phone, which he presses to turn off the screen. And if the screen is obviously disabled, then no amount of scrolling is going to change what contact is at the top of the list. And so this is brilliant. This is the misdirection, is that in the name of fairness, in the name of making sure that the choice is super random, which is something that he can justify by leaning into the metadeception of mentalism, in the same way with the book, he said, we're going to choose the first words on the book because if you choose any word you want, then you're going to choose words that you like, and then I can reverse engineer that using my 30 years of mentalism to figure out what word you chose. So to make it harder for me, we're just going to choose the first word. In this case, we're going to make it harder for me. We want to make sure that it's random. We're going to turn the screen down. You're going to jumble up your contacts like this and choose it that way. That meta deception, you can see it just pays dividends for Oz at almost every aspect of everything he does.
Scrolling.
Just scroll.
Scroll, and then make sure, and you're going to see, Kay, there's going to be a whole list of names.
I mean, he's got shorts on. I'm looking everywhere, trying not to
Tell
look
me when
everywhere.
you're done.
I'm done.
That's it? Bring it close to your heart.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
The only little problem that he has to get over right now is the fact that the screen has been turned off, which may, to someone who's paying attention, may seem just a little suspicious because they've been scrolling and then they turn up and they see the screen is off. Perhaps if they're paying attention, and many people don't actually pay attention, but if they're paying attention, they may realize that they weren't scrolling at all. So Oz now needs to misdirect that awareness by getting them to pull it close to their chest, which seems justified because it's all about hiding it from Oz. And now he just needs to ramble. For how long? About 30 seconds, which is the amount of time for a phone screen to naturally time out.
Both look. I've been talking for a while, but you wanted the top. If that's what you want, look where you landed.
He even plants it by saying it verbally. I've been talking for a while.
The name at the top.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, no, he got rid of it. Oh, no, we got it. Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Hearing that kind of feedback from him and the host saying, oh no, we got rid of it, it's amazing because it looks to them like this sort of inconsequential thing that may derail the trick and oh no, it's upset everything. And yet it's exactly what Oz wants to have happened. That's the power. When someone thinks that something is completely irrelevant to what you're doing, and it is the most relevant thing to what you're doing, you've got them in the palm of your hands.
You see someone in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have any idea who you're going to pick?
No.
Right? Is there any way in the world I could know something you didn't even know?
No, because we were scrolling.
Yeah, absolutely not.
All right, put your phone down.
That's an important thing to pay attention, by the way, when Oz says, is there any way in the world that I could know when you don't even know? Imagine how powerful this trick becomes when he calls back to it using that déjà vu meta deception on a podcast live, where this time he just asks them to act it all out, to get out their phone, and he's just going to remind them of everything that you just saw here. Now he can ask them questions like, did I touch your phone? Did I do anything? Did I look at the contacts? Did you write it down anywhere? And they're just going to be like, no, because in their mind, nothing suspicious happened. But their testimony means nothing because they are not a magician who they have no experience with sleight of hand or misdirection. And yet Oz is, he will ask them, he'll really lean into their testimony as evidence, and that just becomes so convincing for people because people just think, well, why would they lie? They're not lying, they've been tricked.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna have you sit here. We're gonna I'm gonna tag team this. I'm gonna see who I can pick up things from first.
Okay.
Look at the body language, the tension. I think it's a guy. Is it a guy?
It is a guy.
But here's what's funny.
Oh, shoot.
You were confused. That didn't make sense. There's no context. Listen to me. That didn't make sense. Do you know why?
Because it's not a famous person?
Nope. Because if the name was Michael, she would have known it was a guy. She was confused. She didn't know if it was a guy or girl. It's a name that could go either way.
Okay.
This is funny. You just...
So you can see Oz has this job of reverse engineering his banter based on the name that he already knows. And this is what mentalism is. This is the value of that metadeception, is that now Oz needs to come up with reasons on the fly, and that's his real strength. Look at the verbal acuity that he has here. He sees the name is Chris. It's gender ambiguous. How can he tie this into what other people were doing? Say that this person was confused. Oh, it's all gender. And this just kind of reverse engineers that metadeception that he's figuring things out from the ground up rather than building things from the top down.
Gave it away. You didn't realize. Chris, is it Chris?
Yes.
Do you understand what just happened?
No, because you can't get in here, Oz.
Think of his last name. Because I know a million dudes named Chris. Think of Chris's last name.
Okay, I thought his last name.
And you mix up the letters in this person's last name.
Okay.
And you just stop and you grab out anyone you want. You just grab it out. You got one?
Yeah.
Did you grab one too?
Yeah, a letter, yeah.
Yeah, all right. I don't think you did a vowel. You didn't do a vowel, did you?
No.
You thought it's too easy. I'm not gonna do the vowel. And then I think you did different letters. B. Are you thinking of a B?
Wait.
Hold up.
I wasn't.
That wasn't hers. I told you, think of different letters. Chris. I love when people watch these videos and say it's set up because you didn't know who you were gonna pick. How could I know this?
Hey, this is crazy.
What's his name?
That's clever for Oz to lean into that, right? I love it when people say these videos are set up. He can, like, if your trick requires no setup, then milk it. If your trick is going to rely on a camera edit later where you're going to do a deck switch and so they can shuffle the cards as much as they want, then milk it. That's what he does. It is, I hesitate to say brilliant because I know so many magicians frown upon things like metadeception and camera edits and things like that. But for what it is, it's clever.
Tell us.
Chris Gilbert?
Chris?
No way! It was Chris Gilbert!
Yo!
How did you do that?
How did you do that? Like, I want to know. That was awesome.
Let's hear it for
And it's such a fascinating thing that something that, you know, the heart of this trick is just that essentially the sleight of hand move, those two sleight of hand moves, turning off the phone, getting a glance at the contact before you do so. And if people don't catch that, you are guaranteed to create a perception for them that their mind just has to accept is impossible. And that's super powerful. So I hope you're starting to appreciate how in control Oz is. That phone trick might look simple, but I encourage you, go and try it with a friend and you will quickly realize that there's 1,000 idiosyncrasies and ways for it to go wrong. So when you see Oz perform it in a TV studio with lights and 8 different cameras and famous people that he's never met before, and he's still so smooth, yeah, it's pretty clear that this guy is performing on a level that is difficult to imagine, to be honest. But things still go wrong, and Oz will actually use that as metadeception to convince people that he's not performing magic tricks.
I'm not even gonna write it. Look at me right here. Dennis Frank.
Close. Dennis Franz. Dennis Franz.
I've been off by one letter every time. I've been so close. Yeah, Franz. I said it wrong. Yeah, but there we go.
You were close.
I was close.
You were close.
Listen, I told
Close
you.
enough.
I can't get it right every time. This validates it. This is not a magic trick.
Right.
Now, we know that he is performing magic tricks very well, but for those who have been tricked by the metadeception of mentalism, the fact that things go wrong kind of makes sense.
And you're going, are there cues to specific letters? Are there?
So I'm going to tell you again. I could sit here and we could spend the next 10 years going over how to understand mentalism. But here,
if what Oz is doing is these thousands of calculations of people's body language and body cues, it makes sense that there would be a wrong turn somewhere and you end up at the wrong answer.
Most people don't know what a mentalist is. You go on the street, 100 people, how many people are going to say yeah?
I have a second ATM card.
Leave that for the end, huh?
You want to try it again?
Not yet. I don't like to do the same thing. I got to do better stuff.
I want to see it again, though. I want to see if you could do it again.
All right, before we go, how about that? Not right now. We're in flow.
Okay.
But
I'm trying to throw you off.
You could. Listen, I don't get it right every time. That's the other part. A magic trick works every time. This doesn't. I've eaten it on live national TV.
Really?
With millions of people watching. Yeah, man, there's no safety net. Like, it's not a trick. There's not a card trick where you put it in, I find it. There's not like that.
So how are you doing it?
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, I don't read minds. I read people. I've got a whole host of different skills, algorithms, you name it, like misdirection. It's all a wheelhouse of skills that I'm using to create the impression that I can read your mind.
Yeah, I was thinking of the letter T.
T.
I didn't originally think of Y.
You did?
Yeah, and then I moved to T. Yeah.
If I got it right every time, it would be a magic show.
So sometimes when you perform...
Count the letters to yourself.
Okay.
This is like watching somebody when they play poker. 6 letters, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, come on, get it together, Gary. Make it hard on me. Pick a letter in the name, anyone you want.
Okay.
See, I think he got smart. He got wise. So I told you last time nobody picks vowels. I think Gary this time said screw O's. I'm getting mad at him now. I'm going to probably pick a vowel. Did you pick a vowel? Tell me the truth.
I did not.
Okay, that's fine. I see, I can't get it right. This is not a magic show, Howard. There's no card tricks.
Right.
You ever did your tricks or whatever you want to call them in front of a group of people and then been just wrong as hell, like missed the mark by 100 yards?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So honestly, no pain, no gain. If I was doing the same trick over and over, it would get kind of boring. And the fun part for me and the audience is that you don't know if it's going to work. Now, think when you do a magic trick, again, I love magic tricks. I'm not hating on magic, but if somebody picks a card and you put it back and you find it, you could practice that at home 1,000 times, right? Over and over in the mirror, and you know it's going to work. But when you do things for audiences where you're trying to guess what they're going to think, it's not going to work a lot of the time. So you got to get better and better, and that takes years. And that's why there's not a lot of people that do what I do, because it goes wrong for years. Like not even a couple days. Like you get it wrong over and over, and most people can't stomach that kind of rejection.
Well,
Mentalism is so hard to get good at because the first few times you do it, you suck. You get it wrong every time. Magic tricks, you can practice at home. I'm going to do this card trick over and over. It's going to work. Mentalism, when you go out and say, think of a name, and I guess the name and I'm wrong, oof. That's like a gut punch, man. That just takes the wind out of you. That happens 5 times in a row, you're like, I'm gonna stick to magic tricks.
But now that you're understanding Oz's methods, you can actually appreciate what he really means when he says something like this.
Here's the key part is I sometimes still get it wrong, but the true measure of a professional and a consummate professional is that you don't know if I got it wrong. Because I'm able to misdirect, move things around, pick your own adventure. And sometimes you'll see a show and go, that was the most amazing thing ever. And I know that it went horribly wrong twice, but I kept moving you from door number 1 to door number 2 to door number 3, and you just had no idea.
So I'm going to show you the moment I believe Oz is referring to. He's going to do the phone trick and fail twice, but not because he stuffs up the sleight of hand or anything like that, but because the misdirection works a little too well.
Still don't believe it. What a way to start the show.
You know what?
don't know why
Should we
Austin didn't tell
end
me.
it big? End it big. Grab your phone.
Okay.
And I want this to be random because again, you thought for a second. I wish I could do this with them, but I can't see them far away. Go to your contacts.
Okay. Contacts.
And you know that she just popped the name Aiden popped in her head. Did you write Aiden's name down? Did you whisper to me? Did you say anything?
No, I haven't been in contact.
He's just referring to an earlier trick there.
Scrolling through your list of names. Right now, real time. Dave, you're seeing this, right? Is there a mirror or anything behind you that I can see? You know what? Let's be safe. Let's do this. I don't want to get close, but just tip down. Can I show you what I mean? No, my bad. Can I just get close?
Yeah.
Like this, down.
Okay.
So when you scroll, you can't even...
I think Oz's body language here is really good. You know, he has to frame everything under the guise of trying to be as fair as possible, trying to not be suspicious. There's been a lot of conversation earlier in the podcast between himself and Dave, and, you know, whether Oz is performing magic tricks or whether he's reading people and all this kind of thing. And so if you look at Oz here too, you know, whereas before we've seen him just grab the phone immediately and show them how to tilt it down, by allowing Bree to think that maybe, you know, you can just tilt it down and you go ahead and do it, it's very powerful because it makes it seem like he's not trying to get the phone out of her hand, which he absolutely is.
Even see what you're doing.
Okay.
You feel me? Can we do this? Can we just move it towards the camera? Can you just see?
Just like that.
Can I just show you? Is it really moving? Because otherwise it's going to be very... Is it moving or not?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you guys... Is that how you guys see it on the camera? I can't tell.
Like doing something.
Dave, make sure I'm not doing anything. Is it scrolling?
I'm watching.
I want to know.
Watching.
Yeah.
So you take it.
Okay.
Start scrolling. A whole little lower so nobody can see on camera. A little lower.
I shut it off on accident.
Oh yeah, don't time out.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I've seen this so many times and it still puts a smile on my face when I see it. You know, Bree has totally been tricked by the metadeception that Oz is a mentalist. So she doesn't think there's anything suspicious here at all. So as far as she can tell, she's just being compliant. He wants the phone screen turned down. to make it random, and she just happens to notice that it's been turned off, and so she's got to turn it back on. It's honestly amazing. But look at Oz's body language. He scratches his head. He's got to reset himself. It's so amazing.
Okay. Start scrolling. When a whole little lower so nobody can see on camera. A little lower.
I shut it off on X.
Oh yeah, don't time out.
Look at him.
Okay. Okay.
Now, only key thing here is if you accidentally butt dial somebody. You know what I'm saying? So, wait, you did something a second ago.
I don't mean to be laughing at Oz's expense. What he does here to recalibrate, to reset, and to get it out of her phone, like out of her hand again, is incredible.
When you did it, were you going only to your favorite?
Could you think, like, how suspicious would it be to grab the phone for a second time? But that's what he's going to do.
Or were you in like the full
thing? Full contact.
Okay, great. So, can you guys see which camera is this showing to? I just want to make sure. I love how Dave's not even blinking. He's like, something's going on.
Watch closely, Dave. There's clearly something going on.
Tell me what it is. I
don't fucking know. You're very good.
Okay, so do this. Stop. If you bring it close to the camera, how tight can the camera zoom? Yeah. Okay, just take it. You're gonna bring this close to your body.
Oh.
Okay. You do it from scratch. Scroll again.
Okay.
Get the camera in close while she's doing it.
Like, there's the glance, right? He's getting the peek at the phone there, but just look at that. The language choice, you know? Does they just do it from scratch, take it out? And what he's really saying is that he's doing the trick from scratch. He's starting the whole sleight of hand and turning the phone screen off and everything from scratch. That's what he's doing. Why on earth does it make any difference for Brie? Sorry, again, I'm not having a go at Oz here. It's just, man, what a performance.
Is that okay? Make sure. I want to make sure you're seeing it move and that you know for a fact it's moving.
Okay.
So you do it. Can you look under? Is it on?
Yes.
Give it a scroll. Quick. Swipe. Whenever you want, say, I'm done. Lower.
Wait, I
until
might
you're
have shut
done.
it off.
No, don't shut it off yet.
I might have shut it off.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you believe that? Like, can you believe that? He shows her the phone right here. He's saying, can you make sure that it's on? So he hasn't yet done the move. He hasn't turned the screen off. He's just trying to absolutely quell any possibility of her doing what she's about to do again.
Yes.
Give it a scroll. Quick. Swipe. Whenever you want, say, I'm done. Lower.
Wait, I
until
might
you're
have shut
done.
it off.
And she just like, is she psychic? Because like she just senses it. She's got what indication does she have? And she just got like, oh, maybe it's turned off. Or I think maybe what's happening, Oz is grabbing her wrist to try to take total control of this situation. I think she just may be cautious about the fact that maybe her fingers are pressing the power button and she's turning it off. But man, insane.
No, don't shut it off yet.
I might have shut it off.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm scrolling.
What's the tightest you can get? I'm gonna do one thing different. I want her to be able to show you this.
Okay.
Because the phone, he's gonna think it's something to do with the phone. Here, just jot down the name and go up to the camera and show them. Don't whisper it. Don't say it on the thing.
Any name?
Yeah, forget your phone. Just somebody you just thought of. Somebody that they know or don't know, Barstool or different. Somebody that you know. Write down that person's first name. Wait till I'm turned around. Can you?
The misdirection. It's just so like, man. What do you even say? And because people aren't familiar with the trick, you just have three people who are sort of watching like a hawk, who now just have no idea really how to make sense of that situation at all. No one's accusing him. Portnoy's been super on his case, and David doesn't come in and say, you've stuffed something up. It's just everyone's there just like, okay, just don't know what to think. Magicians exploit that.
Can you do this? Can you literally come over and put your hands on my face? Is there any chance? Put your hands on my face. There's no way I can see this. Cover me up.
Okay.
Did you guys see it?
So when O says, choose your own adventure, he's now pivoting into a trick that we haven't looked at. We may as well look at it here because it's not too complicated. But he's going to pivot into another sleight of hand trick.
We didn't see it yet.
Do you want me to show them?
My bad. Yeah, just make sure I can't see it.
Now you see it?
Yes, I see it.
If you can, eat it.
Eat it?
Totally kidding. I like how she would have done it. Barstool Sports intensity. Take this sucker. Who saw it? Is it folded?
It's a good joke. Using the joke right before you're about to do the move is good.
You guys saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Eat it. I'm totally kidding. He would have done it. This guy's intense. All right.
Just disarms people, takes them out of the context. They're not focusing anymore, and then immediately he can take control to do the move.
Yes.
Shred. Take it. Are you looking? Watch over my shoulder. Make sure this thing's all ripped up. Hold out your hand, please. Rip. Rip. Here's what I think. I think, Jay, next best thing, destroy. Look. Rip. Shred. Hard eye contact, Rich. Make sure I'm looking. Hold out your hand. Okay. He could have thought it was a guy or a girl.
Man, it's so smooth how he does it.
Hold out your hand.
Look at that.
He could have thought, rip, shred, hard eye contact, Rich. Make sure I'm looking. Hold out your hand.
So right there at that moment, just having the excuse to say, hold out your hand, I'm going to put these broken pieces in there. The fact that he's able to do a couple of tears beforehand, so it makes it look like it's basically already destroyed. The misdirection of looking at someone and saying hard eye contact, which is a tactic that he used with the book trick on one of the, I think on Bert's podcast, I believe.
So I'm staring you, Bert, hard eye contact. Make it weird. You already did. Bert, make sure I don't ever look at her. There's no reflections.
Which is really clever, because you think, why ask someone to make hard eye contact if you're then gonna break it?
Bert, make sure I don't ever look at her. There's no reflections. Whenever you want Cuddy, say stop. Stop. Is it this in the spot? Yep. Okay, do me a favor. Take a look at the first word or two.
And it's just because it makes when you break it seem completely natural. Super smooth here from Oz. He gets her to write the name in the middle of the card, puts an X, puts a line. That means she's gonna write it right where he wants it, so that when it's folded, he'll also generally pre-fold the card as well, so that it's on the top and then along the side, and so that when he rips it, he's just got a clever sleight of hand way of ripping that, so that it's got one piece left over, which will have the name, which he's able to open up very quickly. He's had decades to practice this sleight of hand to master it, and just tears that again. And away you go. Now it's just onto the metadeception of mentalism.
I think she would have done somebody that you guys all know, because when I said it, I watched her eyes flicker. Guaranteed. I think it's a friend of the pod. It sounds like a sunshine. Addison Ray. Is it Addison?
Wow.
Yeah,
she hasn't been on the pod, though, so you lose.
I lose. She's going to be. Her and Taylor Swift are on next week. You're welcome.
Yeah. As a little bonus, on the other podcast, he just reveals the name, In this case, let's see how good this guy's sleight of hand is, because he's going to reveal it in a different way. So right now, Oz is writing on a business card. It's super well disguised, looks like he's just writing in his notepad, but he's not. He's writing on a business card, and his goal is to get what is in his hands right now and make it look like it's going to come out of the wallet that Rich is holding.
We've never met, we've never spoken. Right. Is there a way that I could have known he'd be here during this? If there's a photo of this guy in there, you're gonna flip out? Yeah. He's about to get a restraining order. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Let's get this Davey. Jason, you do it. Last time you got to help. The zipper. Come on over, come on close. Open up the little zipper, please.
Oh, man.
And my business card.
So right, like a rigged wallet, it's got a slit on it on the left-hand underside, so we can just kind of feed the card in. The card, well, I'll show it to you.
My number. But I wrote something on the back of Blake. Read it to him.
Say hello to Eamon for me.
Oh my God.
What? So, the card has sort of everything written out ahead of time already. He just needs to write the name, Eamon, whatever it is. But just look at the cool, how smooth of an operator this guy is with his sleight of hand.
Okay, no, I'm kidding. Let's get this Davey.
He's got the business card here in his left hand. Grabs this.
Come on over, come on close. Open
boom,
up the little zipper, please.
Feeds it in. Oh, dude.
And my business card.
And the misdirection of the zipper, right? Because that just makes it seem so like the only, you zip something to get it out, and it implies that, if you didn't hear a zip noise, then it's all clean. Super smooth. Anyway, Oz, king of sleight of hands. Not king, but good. Now, as I said earlier, there's no metadeception in the phone trick, other than the metadeception of mentalism itself, which is designed to obscure the first order deception, sleight of hand, misdirection, gimmicks, of the magic tricks upon which mentalism itself ultimately relies. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't elevate the phone trick to new deceptive heights by incorporating other metadeceptive principles. You can. In fact, that's exactly what we're going to see Oz do now.
Wait, get Sarah in here. Where's Sarah?
Grab Sarah real quick.
That's amazing.
I want you, please, turn on your phone. And take a step back, so there's no way you think I can see or mirrors or anything. And I want you to start scrolling through the names, kind of like you've done a million times before. And what you're seeking out here is this random person of the day. Somebody you didn't even know why you picked them initially. Am I right?
Okay. So what's the real world context here? Well, first, we're actually 8 years in the past. So I think Oz is experimenting with taking this trick to this metadeceptive level by using the metadeception of pre-show work. So he's going to be creating essentially 2 tricks. He's started the phone trick with Sarah before the podcast, but hasn't completed it. He knows what the name is because he's used the 2 sleight of hand moves. He's glanced at the phone. He's turned it off. She thinks she's randomly chosen the contact. I believe it's Joe in this case. And Oz now just needs to create the trick so that everyone who's watching the video thinks that the trick is starting right here, right now. Remember, one of the definitions of metadeception is deception that obscures the boundaries of the original deception. That's what Oz is using here. And so he's got to be careful with his language. You see, he's talking about, well, I like what he does at the start. He says, stand back so that I can't see. That really creates the impression that the trick is starting now. He then says, the random person of the day, which is going to mean one thing to us, but to her, it's going to mean something entirely different. But his efforts get derailed by an innocent third party.
Through, and I see you going up, going down, scouting, looking at this guy, this girl, finally stopping on one specific person. Did you find them?
Even that, the little subtlety, which I think is more what Oz leans into nowadays, of can you find them? Can you find them? That calls you back to the past.
Your time with it.
Is this the person from before?
Yeah, you've got somebody right in mind. Did you even know?
And there it is. Lewis drops the secret.
Is this the person from before?
Yeah, you've
completely unawares. Lewis is completely, he's tricked by the metadeception of mentalism, so he thinks Oz is just doing body language and all that kind of stuff. So he doesn't think he's spoiling anything here, but look at how annoyed Oz becomes.
You picked this person initially, or was it just totally random?
Totally random.
Okay. And then put it against your stomach once you found them.
He's gonna do it again.
This is the person that she picked before, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wait, when I say
Oz he's not happy about this.
This is the person that she picked before, right?
Yeah.
So he's essentially ruined the deja vu. Lewis has now explicitly said, oh, you mean the person that's happened before? And now Oz needs to save it. He needs to turn it into something else. So it's interesting to see how he does that.
Person that she picked before, right?
Yeah. Wait, when I say picked before, it's very important.
The random.
There's no, this is like, you didn't tell anybody. This is
No,
like
no.
somebody you just picked out of your phone for no rhyme or reason. In fact,
down.
when you first looked, you didn't even look. You were just kind of scrolling put it against your body.
It's kind of interesting now that you know what the phone trick is to try to reverse engineer Oz's language to sort of see that it is indeed that trick that we've seen that he's done with Sarah. You know, you weren't even looking when you were scrolling.
Tell it's a guy. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Now, I don't know how your phone is laid out. I've never seen your phone, touched your phone. You didn't write this or whisper this or anything. Like right now, the only way that you have this information.
Okay, so this is powerful. He's got Sarah in this complacent state. And so sometimes people, you know, you're telling them, you say, hey, yeah, I've seen Oz do the phone trick. And he just he glances at the phone and does this sleight of hand move and turns the screen off. And someone will say, oh, but I've seen him do the trick where he didn't touch the person's phone at all. And they even said that he didn't touch their phone, which is what Sarah just gave Oz. Oz said, I didn't touch your phone. It's important to try to have empathy for how this metadeception, deja vu technique is going to work on people. As I said before, people aren't magicians. And so when Oz touches their phone, they don't recognize that when he grabs it for 3 seconds, they don't think he's doing anything suspicious. And so what they interpret when Oz says, now I haven't touched your phone, looked at your phone, you haven't written anything down, what they're inferring is that I haven't suspiciously touched your phone. And in case their testimony in that regard doesn't matter at all because they're not magicians, they don't know what it means for a magician to suspiciously touch the phone. It's just an important thing to keep in mind.
You looked in your own phone. Is that correct? I want to be sure.
I watched this too.
And I didn't tell you go there. You just went through your phone. Is it a first and last name or is it just the first?
First and last.
Okay. Think.
So remember the name is Joe and just try to empathize with Oz's position here on what happens now and how you would roll with it.
How many letters are in the first name? But don't count it with your mouth. Don't use your fingers. Tell me when you've counted it.
Got it.
That was instant. Lewis, I call that an instant read. If the name was like Mitchell, that's a struggle, man. M-I-T-C-H, that's like, but if the name is really quick.
Like Joe.
Like a Dan or a Bob or a Bill, exactly right. I think. Wait, why did you smile?
Because you laughed when you said one of those words.
No.
No?
That was weird. She laughed at you and got very tense.
Oh.
No BS.
What happened?
Did he just read your mind? Is the name actually Joe?
What?
Dude, bring it in. School is great. How did you do it?
Wait. Shut up.
The tension, I didn't even read her mind yet. I was just getting there. But she got very tight and tried to look not serious, and then she looked at you right after. Wait, go to his last name.
Lewis is really the star of that clip. That's all you need to see from this one. So now we understand how Oz can take a magic trick, like the phone trick or anything else, and completely hide it from us using pre-show and dual reality metadeception. At that level of metadeception, Oz's goal is to create the most imperceptible links possible between his target's mind, the podcast host or guest, and the magic trick that he's performed with them before the show, the sleight of hand or gimmick he's had them use to get that word or phrase. And so the more subtly he can remind them of that interaction, then the greater the chances that we as viewers aren't going to catch on to what he's doing. And the deeper we're going to fall into the meta-deception of mentalism and believe that Oz is genuinely figuring out these words right then and there on the show. And that's where the host's reaction is so key, because they don't understand that there was sleight of hand or gimmicks used. And so their reactions of amazement are genuine, and they function as effective misdirection away from the only alternative explanation to mentalism, that the hosts are in on it. And you see, the hosts are in on it. They just don't realize they're in on it, which is why this meta-deceptive tactic is so powerful and why Oz uses it all the time. So let's look out for those inconspicuous links as we go back to Flagrant.
I have this sensation. Let me ask you, where your phone rings, and you vibrate, and you're not expecting a call from this person. This isn't like your wife told you, but you somehow know who it is. Have you had that distinct feeling or never?
Yeah. This is clever because he can have a natural conversation with Mark because he hasn't engaged in any kind of pre-show with Mark using this story. What I think Oz has done is he's done the phone trick, and then after doing the phone trick, instead of revealing the name, he simply just asked the person to imagine that person is calling them. And that gives him an anchor to call back to now. So Andrew should be getting signals, right? This is that inconspicuous link to the magic trick that he's done with Andrew before the show.
You have not. And I said, imagine a deja vu moment where you somehow get a call and you feel it and you didn't expect to have vibrate, and you pick somebody at random and the phone's calling right now. Grab out your phone.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, go to your contacts, please.
Okay, yeah, yep.
Where are you right now? At the front, at the top?
Very top, very top.
So I said to you to imagine as if you were getting a call from one person.
Okay.
So what's clever, I think, about using this strategy as opposed to what we saw him do with Sarah on Lewis's show is that, you know, before he was trying to more explicitly refer to things that we could reverse engineer and figure out that he was using the phone trick, you know, talking about randomly scrolling names and not even looking and things like that. By tagging on this, now imagine that the person is calling you, it can seem like a whole different conversation. Super clever.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Go to that person, scroll through.
And again, there's that camera edit.
Find them and hide it close to you.
Okay.
This was picked completely at random.
Yep.
This is a totally random person.
Yep.
Scroll through.
In fact, I'm inclined to think that the strategy that Oz was using probably wasn't successful. It wasn't triggering Andrew to go back, or that he said something that broke that meta deception, and that's why they had to edit it out. And that's why now we see Oz say something more explicit, such as the fact that he chose them randomly.
Through.
Yep.
And I want you to find them. But before you open it up, do you know this person's phone number by heart?
Not by heart.
Nobody knows anybody's phone number, am I right? How many people's phone numbers do you know?
Oh,
that's true. Wow. Don't bleep that out. Don't bleep that out. Okay, hold on. Let's say it one more time. All right. Mark, pick up any one of those piles. Pick up any one of those piles.
Post-deck switch.
Put it in your hand, and I want you to put your fingers on the back where nothing can touch it. All right. Here's what's crazy.
So the only thing we need to think about now is, you know, we know that Oz has done the deck switch. How is he going to get those numbers to line up with the phone number that Andrew chose? Everything that we've seen from the phone trick so far just kind of looks like Oz is just getting a peek at the contact, but it's not really super necessary that any specific contact is chosen, because he's just trying to show off the ability that he can read them to figure out what that contact was. In this case, if he's doing that trick with Andrew, which he almost certainly is, it can't just be a random contact that he goes to. It's got to be the contact that he has prepared with the first band of bills, where, you know, the serial numbers are going to line up with this phone number. And so the only modification Oz needs to make, and I think if you understand how talented Oz is as a magician and how much experience he has, is he just needs to know that Andrew has this certain contact in his phone. I don't think that's too hard to figure out. And then he just needs to use sleight of hand as he's scrolling through the phone when he takes it off Andrew. He's just got to make sure that the contact that he lands on is this contact who has the initials SB. That's really the only thing he's got to do. Now, yeah, that does make it a little bit more difficult, but I don't think it's outside the bounds of what a magician could accomplish.
You could have picked anybody in your whole phone. You could have picked anybody. I did not say to you who it was. You went through, scrolled, you're like, imagine this person calling you. Don't give us the area code, because then we'll know who did. I don't want them to get blown up. But tell us one digit at a time. You shuffle these cards up. I have not touched anything. Tell us all one digit at a time, their phone number. Start with the first digit, not the area code, the first digit of this person's phone number.
Bleep this too.
Okay.
You know, you could do it because we're not going to say the area code. What's the first number of their phone number? Lift up your finger, please. What's the next number?
This is fucking crazy.
Keep going.
1.
There's no 1, so how about an ace? Keep going fast. What else we got?
6.
6.
7.
7.
8.
8. There are $200. There are $200 littered around here. $200 littered around here. And I want to see every single one of them was printed somewhere. And how do we know they're real? Because the government puts serial numbers on them. You're sitting on one. You picked anyone out.
And that's great as well, that O's can actually set up for that shot by picking up a dollar bill and showing it. Remember, the second pile of dollar bills that he throws are all going to have different serial numbers on them. And it's for that reason, well, I mean, that's one of the reasons he can lean into now. He can just pick it up, show it, and if I could be bothered, maybe I will in edit show that, you know, that has a serial number that doesn't line up with the serial number that's being revealed.
Do me a favor, and I want you to read us one digit at a time, the serial number of the bill you picked up. One digit at a time, please. Go for me.
1, 6, 7, 8.
Hey, wait, tell us all. This person who you thought of out of your whole phone, what are their initials? What are their initials? First and last initials.
Oh shit! Hold the fuck.
What are the 2 letters on the bill?
Phone, dude. That's the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. That's the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. Holy fuck! That's crazy.
Oh god, let me see.
That's the craziest shit I ever seen in my life.
So now Oz has had his time. Remember, I want to bring you back. We've covered so much. Bring you back to sort of where we are. Remember, he sent Alex out into the other room to choose a random book, random page, choose any word on the page. And he's done that in response to Andrew's skepticism. Now, I think Andrew has really dialed back his skepticism. I think, like, you imagine how much, you know, Andrew could be leaning into this here, and I don't think he wants to do that anymore. It's now a matter of Oz getting Alex back into the game. How can he get Alex to use that gimmick so that he can get that word and satisfy Andrew's skepticism, shut it down once and for all?
Is it rude if there's a deliberate effort to try to guess it or try to figure it out?
No, I don't think he minds. It's like
that's what I'm conflicted by. It's like I don't.
Yes, he is conflicted.
I usually do it not when I'm present.
I think the dickhead is the one who doesn't act impressed.
Penis was kind of small,
right?
But you can go for it. I'm not going to assess.
That was fucking unbelievable.
That's really impressive.
Bro, come on.
Wait. Here we go. All right. We had. I want to get your staff involved. We had a lot of people in here who were here when we got here. Tell me,
Kiana was here.
Seemed really nice. Who else was there?
Has
Kiana ever been on air?
Yes. Briefly, yes.
Get her in here. Let's do it.
It's a Hindu thing. We can't just leave it on
Alex,
the ground.
I'm making you go outside before Kiana comes in.
It's disrespectful.
We're swapping. Do this, Alex. Come on over.
So this is clever. You know, he's obviously interacted with a bunch of other staff before the show, and now he's going to bring them in for the grand finale. But also, he's going to use this little interim that has been created while he asks for a staff member to come in. It's just brilliant timing and pacing. Now is the time that he can get Alex up out of his chair, get him outside, away from the eyes of everyone else, and justify this gimmick use.
I want you to grab one more thing for me. Can I come right back in a second?
Yeah, you do whatever you want.
Kiana.
There it is. That I want you to do one more thing for me. That's a good little justification, because he needs one. You can't just like take Alex outside without it looking suspicious. Although I think you would agree it does look a little suspicious.
Come on in.
Follow him with the camera. So
I want you to jot down.
Andrew calling out with the camera request.
The page number?
Got it.
Wait till I'm gone. Go fast. You got 10 seconds.
Okay, some interesting things that just happened. Here we can see Alex using a Gimmicks notepad. Mentalists will use notepads like this. There's a whole variety of different notepads that they can use that range in terms of their dollar value. You can get multi-$1,000 impression, I think that's what they call impression pads, like this, ones that will connect via Bluetooth to the magician's phone, has all this electronics hidden in the wood of the notepad, the backing of the notepad, and just detects the pen's pressure and sends an image of that to the magician's phone. Then there are cheaper impression pads which will use hidden transfer paper and things like that to transfer the paper, what's written in an invisible way to the page underneath in a way that people don't obviously detect. Now the misdirection is that they are completely free to tear the page out and keep it with them. But let's talk more specifically about how Oz is going to use this in a way that isn't going to, well, he's trying to not get caught out by Andrew's skepticism. Remember, he's been trying to think of how to do this. So he can't just take him out and say, here's my notepad, write the word that you chose from the book, write it in the notepad. He can't say that. So what he has done is he's asked him to write the page number, and then we see a camera edit.
Come on in.
Follow him with the camera.
So I want you to jot down the page number.
Got it. Boom, right there. Page number, boom, camera edit. Now we'll see later that what Oz is actually asking him to write down is the page number, the author's name, the word that he chose, a random word that he's going to make up on the spot. The word fart that is the word that Alex chooses. And I think how this would have been set up is that he's actually asked Alex to write the page number on one page of the notepad, then tear that out and keep it separate, and then write these other things on another page. And that's because Oz is going to try to use the page number for the basis of another trick that he's going to perform out there on the couch with everyone, with Akash actually. And that functions as a kind of justification for taking Alex outside and using the notepad in the first place. The notepad isn't just something that sits in the background, which is what it normally would be if Oz uses it in terms of that pre-show dual reality metadeception, like we were talking about before. Get someone to write something in a notepad and then use those inconspicuous links to get them to remember that, and then, do the mentalism metadeception to act like you're figuring it out. In this case, he needs to justify the notepad in a way that is conspicuous. He needs people to know that he asked Alex to write in the notepad, but he needs to give an innocent reason so that we don't become suspicious. Unfortunately, it all falls flat anyway, and you'll see what I mean.
Wait till I'm gone. Go fast. You got 10 seconds. Come back. Have a seat for me. Hiding.
Just knocking.
Alex was told to think of, to write down, I said, write down what page you went to in the book. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. You had picked the page number earlier, was 138.
Mm-hmm.
But you said, maybe I've gone through the book, but we know it's pre-release. So I couldn't know what book this is, but you've written down the page number. So if you gave that note to him, he could go to that page, and what are the odds he picks the same word? What do you think are the odds he picks the same word?
So you see the point. He gets Alex to write just the page number down on one page. And I should say, I think actually Oz's metamind has gone further. Just like with the cards, where he is keeping in mind the three piles, he's keeping in mind the viewer's perspective, so that when they do the deck switch, he's also thinking about the camera edit that can happen. He's also, even keeping that in mind when he's going out and knows that he's being followed with the cameras, and the first thing he asks Alex to do is to write down that page number. He knows that all that is going to be recorded, so he's not only trying to give a justification for the boys here, but also for us at home, because he knows that that's going to be included. So Oz is, as you can see, he's trying to think on many different layers of perception here.
He even knew the page.
It's probably high.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How could that be? Aren't there a ton of words?
Just like that, Alex derails Oz's whole plan. I'll replay it for you so you can understand what he's trying to do.
He could go to that page, and what are the odds he picks the same word? What do you think are the odds he picks the same word if he even knew the page?
It's probably high.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How could that be? Aren't there a ton of words? Take the note, forget it.
You dumbass, you picked the one page with one word on it.
Rip the note out. Take the note, rip it into shreds. Yeah, because I was going to let you show it to him, but I thought you'd say, no way would he pick the same word. Rip it up.
So Oz needs to adapt now at this point. Now there's no point to having that written on a separate piece of paper.
Rip it up.
All right.
And full transparency, I said make up a word out of your mind that wasn't in the book that just came to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's written up there too? Throw it away. So now we're done. Now I thought we'd like.
So now we can see, this is the verification of what I was saying before. He says full transparency, which is a good indicator that he is not being fully transparent. But he reveals that he's asked Alex to write down a completely random word that he just makes up in his mind. We never saw that. That was edited out from when he, took him outside the room and asked him to write in the notepad.
With the camera, so
I want you to jot down the page number.
Got it. Boom, right there. Page number, boom, camera edit. And so because we saw that that was taken out, we have a pretty good reason to believe that he asked him to write down a whole bunch of other things as well.
You go to the same page and see if somehow your mind's connected. But no, now they said freaking only word on the page.
It would have been interesting to see what kind of trick Oz had planned there, but I mean, you've got to be able to let go of your babies,
Look behind you at how many pages are in the book. I won't look. Look at how many pages are in the book.
Okay.
Is it between 280 and 350?
No.
Oh, good outlier. Probably went with less. Hide the book. Hide the book.
Why you
Is
say
it hidden?
he would choose that book because he's black?
I think he probably did a smaller book, try to screw with me. You picked any book. You challenged me. You ain't got any book. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any book. You went to any page.
Bro.
You picked any word, and you look stiff AF right now. And you thought of a word. I'm never going to get the word that was in the book. That's impossible. We know that. Andrew's already figured it out. But how could I get all this other stuff?
So just to be clear here, that is Oz using his false sense of security again. He's trying to build to that word as the grand finale, but because this whole intermediate trick with Akash, where he was going to give the page from the notepad to Akash, and he was going to try to maybe guess it, because that all fell flat. He's just essentially now just having to reveal every little piece of information straight from Alex. So it's a little overwhelming, and it kind of gets confusing, I think, for everyone else.
Charlemagne the God, is that who the person who wrote the book?
Yes.
You picked the easiest shit in the world, yo. What the fuck are you doing?
91. Is it page 91?
Yes.
And then I was thinking of a word.
Yeah.
But he also looks like he's trying to hold something. He's trying to hold in a fart. Were you thinking the word fart?
Get the fuck.
And then the ultimate, you ready? We go through his eyes. Imagine when I go through his eyes. We could see him walking out there, picking any book out of the shelf. Nothing written, nothing. Just taking a book, flipping it over, and you said, well, maybe I saw that book before. Boom. Step one. I couldn't have seen this book before. You just picked any one. Is that right? Was anything set up before this moment?
Nah.
I didn't pick the page. You picked page.
That's another good example. He can turn to someone and say, nothing was set up before this moment. Well, we just saw that there was something set up. He took him outside and got him to use a Gimmicks notepad. But from Alex's point of view, that's completely irrelevant. Like when people have bought into the metadeception, this is the powerful thing. When Oz goes on people's shows, they believe that he can do this whole mentalism thing.
It seems like you are, to simplify, extremely perceptive about other people. Like you're picking up cues that maybe to you seem like they could be picked up by a lot of people, but
Right.
Your ability, at least the way you're describing it, to read people really, really quickly is astounding.
And so that just completely disarms them when it comes to him using magic tricks that would fool, people who aren't even meta-deceived already.
So think of all the letters in the words. Count the number of letters to yourself. Just did what you did. Watch, he's quick though. He's quicker than you, for the record. This guy's a businessman. You counted quick, same way he did it. 3 drums, like three beats. Do you know what I mean? 2 3 beats, 6 letters. 6 letters?
Yes.
Yeah, you did exactly what he did when he did Jordan. He's still thinking about Jordan, by the way.
Stop breaking out.
I told him he thought of the letter D earlier, remember? And he said, no, I thought of the A. And I said, I could tell when you switched from the D to the A. Think of a letter in your word. See, you just did the same thing. I said D, so you thought of a D. You went to R, older people. Elders was the word you picked.
Shit. Yeah. Where'd you pick that word from?
No, it was on the page.
Show him the book. Call the Breakfast Club. Tell them I'm on there next, baby.
Oh, that's your
that reaction that you get from Andrew where he just
Call the Breakfast Club.
exhale. It's kind of, I think, with all due respect to Oz, I think just doing sort of 4 reveals straight after each other like that, page number, author's name, random word that you thought of, now the word that you chose in the book. It's kind of like the same trick over and over again. Now that wasn't Oz's plan, but there's only so much that people can just sort of give this like mind-blowing reaction for.
Page 91.
Listen to the elders, bro.
Wild. All right. Wait, so where did farts come from?
Yeah, where'd farts?
No, he told me to pick a random word.
Yeah, I said,
outside,
I
just a random word.
Where's
I was gonna write the N word, but I didn't want to get you canceled.
Dude, wow. As Alex is good at complying.
Yeah.
Maybe we should teach the cops mentalism.
Yo, fuck.
I'm going to LA next.
There's a part of me that really hopes that is Andrew using a kind of double entendre to wink at O's that he understands how that trick was done, and that ultimately, yeah, Alex is good at complying without asking too many questions. When it comes to metadeception, Oz's trusty notepad is probably his single most powerful gimmick, although I think it has some serious contenders, which we're gonna look at right now, actually. But the notepad gets him out of trouble, like it did with Alex, you know, in the middle of the show on Flagrant, which we're gonna come back to for the grand finale, by the way. But the notepad, you know, it really shines before the show. If you're using, say, dual reality pre-show metadeception, the notepad does something that an ordinary magic trick, like the phone trick, can't. And that is that there's just no chance that writing in a notepad seems like a magic trick at all. That's just a completely normal, everyday thing. And so if you can give people a good reason, such as you're a world famous mentalist who reads people's body language to think of, you know, secret words and phrases from their childhood, and sometimes, you know, people could try to sabotage you by saying that you got it wrong. So if they write it down in a notepad and tear it out and keep it in their pocket, well, then that's just kind of a good way to prove that O's got it wrong if he does. And yet that's the very method by which he gets the information that he's later going to pretend to figure out. I mean, that's just a bulletproof, absolutely genius way of getting the information every time. And it's going to completely fly under the radar because it doesn't even smell like a magic trick. Now, we don't have any camera footage of O's actually giving that kind of reason, but we do have footage of people revealing that he asked them to write things down in a notepad.
We were obviously very excited to have you on. And we didn't know what to expect. We know you obviously, you've been doing a big act for a long time, so you're gonna come here and talk a whole bunch. When you walked into the room, it took you 5 seconds to start playing with our heads.
Start sizing everybody up.
Sizing everybody up. You had Will do a few things. You had me write down a card and a question, and then I actually ripped it up and put it in 2 separate pockets.
Nice.
You're messing with my boy Jackie over here in the corner. Did anybody else?
Everybody.
Get Oz'd?
No, nobody's been Oz'd yet.
Yeah.
We're just planting.
You've already done it. Is it you?
Planting seeds. Yeah, that's what Oz has been doing, planting seeds. 3 things that I noticed there is, one, you know, Taylor says that it takes Oz all of 5 seconds to get started. Makes sense. You know, he's using metadeception. He's got this mentalist, you know, cover story to really sell, and so there's no time for a genuine sit down and get to know you. He's at work all the time. So yeah, he gets right into it. Taylor has no idea that when he writes things in Oz's notepad that is the exact means by which Oz is getting the information, and that's important. Again, hosts are not magicians, and if he can do that in a charismatic way, although it looks like here he's doing it in a very sort of fast-paced and dominant way, Taylor does it. He rips up the piece of paper because he thinks, you know, Oz can't be on his trail if he does something like that. Puts it in 2 separate pockets, makes no difference. We'll come back to that later because it's interesting. You know, what did he say? A playing card and then a question. So I'll probably actually just edit in after this, you know, what Oz does with those pieces of information, because it's kind of interesting. And then the third thing I noticed is that he's just interacting with everyone. You know, not just the people on the podcast itself, but people in the behind the scenes. And that sets it up so that because he's set up all these dual reality, pre-show, metadeception tricks, then when he's on the show, he can just say things like, hey, can you get like, didn't I meet a guy out there? Like, Fred, why don't you bring him in here and we'll do something with him. He actually uses that as a clever tactic to get out of a request that these boys intelligently set up. You know, they write some numbers that they're closest to. This is the closest that we have to the Carson Tonight Show. They wrote some numbers in an envelope and sealed it ahead of time and asked Oz to see if he could tell them what those numbers were.
Do you have who has the envelope?
We have an envelope where we had 3 numbers, and our thought was like you'd be able to guess what our numbers are.
Who's not in this? I got an idea. Who's not even in this room right now that's associated with the show?
Steven and Alex.
Yeah.
Bring them in.
And Coop.
Coop. Yeah. You want me to get them?
1 or 2 of them.
Oz just slips out of that one. So Tay has told us that Oz has got him to write some stuff down. Let's see how Oz uses that in the show.
Your eyes, close your eyes. Keep them closed. And don't open them. Don't open them.
I want to open them so bad.
Invisible deck had you think of any card, random, just random. Shuffle them up, plucked it out of the middle. Don't open your eyes, but tell us what is the invisible.
So I think that idea of like the invisible deck and plucking a card out of the middle, that would have had something to do with the conversation that Oz would have had with Tay before the show. you know, when he gets him to write down the card in his notepad, it would have been some sort of conversation about an invisible card. And so he's trying to use that as one of those inconspicuous links to cast Tay's mind back to that moment and that card and see what happens.
Invisible card you imagine in your hand. Say it.
7 of clubs.
Now let me ask you a question. I love this. I love this moment. Because it's exactly what I did with Jack, where he changed mine in the middle and he wasn't sure. And I can always get the thought in the front of your head, but the one in the back, what was that first card you thought of? And you go, no one's going to get this one. There's no way he's going to get it. What was that card? Tell us the first one. What was it?
Wait, before we
Yeah,
get on the bus?
Tell us, yes.
Queen of Diamonds.
Turn around. Take a look. The queen, turn around. Take a look at it.
Get
Queen
the
of
fuck out of
Diamonds.
here, dude.
And so you can appreciate a few things here. Listen to like the way that Oz rescues when those links don't work. You know, in this case, Taylor is either testing him and coming up with a new card sort of on the spot, and he knows he's deliberately kind of rebelling against Oz's instructions, or he just didn't understand that Oz was trying to bring him back to that card that he'd written in the notepad before the show. But look at the explicit word choices that Oz is using, so that from the viewer's standpoint, this kind of looks like Tay maybe changed his mind in the last second and Oz is just going to that card that was sort of 10, 20, 30 seconds earlier. It's so carefully chosen and so clever.
Because it's exactly what I did with Jack, where he changed mine in the middle and he wasn't sure. And I can always get the thought in the front of your head, but the one in the back.
The front of your head, the one in the back of your head, you can see again now he's got to use even more inconspicuous links to bring Tay's mind back.
What was that first card you thought of? And you go, no one's going to get this one. There's no way he's going to get it. What was that card? Tell us the first one. What was it?
Wait, before we get on the bus?
Tell us, yes.
And of course has to talk over him because he's breaking the dual reality metadeception by saying, wait, the one before the show?
You had Will do a few things. You had me write down a card and a question.
He wants people to sell themselves on their own sort of misdirection that he's getting a card that was maybe thought of maybe 20, 30 seconds ago. You know, this is a last minute change that Tay has made. Super powerful effect. Look at what happens though with the other piece of information, which is the other thing that he wrote down on the notepad.
The letters are starting to melt away. It looks like more of those letters starting to melt away until only thing left. What does that say?
Flower.
That's the name of the dog. That's the name of the dog, and I wrote it down.
Flower. Keep it.
Yeah. Are you serious? Dude, look.
It's way more ripped than I expected it to be.
Oh my god. Look at Oz's face. Oh my god, look at Oz. He's just watching in absolute horror as this guy shatters any kind of misconception that there was no funny business before the show. Literally, quite literally shattering it in as many pieces as the freaking notepad that he's written on. Oh my goodness. I always worked so hard to hide the fact that there's no pre-show.
I swear to God, the dog's name was Flower.
No, it's their mission. It's their mission. Oh, Taylor, mate, you are an absolute legend, Taylor and Will. What did you say?
All right, boys, I got to hop on a plane.
Yeah, of course, he wants out of there ASAP. Man, how awkward would that be?
Thank you.
Literally, he put so much effort into it, and now they're just like, you know, oh, man. Man, that's just so good. So good. So, you know, like the notepad, one of the strengths of the notepad is that it doesn't, you know, rouse suspicions. And, you know, that's why Tay can bring up the fact that he's written in the notepad, because he doesn't realize that he's kind of ruining Oz's plan by doing that. But there are times when people understand that writing something in a notepad is the secret to how Oz is able to figure out these words.
You want me to show you, or you want me to just say it to you?
Say it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Your boy's here. You see him. You're 9 years old. You're high five. Bing chow.
How the fuck did you get that?
No!
Wait.
Is it Bing Chow?
It's Bing Chow.
Is that right?
Holy shit.
Yo, what the fuck is going on, yo? Bullshit is this?
And he came up with this shit. This little Peter Parker looking this motherfucker. This guy is fucking great.
And you like a time traveler or something? Like you
That's what Pat McAfee calls me.
Now, he did give me his pen and his little pad to write on.
You know, no pens, no pads, no nothing.
You got him.
Joe,
Yeah.
you got me good. Joe, have you written down a thing? Have you written down anything?
Damn, the way that just, you know, he reveals that and it just instantly clicks for everyone.
No, nothing.
You got him.
Joe, you got me good.
A clever tactic that Oz uses is to ask a question such as, did you write anything down, knowing that they did, but then follows it immediately with a bunch of questions like, did you whisper it to anyone or have you told anyone, which he knows that they didn't. They answer the last question, but it looks like they're answering all of them.
Joe, you got me good. Joe, have you written down a thing? Have you written down anything? Have you whispered something to somebody? Have you said anything to anyone in this room?
No.
But now watch Oz be far more direct, and this time, 2 minutes later, he's going to ask him explicitly if he doesn't want to write anything down.
You know what? You said, it's my pen. This is a pen. I don't care what. I don't want to write it because people can't hear it when we're on there. What if you write this down somewhere, or you don't want to write it?
I wrote it.
No, you're not write anything. There's nothing here. Here.
That's a sneaky little dual reality attempt by Oz there. He asks Joe if he wants to write the answer down right here in the moment, and he's hoping that that's how Joe is going to hear that question. But Joe hears it in the way that he wants us to hear it. That when he says he doesn't want to write it, that means that he hasn't written down anything at all. Super clever, super sneaky.
Call. There's no nothing. You could have come up with anybody. In this moment, look at me.
Yes.
You know the number one rule of showbiz? You don't sell the steak. You sell the sizzle. T-sizzle. Are you thinking of Terrell Suggs right now?
No, yes. Yes, and I almost wrote T-sizzle.
Hold on.
Watch this.
Imagine this. Throw everything away. Here's what I want you to do. Peter, no, I want nothing in your hands. Get rid of everything. No, I need your hands empty. Throw it away. I want you right now. No, you need your hands empty. You're going to be writing something down. Peter.
Okay, so you might be thinking, all right, Oz, I get it. You don't want to reveal that there was pre-show. You don't want to break that meta-deception. Fine, okay, I get it. But why go so hard? Like, if he's pulling out the piece of paper because he's amazed, then just let him be amazed. Let him show everyone that, you know, that's the name that he wrote down. And Oz would understand that. But you see, Oz has another agenda. He is going to later, right now he's doing the first phase of tricks, and then he's going to come around and do it again, where everyone's name, the first letter of their name, is going to spell out the show, Get Up. And so what he's actually concerned about and why he's telling Bart to put the pieces of paper down, and you can see here, there's two of them. 1, 2. They've got different names on each. Oz was just completely concerned that he was about to show the camera the name of the player that he's about to guess. And so that's why he's working so hard to shut it down, you know, tells him he needs his hands free to write down something later. I mean, impressive that Oz has such control over the moment, but in another lens, it's kind of revealing, isn't it? And karma kind of comes for Oz a little bit because, well, I'll just show you.
Is it Draymond Green? Is it Draymond
Oh my
Green?
God.
We can see it in his eyes. We can see it in his eyes.
This is insane. No, why?
Hold up. Next one.
That was any player in the NBA. That's who I picked.
Right over here.
It's like some dark magic, man. Like,
yeah, it is.
I mean, man.
Like, how do I gotta stick?
Same question. Greeny, someone walks in. The next room is all different NBA greats. Somebody walks in. You see this man.
So that's the link, right? Someone walks in, all different NBA greats. That's the explicit link to what's happened before the show.
And look this way. You know what? You did a power forward.
What do you write?
I was going to say, is this man a Knicks fan? Would he have gone that obvious? For sure. Tell us all. He knew Jalen, though. Tell us, who walking in the room? Tell us, what's his name? Say it.
In my head?
Yeah, who'd you pick? Who is it? Say it.
Ant-Man?
Wait, no, let me ask you a question. Who'd you pick? Who was the person before?
Who'd I pick?
Yeah, who picked one out? Who is it?
Ant-Man.
Full name?
Anthony Edwards.
That's who I thought. Anthony Edwards.
God.
Anthony Edwards. Anthony
You guys,
man, come
Edwards.
on,
I gotta build the drama.
Come on,
PK, look at.
All right, I mean, that's a good recovery by Oz, but I'm about 99% sure that Oz just doesn't watch the NBA and he has no idea that Anthony Edwards' nickname is Ant-Man. So ends up, you know, spoiling his own trick somewhat. Good recovery from Oz, good recovery. But Oz's cute little trusty notebook has one glaring weakness. And that weakness, to borrow a word from the law of torts, is its utter dependency on physical propinquity. Like, Oz needs to be physically close enough to actually hand them the notebook so that they can write in it. So what does one do when one's target is 1,000 miles away? Welcome to the ethically questionable, boundary-pushing world of Inject 2. It's like a mentalism app with fake Google pages and stuff. We'll check it out.
Now, Inject was designed back in 2013 with one simple idea in mind: to have one app that can allow you to do any kind of magic or mentalism because it is infinitely customizable. Imagine being able to perform practically any effect that you can come up with on a borrowed phone. You're gonna do an image search of anything. You are thinking of saddle.
But first is a little bit of history about Inject 1. So this clip was leaked online. It's a video of Greg Rostami, the creator of Inject, showing a bunch of customers what it actually looks like to use the app. So we obviously all know what the app does. People are able to visit Google pages, and somehow the magician is able to spy on what they search on their phone. Now this is the old version of the app. This is like 9 years old. Full disclosure, I don't own Inject. I haven't bought it before, I haven't used it. I only started researching it once I saw a few of Oz's videos and cottoned on to the fact that he has been spying on people's Google searches. Or that's one of the pre-show metadeception techniques that he uses. And so here you just have the magician's phone on the left and your spectator's phone on the right. You'll ask your spectator to go to google.com, which you saw there. And then it's essentially a kind of sleight of hand move. You need to ask if you can have the spectator's phone for a second, where you lie and you say that you're going to perform a Google search. In reality, what you do is you go to this custom URL. This custom URL, it doesn't, again, this is a super old video, so this doesn't work anymore. There's been all kinds of updates and issues with Google not being happy about impersonating them and this kind of thing. But essentially what the magician will do is they'll go to this custom URL / and then their own sort of personal ID, which is linked to their version of the app. So every magician has their version of the app, will have their own, username and login password or however it works on their phone. And so they put in their custom ID, which means that when it goes to this fake Google page, whatever the target searches in this fake Google page will only be sent to that specific magician's phone. And so obviously, there are kind of some ethical questions that come up with this. If you are visiting a page like Google, do you want to live in a world where there's a possibility that maybe a magician is, performing a trick and is able to spy on whatever you search here? Or, is this really just sort of harmless entertainment? I leave that question to you, but nevertheless, you will get your you'll get your spectator to type something in Google here, and then what that does is as soon as they search it, come on, Greg. All right, there you go. As soon as they search it, it will show up on the magician's phone. So if you can convince them to do, I think Greg's got an example here where he gets them to type in a PIN number, then yes, of course, that too will appear on the magician's phone. So here they're typing in 4321. They put that in and the magician's phone vibrates and they can immediately see what they search. Now, as I said, Google wasn't too happy with this. They weren't happy about this at all, actually. They regarded it as phishing. And they removed Inject, and it's still removed, although only recently, from the Google Play Store. So Rostami responded to this by creating Inject 2, I believe, and he sort of made this new version of the trick, which overcomes a weakness that this trick has. And, I said that this is about overcoming the weakness of the notebook. The weakness of the notebook is the fact that you have to have it in person, actually hand it to your target, and they need to, write things in it. Well, that's the same here. You don't need to install any kind of app on your target's phone, but they do need to give it to you, and you do need to type in the URL. They're going to find it a little bit suspicious if you ask them to go to Google, but actually go to 11z.co/10. So you're going to have to type that in yourself. Now, this isn't available anymore as far as I'm aware. I think Greg is in the business of actually rebranding the whole thing away from Google Peak and calling it Internet Peak. I don't know the details about that, but let's have a look at the new and improved version, which allows you to not even need to touch the spectator's phone at all, which is called Google Stats. In this video, Greg is going to be teaching magicians how to use his Inject 2 app, and specifically this Google Stats feature, which has some upgrades over the fake Google page that we just looked at. So take it away, Gregory.
This is the spectator's phone on the right-hand side. The left side is the magician's phone. So here we go. First, you're launching Realist on your phone, right? There's Realist, right? The only thing you do is hit the thumper button up on the top. When you do, you're going to notice that it says that your pairing topic is video games, right? So now you put your phone in your pocket and you're ready to perform. So you ask the spectator to open any browser. Your spectator opens up Safari. You ask them to do a search for Google Stats. So your spectator just types in Google Stats. And usually in my pattern, I say, yeah, you can type it in as 1 word or 2 words. As a matter of fact, you can even misspell it, because the nice thing about Google is that it doesn't matter, because it's still going to find Google Stats. And a majority of the time, you're going to notice that Google Stats will appear either as the first, second, or the third item that will be in a Google search, which is amazing, which makes it essentially feel like a real Google service, even though it's not. And I didn't have to do anything special.
Yeah, I think that's probably that's the problem, right? I mean, that's what people might get a little upset about, maybe.
Right? Yeah, you said, yeah, Google Stats selected, and it appears on the screen. And then you say to them, yeah, if you scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, usually the last icon there says video games. So they go ahead and they scroll all the way to the bottom. They click on video games. And you can see over here it says paired with multiple sessions, because all of you guys now are doing this at the same time as me. So please refrain from doing a search right now. Okay, somebody did a search for Rolly right now. Thanks. Okay. So at this point in time, your spectator just does a search for anything they want. So they tap the top over here, which says enter a search term or a topic. So we'll type in the word rabbit. We hit enter, or they can also even hit the thing there. And you can see on the left-hand side, it says rabbit. Right? And that's it. You never touched your spectator's phone, and suddenly whatever they had searched for in the Google Stats page appeared here on your phone. And it's literally that simple. Okay? So.
All right, so I think you can see how this replaces the need for accessing the spectator's phone. You don't need to grab their phone and put in a custom URL and then your custom ID and all the rest of that. That is replaced by getting them to go to this fake Google Stats page, which is obviously not a Google page. It's completely run by the Inject team. You go to that page, you scroll down, and you're going to choose this topic, video games, because that is the the magician is going to guide you to choosing that topic, because that is what links it with their phone. And then away you go. It is as Greg explained it.
I think it's pretty obvious that Oz doesn't want people to know that he likes to manipulate them to entering those words or phrases into fake websites that he places in their faces to extract their information, give it back as mentalism. Body language ain't the lesson. Because not only does it break the metadeception, it also just seems super sketchy.
How did you get that? Of all the countries in the world, did you like hack my phone?
Now, Oz isn't stupid. He's not going to risk revealing one of his most powerful gimmicks by sending someone to a fake Google page while the cameras are rolling. He's going to do it before the show and lean into that whole dual reality meta-deception we've been talking about, which means that we need to rely on one of his targets to inadvertently spill the beans that he'd asked them to look up something on their phone before the show to get any evidence that that's what happened.
The one that I can't, I can understand a few of them, but yours I can't get.
Yeah, how that?
Because you didn't write it down, did you?
No, he made me look at it, a picture of him earlier in that room. Did you hack into the Wi-Fi or something?
Is there a Wi-Fi? I'm not even on Wi-Fi.
He made you? What do you mean? Did something happen back there?
In the waiting room.
It was consensual at the time.
He goes, Google yourself. Now, Google.
He was already Googling himself for the record. That was very
Google yourself. Now, Google one person, dead or alive, you want to have dinner with. And I did. And he goes, okay, just keep that, save that. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I need the photo.
So how?
Man, this is impressive.
I don't want to know. I like it being a mystery.
I disagree.
This is
I gotta
right now.
This is incredible.
Very well done, sir.
But how do we know that they went to a fake Google page and not just a normal one? Well, what if he asked someone to Google search an NFL player, any NFL player that they wanted to, and they make a mistake? They make a typo in the Google search and end up looking up a completely different player, one with a different number, different position, different team history. And then on the show, they think of their original player, but all the information that Oz tells them that he's reading them about the player that they're thinking of is related to the player that they misspelled into the Google search. Well, then that would just about prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Oz is using a fake Google page.
Will, we got unfinished business, okay? I want to know how your mental process worked. Did you know when you were picking the 5 of spades? That's what I was thinking of, because I had written that down. You had no idea, but you just had a feeling to go on that card. It was the 5 of spades. Sorry, my handwriting.
Remind me to show you that trick. That trick is great for, if someone's teetering on the edge of buying into mentalism, it just like pushes them right off into it. It's super powerful, relies on a gimmick. Remind me, I'll come back to it.
How many teams are there? 32 teams in the NFL.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
And if I ask you, right, if I were to ask you to pick any player and you go through this, how the decision happens is fascinating to me. Now, let me ask you a question. I say to you, pick any player in the NFL, 32 teams, 53 players, right? And you close your eyes. Visualize his face. Can you see this player as if he's sitting in the bus with you right now?
Yes.
Okay.
So you see those Inconspicuous links, super effective here right now. Will is thinking exactly of the player that he chose before the show.
Open your eyes. I think that you started with the player's position. Is that how you did it?
Yes.
Knowing Will is probably skin color.
I think it's skin color. You laughed at that. Now you gave me a hint. That was good. I think he started with position, then you went to team, then you went to player. 32 teams. All right, I'm gonna give this a go. Think AFC, think NFC.
Okay.
Look at that.
I know, fuck.
Oh my god.
You know what, I gotta
See these kinds of reactions from people. This is why you can be so attracted to mentalism as a performer, because people don't react like this if you're doing what they think is a magic trick. If they think you're doing some extraordinary skill that they don't understand, then they react like this because their whole world is deceived. This is the power of metadeception. It changes people's whole entire world.
I'm so nervous right now.
I think something's up.
Like, just imagine being nervous watching someone doing a magic trick. It just doesn't happen.
Something's up. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Hold up.
No.
Hold up.
I thought the same thing.
Still
For those of you who are listening, he's
Keyword,
writing.
keyword. Look at that. Now it's coming into perspective.
I mean, this is all really good from Oz, but because of the mistake that's coming, because Will made it, and it's nothing to do with Oz. Will just made a mistake himself, and it's almost kind of cringy to watch. And this is one of the effects of, when you fully break the metadeception and you see that Oz is, just doing this all the time, it can be actually super cringy to watch. But that doesn't mean that it's not effective for people who are still, deceived by mentalism.
I want to show you this. All right. Open your eyes. Think offense, think defense. Think offense, think defense. You know what? Best offense is a good defense. He went defense, right?
Yo, no, I'm trying to say just sturdy.
Do you see what's on this table? Look down. Do you see everything on this table? Look down. Cards, we got drinks, we got everything. When I say the number 4, what does that make you think of?
Do I say it out loud?
Yeah, does 4 make you think of something when I said the table? Right here, do you see it? Corner. You're thinking of a cornerback, aren't you?
Do I answer?
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't cornerback?
Corner?
Cornerback. Did this person switch teams in the last year?
I don't think so.
Okay, I gotta preface this because I think we have confusion here. Are you thinking of the same person? You've got one person throughout, or you just pick a new person?
I'm thinking of the cat. You was getting on across over the...
I had you think it's him.
That's a clever phrase that Oz uses. Are you thinking of the same person throughout? That's a really strong dual reality phrase, because what does throughout mean? If you've set the context to thinking that you're seeing the whole trick here, then the same person throughout is just, since the start of this particular clip. But if your Will, throughout means throughout the entire day, including the pre-show where he actually got him to choose the player. Very clever, specific language choices designed to feed this dual reality meta deception.
He's not a cornerback.
Not a corner.
Played for the Jets last year?
Yes.
Just switched. Did you not know that? Just switched to the Buccaneers. Bryce Hall, isn't it?
Breece Hall, yeah.
Breece Hall. Is that not right?
He's on the Jets still.
He's on the Jets still?
I think he just traded in the last day of the Bucks.
Listen to this.
Look him up.
How do you spell Breece Hall?
B-R-E-C.
And I did misspell and put Bryce Hall first in the Google search.
Is he Jets or Bucks?
Man, I love Will so much.
I mean, my heart's pounding.
He's
Just
so
type in Breece Hall.
genuine.
It should be on.
It's Breece Hall team.
Looks like he's
All right,
still with the Jets.
Jets, good enough for me. I didn't know if it was a trade. I'll take it.
That means Breece Hall might be getting traded.
Heard it here first. I didn't mean that.
Was that your person?
Yeah, and I switched.
Who was before?
Don't know that one.
Who was it before?
Sweating in here.
It was Christian McCaffrey.
Oh,
that was too easy.
I know, that's what I thought was
49ers,
happening.
too
So I immediately was going to like a versatile.
Went from running back.
Yeah,
running back.
I thought you were going to go Robert Spillane.
That's funny.
I thought you were going to go Robert Spillane.
But he was talking fantasy draft. I thought he was setting me up to pick Christian McCaffrey, but I went a little more versatile, so maybe you getting a maybe second.
So just to clarify the conversation that's happening right now, Will is talking about switching players from Christian McCaffrey. He's actually talking about what happened before the show with Oz. Oz would have gotten him to go through a exercise first, such as, kind of what we saw a glimpse of. Choose the team, choose the player, choose the position, narrow things down until you get to your player. When Will did that, he chose Christian McCaffrey. That was his process of going through that. In that moment before the show, he thinks that Oz is getting all these reads on him that he's later going to use on the podcast. And so Will changes his mind when Oz does what he really needs to do to get the information and asks him to use this fake Google search. At that moment, he changes his mind to Breece Hall. And so Will is actually more impressed because Oz was still able to get to Breece Hall, even though the player that he thought of during the exercise where he thinks Oz is reading him is Christian McCaffrey. Does that make sense? It's something that sort of isn't super clear on the podcast because it's actually supposed to be something that we never really learn about at all. That's the point. Keep the pre-show hidden from the viewer.
Chiefs,
Are you
that's what I think.
able in any capacity,
right,
to tip off how you knew that?
Well, I didn't
Breece
know
Hall.
it perfectly, so I'm telling you, that's why I say you never know what's going to happen because it was close. I misspelled it. Sorry about that. I'm having a rough spelling day. But why did I think Bucks? I don't know who you thought of on the Bucks now. It's killing me.
Is Will going to play in the Bucks this year?
I think so.
You know, like it's easy because, you know how Oz is doing this. It's easy to be critical of these guys and say, oh man, you're so stupid. You type something in the Google search and that's the name you guessed. Come on, man, it's super obvious. You've got to understand that metadeception is powerful. When you engage in conversations with people after you understand how this works, you will find that people's minds are extremely resistant to the truth. If they're not looking for it themselves, you can come along and basically it's just going to be this endless game where they say, oh no, well how does that explain this? I saw this trick where this person said that there was nothing that happened before the show. And you're just going to find that you're going to come up with some real mental architecture where once people have a theory, that theory likes to protect itself. It has emotional baggage associated with it. It does not want to die. And so it's very difficult. This is why people don't change their political opinions very frequently, because a political view is like a theory of the entire world. Those don't change super frequently and super easily. So when these guys, remember, Will in particular here, he is sucked into that meta-deception of mentalism. He thinks that Oz is figuring out things. He just asked Oz if he can give him a little hint, a little sort of insight into the world of all the kind of calculations that he thinks Oz is doing. And so to him, misspelling something in the Google search, it's got nothing to do with anything. In fact, it makes it more impressive.
Will's coming back out of retirement.
Yeah. Year 10 for real.
I mean, my mind's blown, even though were you being serious? You thought I was thinking a cornerback?
Were you thinking another cornerback?
I wasn't thinking corner. I was always thinking running back. But the fact that you landed on Breece Hall, and I mistyped and put Breece Hall first in my search bar, and then landed on Breece Hall, and I told JP, I was like, I switched my player. I don't think he's going to get it right.
That is wild.
Are you in any capacity able to explain?
No, I got to leave some mystery, man. I got to keep exciting.
Can you teach us a small thing?
Yeah.
You taught us learning names 3 times 10 seconds. Find a word play in that. Jared, double R, double O, double D, whatever it was.
Right.
Is there anything you can teach us in the mentalist world?
I got to think.
That's a small little...
It's going to take longer than you expect. That's the problem.
Okay. I'll wait for the book.
I know. You got to
I'll wait for the book.
How to watch.
What does
for the kids?
What does the stat that I had to look up?
No, I don't know the stat. I was just trying to see.
You were just...
I kind of move you around.
That's a good little piece of info. He says, what's the stat that I had to look up? So probably what happened is that Oz got his phone in his hand, sent into that Google Peek fake URL using the sleight of hand, typing in the fake URL, make sure he puts in his ID number, it sends it to Oz's phone, and then he looks him up, then it runs the Google search. And I think how it works is it actually sends people to a genuine Google search. At that point, it's broken free of the inject to fake website link. And so whatever anyone searches on their page after that, Oz isn't going to find. And so I think the justification that he would give someone, not just, hey, I want you to randomly search this NFL player in your Google search, that's it. He has to give them a reason. So I think in this case, he would have said there's a certain stat that he wants him to look up. Now, Will wants him to now guess. Can you guess that stat? Of course, it's completely irrelevant to Oz.
Do you watch his fingers?
I'm watching everything.
Yeah, because you asked me a question.
I want to know what you thought.
So here's the clip from just a few minutes later where Will is actually going to show us the proof of what he's done on Google.
It's unbelievable, man.
That's nuts.
It really is.
Made me work.
Is it exhausting?
You still got that 5 of spades? Not exhausting, but sometimes you got to really focus.
And by the way, I'm still so blown away because my first search was Breece Hall.
Who's Breece Hall?
And I was like, and then I misspelled it, and I go forward, Breece Hall. Sorry. Because he had me type out my own stuff in my own search bar. I wasn't showing him, and I was thinking of the player, and I misspelled it first and put Breece Hall, and then obviously that was the player I landed on. I don't know, man.
It is crazy, huh?
So Will does not understand the incredible value that he's just given the community of people who are learning about this meta-deception thing. that is the strongest evidence that you will find on YouTube that Oz is using a fake Google page in the pre-show as one of his methods to set up a trick. Absolutely bonkers. The kind of evidence that you do get that is weaker than that, but you know, when you combine it with that, just completely steamrolls any kind of request for proof, that someone has to be really quite thick to although I have seen it happen. Like, I've shown people that proof, and for them it's just like, oh, okay, well, sure, maybe he's using that for that trick, but there's definitely this thing over there that he totally is using mentalism for.
Time them. You see what it is. Everyone's different. I don't have a rule for like how this person thinks or what this person's eyes do. You read people, and then I start to notice patterns, and that's how I kind of do what I do. So in this
Yeah, but brother, there's no pattern or thing going on here with me bringing up a random name from my childhood.
Should we get into that now or later? Because it's going to be hard to unwind once we
But I
start
think
doing
the
crazy
audience
stuff.
should pay attention to this because he set up a trick earlier and then
Hold
he
up,
says...
I want to make sure we say this. I said to you one thing. I said, Jake, you've been...
But that's what I'm saying. There's not a pattern to this. Like you.
And quick question. Did you whisper this to somebody here? Is there a microphone? You whispered it?
No, nobody knows.
Did you write it down anywhere? No.
I put it in my phone because.
Oh, good. Well, hold on. Is it on your phone right now or it's gone?
No, it's gone. I cleared the history.
This guy cleared his browser history. All right. So you literally thought of somebody.
And I hid in a corner while I was typing it.
And what did you do? You checked if it was a popular name?
Yeah.
Because I want you. I'd say look up if this is a popular name. Because if you pick Michael, man, I'm gonna be disappointed in you right now.
He made me pick a like super random name from my childhood. That's very hard.
2 minutes ago, right? I didn't make you anything.
Metadeception, as I said, it's just a very powerful thing, and unless you're looking to break it, it's going to live on. Now, remember I said there was a trick that Oz did for Will that if you were skeptical of mentalism, if you were unsure but you could be convinced, then when you see a trick like this, it just pushes you off into the deep end. Welcome to the wonderful world of highly specialized gimmicks.
Are they mixed up? Are they shuffled up a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, shuffle them up. I don't want to mess around. Shuffle them up.
I reckon having someone shuffle cards is one of the most powerful things that you can do, especially if the magician never touches the cards again, which Oz doesn't.
Now, here's the expectation where a magic trick is if I say pick one out right now, right, Will, and then he picks one out and then he puts it back and then I find it. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Come on, that's below my pay grade.
Okay, that's super powerful framing from Oz. This trick, as I said, if you're skeptical about mentalism and you're going to watch this happen, it's going to absolutely crush you. It is 100% going to make you a believer because it's just so damn powerful. It doesn't look like a magic trick because the magician isn't holding the cards, he's not handling them, he's not doing anything that might make you sort of think, oh, he's up to something, he's using sleight of hand. It's so clean, even from sort of other tricks that Oz does that rely on this pre-show dual reality metadeception. There's no strange language that Oz has to use here. There's no camera edits. It's this just totally clean kind of just absolutely candid shot. It's so powerful because of that. And so, what can I say? It's just so powerful.
I love doing that though.
It's good. It's fun. I'm not knocking it, but that I could do that. So I want to do something unexpected. Are they shuffled up? Are they mixed up?
Yeah, they're
your
shuffled
cards.
up. Here,
Make sure.
I'll do a couple. I'm kind of nervous. I'm shaking a little
Whatever
bit.
you want to do.
Sweating.
Take.
No, I'm ready to go.
If you want, I don't care. They're not in some sort of order. And here, put them down on the table somewhere and push down and kind of like spread them out a little bit.
Everybody should be watching on YouTube and subscribe.
And this is all you. He's got a deck card. Subscribe, and he shuffled them up. It's your cards. And what I want you to do is take, and you're not going to look, but you're going to move your finger across. And whenever you get an urge, you like stop on one. Okay, like kind of go across, and it's got nothing to do with me. If you feel good about it, you just stop on one.
Will's eye contact is
and
so
it's got to feel right to you. You got one? I don't. Wherever it is, I don't. You take this card. What I want you to do is take it, bring it close to you. I want to see you. I want to see it very close to you. Make sure the Taylor can't see it. Just for you. You got it?
I didn't see it. Yeah.
Do you know what it is, Will?
And just like that, that's the trick done. Oz knows the card that Will has chosen. He hasn't touched him. He hasn't done anything. How does it work? It's a gimmicked deck. And it's the kind of thing that if you're a nerd like me and does a bunch of research, then you find out, yeah, these gimmicks decks exist where you know, the back of the playing card is supposed to be identical for all the cards in the deck. For this Gimmicks deck, they just hide the playing card in like the top, you know, left-hand corner or somewhere in the middle of the card, you know, in this inconspicuous way. And that's what Oz is doing when you see this here.
You take this card.
Right there. He's like guiding himself, even with the finger, looking right at that point in the card, which, you know, the video is too low resolution, so we can't zoom in and check. But he's just looking at he's getting the read by looking at the back of the card, and then the rest of the trick is just, you know, what we've seen before. Oz knows the information, he's just got to pretend to read it. Like, if you don't know about that, you're defenseless, man. Like, you are defenseless. That is such a clean trick, and you can actually, I think this part of the video is it? I think it's like one of the most replayed parts of the video because of just how clean and powerful it is. So, yeah, you'll often find actually when Oz sort of tries to distance himself from something being a magic trick, it's because what he's about to do is so damn clean because the fact that he's using a super gimmick. So let's check out another one.
Don't say it this time. Don't say it. I don't think. Close your eyes.
Okay, so this isn't the gimmick that we're looking at. I'm just setting you this for context so you know what we're going into. In this case, Oz would have gotten the word Aiden just using a pre-show magic trick that he's finishing on the show like we've spoken about.
Don't say it. Don't say it. I might be wrong. Okay. I might be wrong. I might be close.
Has to be.
Oh, it's one person. This person popped in your head for no reason, right?
No, we went to school for like 3 years.
Who just popped in your head? What's his name?
Aiden.
Aiden.
What?
Stop. What? Like, please stop.
All right, how?
No,
How
is
do you-
this like a, is this a bit?
Hold up,
like,
Dave, let's do this.
This is crazy.
You don't know what's going on. Studio, you're far away. Where are you, sunny Miami?
Yes.
I'm in New York. All right, here's what I do. Grab your phone.
You see, like, Dave's demeanor? He's very different to the other three because, one, he's pretty sure that he's looking at something that is a magic trick, but he's also just seen something that he's never seen before. He reveals this later, he believes he's being pranked. He just thinks that everyone is in on it, which is a really common interpretation. If you're not going to get sucked into mentalism, then generally the only place for your brain to go, if you don't sort of know too much about how this works, is that, you know, people are just in on it. They're just actors.
Yeah.
Which is weird for Dave because he actually knows the people who it's happening to. So he has to meet halfway and say it's a prank.
This is unreal.
This is crazy. Go to Instagram. And I want you to start going through your feed. Like, go through people you follow, totally random. Start looking through, scroll down. Whenever you want, man. Whenever you feel an urge, just stop on one post.
Yep.
You got one? Mm-hmm. Is there any way I can know what this is? Straight up, any possible way I can know.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
That's such a good answer. Not that I'm aware either, is there any way for Oz to know. It's also completely unnecessary for him to be able to see Dave's screen in order for this to work. That's not the gimmick.
Let's take it a step further. Open up the caption. Is there a caption on the post?
Yep.
And I want you to look up and down, and I want you to pick a word. Pick a word, man. Pick a word in that caption. But don't pick a hashtag. Pick a word.
Yep.
You got one?
Yep.
Come on now.
There's no way.
Dave. All right, look at me. Look at this guy, doesn't even blink. The intensity on Portnoy.
This is insane.
Yeah.
I'm still freaked out about the Emmett and Aiden.
All right.
That's crazy.
All right. Okay. Dave, was the person that you thought of, I just want to know this, the person you thought of, an obvious choice for you or not really?
Well, I didn't really think of anybody. You just told me to scroll down and stop. Yeah.
Tell us what's the word you picked? What's the word? Say it.
4.
Like when you say 4, is it the number
F-O-R.
4? What?
F-O-R.
F-O-R.
Yeah.
Not even close, right? Not even close.
Yeah,
I was dead on, Dave. Dead on.
What? That's crazy.
There's no way.
There's absolutely no way.
You know it's good. Dave's cracking a smile. You know it's got to be good.
Josh,
actually
you know what?
insane.
One trick, baby. One trick, one bite. We know the rules. What do you rate that, Dave?
That was great. I don't know how you're doing.
What's my number? What's my number? 4, 1 to 10. What do we get on that?
Oh, that's a great
10.
trick.
Wow.
What do we get? What was the rating on that?
You said 10. You said 10.
I don't know what's going on.
10,
I feel like I'm just being pranked.
I brought something.
Dave is such like a character.
I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm just being pranked.
To do this to someone like Dave, who is super skeptical, you know, the first thing, as he's there, as he's experiencing a trick that he's willing to drop a 10 out of 10 for, he's trying to contain himself, you know, and reassure himself, this guy's a magician. What I have seen, there's a trick somewhere, there's a puzzle somewhere, I have to figure this out. So Oz has just accomplished the impossible. There's no pre-show, there's no stooges. Dave is being genuine. Dave really did go to a site. Oz has not hacked Dave's phone. He hasn't sent him to some sort of gimmick site where he can see what word he goes to on Instagram. How he's able to do it is just the chalkboard. Oz is using a very expensive Gimmicks chalkboard that is connected to his assistant's phone or iPad, and when he asks Dave what the word is, we get such a blessing, because like we don't see Oz use this trick much. I've watched a lot of Oz's interviews, and this is the only time I've seen him use this gimmick. And that's the thing, when you're using an incredible gimmick like this, you can't really use it all the time because people are going to see it and then it's going to break the meta deception that you're using mentalism. So you have to bring it out in sort of very sparse moments. And so choosing someone super skeptical like Dave is a pretty good choice to bring it out. The assistant just writes the word. We see that Dave chooses the word for. We get lucky in that sense because the word for has like 3 different spellings depending on whether it's, a preposition or a noun, F-O-R, F-O-U-R, or even F-O-R-E. So Oz, though, is super on his game and asks for clarification. Straight away, he comes in and says, when you say for, how do you spell it? So he can give his assistant that explicit instruction, who's just, sitting in the same room. He spells it out, F-O-R, they write it, and Oz just needs to buy a little bit of time for the chalkboard to generate it.
Yeah.
Not even close, right? Not even close. That was dead on, Dave.
And just like, look at how legit that looks. Initially, my first take of this video got copyright struck by the creator of a similar chalkboard that uses a motorized piece of chalk. So similar idea, you ask the spectator to give you a word, and then it's a big stage illusion, and then this like little sort of motorized thing comes out. It's got arms from the top of it, hidden in the panel of the board, comes out and it writes the word for you. This operates much quicker.
Like, that was really weird.
I don't know.
Especially
how
the word you chose. You chose for.
Yeah, but I said it before he showed it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
But I saw him write it before.
I said it before he showed it, Bree.
I saw him write it before he said it.
Bree, he, if I didn't say it, if I said you show it before I say it, I guarantee you he wouldn't have had it.
We have to rewatch it.
I know I said it first.
Yeah,
and then he showed it and he had it.
Well, he
I don't know.
wrote it.
Maybe he drugged you. I don't know, Bree. He did something after I said for that he somehow got it on there. I don't know how.
Well,
And
he showed you guys Emmett before I said it. That was crazy.
He did.
Childhood crush. Little childhood crush. That's crazy.
He did show us.
Does anyone else know? Maybe he does research. I don't fucking know.
I thought there'd be like a pre-production meeting with him and everything, because I was like, there's got to be like something like that. He didn't contact us at all.
All right. So anyway.
So as you can see, Oz is not afraid of getting his hands dirty with the magician's gimmicks, even though he goes from interview to interview saying that he doesn't use gimmicks and it's more about presenting his skills. That's just all part of the meta deception of mentalism.
I think that magic, while I love it, creates a puzzle. And I'm not trying to create a puzzle that's trying to be figured out. I'm rather trying to show a skill.
I'm curious if you can demonstrate something about misdirection. If you can do something small or simple with me right now, we can demonstrate.
Well, misdirection, I mean, is more magic based.
Got it. I'm curious if you can demonstrate something about
misdirection. Well, misdirection, I mean, is more magic based.
Got it.
So something like a chalkboard is a powerful gimmick, but it's also kind of weak. Its power is in the fact that that chalkboard looks like a real legitimate chalkboard, and the chalk that comes up looks like it was really written with an actual piece of chalk. But the problem is that if you're going to use the chalkboard in your hundreds of different media appearances, then it's going to seem abnormal because people don't ordinarily just sort of carry a chalkboard around with them, and people are going to know that something's up, and you're going to risk damaging that meta deception. So if you're going to use a gimmick to achieve something where someone has a completely free choice and you're going to reveal that you knew what that free choice was going to be, then you're going to need something a little more imperceptible.
Do you go by Ted or Teddy?
Teddy.
Teddy? All right, Teddy. 1 to 100. Think of a number, 1 to 100. Look, see right there? Little pivot right there.
He pivoted.
Through the curveball.
Bert absolutely believes that Oz can do this body language stuff.
Do you think Mom would guess what number you did?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna show everybody. And this is where it's not a magic trick because you saw what I wrote down.
I saw it.
Now, before I go further, is it too obvious? Is little man's birthday coming up? Would he have done this right away? One question.
You can see again, like this is another gimmick. It's a thumb writing gimmick, and O's, he really leans into it. If he's got a good gimmick, then he'll lean into the fact that it can't be a magic trick. And it's clever because he says, you know, this isn't a magic trick because you've, like, here, I've written the prediction, I've shown it to you, and now here we go. So there can't be anything suspicious, right? And then he's going to do the suspicious thing. We've seen that principle before.
Did you change your mind in the middle, or you knew what you were going to pick?
I knew what I was going to
He went higher. This kid's sharp. This
Are you
kid's sharp.
serious? Are you serious?
I'm
Are you
crossing it
serious?
out. Crossing out, Bert. No way. No way does he go that low. I'm going with this instead. Done. Take the marker.
Okay, marker's here.
I wrote 8, Teddy, and I knew it was wrong. It's not 8, is it?
No.
I knew it. Did I tell you? Tell us both. What did you go with? What was that number? What are you thinking?
5.
5. Tell me what I wrote. Tell me what I wrote down. I crossed that 8. I wrote down 5.
What?
So O's does pretty well there. So the trick works, you know, by writing the kid's name at the top. He does that, you know, actually with the pen. He's got there the prediction of 8. I think there was a mistake with the banter. I think he said there's no way that he would go that low. And then Teddy's prediction is actually lower than O's initial one. So a bit of a plot hole there. But you can see that the ink has, you know, clearly been written in something other than the ink that was written for the 5, and that's because O switches to using a thumb pen. Just, you know, it's a fake thumb with a little thumb tip, pen tip on it that he can use to write something after they say what it is. So just like the magic chalkboard, same concept. And so, yeah, that's the secret for that one. Getting them to write, or having write their name allows it gives him an excuse to write the number lower on the page, which is sort of necessary if you think about, you know, writing things with your thumb. But here's a quick compilation of him using the same gimmick.
How did you do that?
Teddy, Mom.
He's less impressed, more scared.
Teddy. He is so good. He's like magic, Teddy. Like, honestly, like magic. If Leanne were here, she'd get mad if she'd light something on fire.
Thinking about metadeception, there's something really interesting about how O's performs that trick, and it's the false start. He writes down a number, shows everyone, knowing full well that he's going to cross it out, and then bring in the thumb gimmick.
Did you change your mind in the middle, or you knew what you were going to pick?
I knew what I was going to
He
pick.
went higher. This kid's sharp. This kid's
serious?
sharp.
Are you serious?
I'm
Are you
crossing it
serious?
out. Crossing out, Bert. No way. No way does he go that low. I'm going with this instead. Done.
If you're willing to use metadeception, then you've got no issue with using camera edits to make your tricks look even better. And all you have to do is edit out the part where you cross out the prediction. And then your video will look like this.
Pick a number, 1 to 100. Don't say it. Don't say it. Get a peek. What did you go with? Tell us all. What's that number, Rui? What are you thinking?
88.
Tell him what I wrote, please. Tell him what I wrote. You saw. I wrote down 88.
Now, O's working with organizations to edit out his use of gimmicks is sound metadeceptive strategy. But it can be confusing if one of those organizations is built on the values of truth, evidence, facts, and ideas worth spreading.
I am billed as the world's greatest mind reader, but guess what? I can't read minds. What I can do is read people. And people ask a question all the time, which is, were you born with this? And the answer is, no, of course not, absolutely not. I do not possess any supernatural powers. I am not a psychic.
It's so powerful to use that as misdirection, and to have it as well. Even the TED logo is effectively functioning as misdirection here, because people are sort of going to assume that this person is here to inform them. And I think the whole guise of this presentation is that O's is going to be teaching people how to remember names. That's like the functional thing. When I see people respond to those who are critical of O's using metadeception in a context like this, like at a TED talk, people will say, oh, but he actually did give us good information about how to remember names. And that's an interesting thing to maybe wrestle with and figure out yourself, because it's clear to me that it's still, O's is using misdirection that is still going to be building his notoriety. And this
is a learnable skill.
This whole performance is going to involve 3 people. He's going to choose them from a crowd, and that's something interesting to look at. He's going to choose them from a crowd in a way that looks spontaneous and spur of the moment. Instead, he's just going to choose the 3 people that he has set a trick up with by using pre-show. So that's, you know, he clearly he's going to use dual reality metadeception here. That's going to be a big part of how this works, as well as the metadeception of the camera edit that we'll get to. So I'm not going to sit here and play the whole video. We'll get to the part where he chooses the crowd, the members from the crowd.
On crunch time. Open your eyes. Everyone out there, give me a big clap over your head if you can see your person in your mind's eye. Give me a big clap. One more big clap. Notice the technique. Elbows locked on this man. Michael Phelps would have been jealous of that streamline. Stand up, please. Stand up, please. Introduce yourself.
And that's a really clever tactic to use. If you can essentially, one, build your own charisma by making it look like you're spotting something in the spur of the moment, and then this observational comedy coming through, you're going to look super charismatic, and your choice is going to look super spur of the moment. Double whammy.
Sorry, I'm Ian.
Ian, question for you. Before you walked in this room and sat down, did you have any idea who I was or what I was going to do?
No, actually, sorry.
Okay, that's...
That is a technique that Oz will use a lot. I'm almost surprised that they didn't use a camera edit to boost it to new heights. When he asks someone, have we ever spoken a word in our life, it's always qualified with, as you saw in this case.
Ian, question for you. Before you walked in this room and sat down, did you have any idea who I was?
Before you walked in this room and sat down. That's a super important qualifier, and it's how Oz can get away with this dual reality meta deception. This guy can answer that question honestly, because yeah, he didn't interact with Oz before he came in the room and sat down. But what about before he sat down? When he comes in the room before he sits down, there's a little bit of time in there, and Oz, as we've seen, doesn't need much time at all to set up a trick. And that's absolutely what he's done in this case. You, again, just like we've seen with the gimmicks, if you're willing to use camera edits, which if you're using meta deception, you're almost certainly willing to use camera edits because you're not abiding by, a traditional magician's code or anything, well then you can do something like what he did with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, he says, have we ever spoken a word in our life?
Forget about magic tricks, coach. What if I could look a QB in the eyes and tell you exactly who we're going to throw the ball to next? Now we're talking. Have we ever spoken a word in our life?
No. And that's one of the reasons why that trick is as viral as it is, because people see that and it's just, why would Joe Burrow lie? And that's how people build the misdirection in their mind. Why would someone like Joe Burrow lie? And he's not lying. He's just answering, most likely, a different question. Oz wouldn't have said, have we ever spoken a word in our life? Oz says, before today, have we spoken a word in our life?
This is not set up. Mark, before us talking today, did you have any idea that I was going to ask you this question or where we would go or any of this before today?
Before today, no.
So while Joe Burrow is fresh in our minds, I thought we'd pause the TED Talk and go on a little side quest to understand how Oz was able to create that effect with Joe, because it is one of his most viral viewed videos, and it's got some good principles to wrap our head around as well. So as I said, the first meta deception to get past is this conversation that's happening between Oz and Joe. From our point of view, it looks like Oz says something like this. Forget about magic tricks, coach. What if I could look a QB in the eyes and tell you exactly who they're going to throw the ball to next? Now we're talking. Have we ever spoken a word in our life?
No.
And yet, if I show you the unedited version of that clip, you see something like this. Forget about magic tricks, coach. What if I could look a QB in the eyes and tell you exactly who they're going to throw the ball to next? Now we're talking. Joe, before today, have we ever spoken a word in our life?
No.
Oz does a similar thing with Josh Allen, where he's also going to predict which players he's going to pass to, except this time he doesn't rely on a camera edit, he just uses misdirection in the question itself.
And I'm going to ask you to throw that ball. And I want everyone to know, under oath in court, I did not say a word to you about telling you who to throw that ball to. This is your own decision, 100%. True story?
True story. So we see Oz qualifies, I've never said a word to you, with about who to throw the ball to, that it was Josh Allen's own decision. Now he says decision because before the show, where Oz does most of his work, he would have presented Josh with a deck of cards, each with different players' names on them, and asked him to make a decision about who he's going to throw the ball to. Oz then just uses some sleight of hand to force Josh to make the choices that he wants. In this case, he needs to have the players that he passes the ball to have jersey numbers that are going to line up with someone else's pin code or pass code.
Folks, I told you I know exactly who to throw to. Dawson Knox, stand up for me, please. Dawson, what's your jersey number?
God.
Say it. 88. Greg Russo, stand up. What's your jersey number? 50.
And so that's very different to what he does with Joe Burrow, because he doesn't have anything like that with Burrow, where people's jersey numbers are going to have to, spell a word or line up with someone's pin code or anything like that. And so Joe has a more free choice. And so at that point, it's really just about when did Oz trick Joe to plan or give him the information about who he was going to throw the ball to 3 times. And so it's really a question of, did it happen right there in front of all the boys watching? You know, did he give him a Gimmicks notepad and just, you know, ask him to go in the corner and write it down and just buy some time, and that all gets edited out by ESPN? Or is it something that happens before the show? It's a little bit like detective work at this point, which is ordinarily not what you do with magic tricks, but that's metadeception for you. I did see a segment on Flagrant where he's talking about the trick with Joe Burrow.
Funny because a guy hit me up on Facebook Messenger and he told me he was in the grocery store with Joe Burrow. And he's like, I have to share this with you. I was with Joe. And he told me, Joe, we were talking about it. And he goes, oh, I saw this mentalist. I'm a huge fan of his. Do you remember him? He goes, remember him? He goes, I spent 8 months trying to figure out how the hell he did that to me. And
That's awesome.
And I thought I knew how he did it. And then at the Super Bowl, I saw him backstage and he did something else to me and I realized I had no idea because everything I thought was completely like, I had this theory and it was all wrong because he did it to me again, but with nothing. Like
With nothing? What do you mean with nothing? We didn't see Joe use anything in the video, so didn't you already do that with nothing? So I think Oz is giving us a peek behind the curtain inadvertently here that, yeah, he did trick Joe into using something, either a Gimmicks notepad before the show or even during the show, and ESPN just simply edits it out to make it look seamless. I also found that video of that second trick that Oz does with Joe, and it contains one of the most creative, powerful techniques I've ever seen Oz pull off for disguising the fact that there was anything that happened before the show.
Joe, I gotta take it to the next level. I gotta take it to the next level, which is what if instead of you being with your team, with the Bengals, I give you a fantasy draft of any player that's ever played, period. NFL greats, past or present. You're doing an Omaha through. You're throwing the ball to one person. Close your eyes right now. Close your eyes, please. See this person in front of you right now. Can you imagine him?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one question. Did you instantly know when I asked you who you were gonna go with, or were you on the fence?
I was on the fence.
You were on the fence, right? I love that when people are indecisive, but the strongest QBs...
How powerful is that? How powerful is it if people are skeptical that you're doing things before the show to just ask someone, are they indecisive? Have they really made their mind up? If he's gotten someone to write something down before the show, then how could he not know right then in that moment who he's going to say? That's the power of this technique.
Always deliver under pressure. Keep your eyes closed. Because you swear to God, I did not tell you who to say right now.
No.
There's no setup. Folks, Joe Burrow could have thought of anybody. Tell us all, you're Omaha through. Who's catching that ball? Who's scoring the touchdown? Open your eyes. Tell me.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss. Yo, make some noise out there.
Joe, do you have questions?
Well, I thought I had it figured out when he did it in Cincinnati, but this one didn't work out the same way, so now I'm confused again, I would say.
That's what I like to do. I like to keep confusing you, up in the ante.
All right, so what has Oz done here? It's so devious, it's so clever. All he has to do to achieve what you just saw is to take Joe aside before the show, as he did with the first trick, or at least he did, you know, somewhere in the trick. And he just has to have Joe have 2 different players. And he says, you know what? You've got these 2 different players. Don't choose one right now. Choose one when we're on the air. You know, don't make up your mind right now. Choose one of these 2 when we're on the air.
So I told you that when you come into this room, I would have you pick somebody that maybe has been on the show or maybe hasn't. I told you would not pick until you got into this room.
True story.
And so he can ask them. That's why he uses that language. Are you? Do you know who you're going to pick, or were you on the fence? Fence means 1 or 2, right? And it's so brilliant and it's so clever. And Oz just has to make a guess. He just does a 50-50 split and he guesses Randy Moss and he gets it right. And if he guessed someone else, then he would have said, okay, who were you going to say before that? Well, you know, I love this moment. The grass is always greener. The insanely powerful thing about that technique is that we don't see that Oz has a backup plan if he chooses the other one. And we also have no idea that he's choosing between 2 players. Unless he's doing it to someone like Charles Barkley, and Barkley just kind of lets us in on what's actually going on.
Charles, if I had you pick a player, okay, 64 teams started this, and I had you pick one, right when I snapped my fingers, now be honest, because everyone says scripted stage, on your life, you do not know which player you're about to say at this very moment, do you?
I do not.
Okay.
You gave me 2.
Hold on, yeah, back and forth. Look, Matt, dribbling, back.
And just like that, what looks like a choice between hundreds of players is now revealed to be a choice between 2.
Forth, going back and forth. You pick 64 teams down to this. And when I snap my fingers, right at this moment, you pick one of those players.
Gary, you choose, bam. Can you visualize the person's face that in this moment you decided is going to be the guest?
Yes.
Okay.
You go back and forth.
Wait, do I say it?
Don't say it, just
Okay.
think it.
Okay.
Watch him. You still don't know who you're gonna say, do you?
No.
Don't say it? Look at me. You just decided on one just this second, is that right?
Yes.
Count the number of letters in his last name to yourself.
Okay.
It was quick, right?
Yeah.
I saw it. You know what? Right now. So when people in the comments say, no, wait, change your mind right now. Change your mind, other player. Change your mind right this second.
Okay.
Say it. Who did you just change to?
Richardson.
Michigan State.
This is so clever. The two players that he's gotten Charles down to have completely different last names. I can't remember what the first one is, but the first one's really short. It's like 3 letters long, and the other one is Richardson. And so for the first time, this is some of the first footage we have of O's actually analyzing someone's body language or how long they take to actually count the letters in a name to figure out what their choice is.
How many letters somebody counts? If they have a long name, it takes longer to process.
Now, he's just doing it between those two, so I don't know how super impressive that is.
Your eye movements and body language play a role, but whether it played a 10% role, a 50% role, a 100% role, my job is to misdirect you.
But what a clever idea. And then he's going to have an envelope prediction, and yeah, so the envelope is wrong. His first choice didn't match the envelope, and so he says, right at this moment, just change your mind. You know what? Just change your mind. Go to the other one.
So when people in the comments say, no, wait, change your mind right now. Change your mind, other player. Change your mind right this second.
Okay.
Say it. Who did you just change to?
Richardson.
Michigan State.
Yeah.
In there, when you looked, this was sealed 2 weeks ago. The State would still be in the game. Quick. Folks, you don't just cut.
Such a clever idea. So you may have forgotten, but that was a side quest. Back to the TED Talk.
Give me another clap. Give me another clap. I like that. Right here, you not only clap, but through a little belly dance, I reward extra credits. She's hiding.
I've heard O's use that specific joke before on, I think it was Megyn Kelly. There was someone in the front row. He does the same thing, clap over, and he says that they did a little belly dance. It works against O's because there's actually a camera on the guy the whole time, and you see that he doesn't do any kind of belly dance.
One more clap. Let me see one more clap. I like how this gentleman right here not only clapped, but did a little bit of a belly dance right there. That was adorable. Stand up, please. You gave a...
So again, I'm not attacking O's, like when I say this. Stand-up comedians, do they write their jokes beforehand and practice them and rehearse things? Yes, of course they do. O's executes this really, really well. His speaking ability is on par with his sleight of hand and magic and misdirection ability. This guy is super, super talented. Make no mistake about that.
This man and I just locked eyes. When we made eye contact, he closed his eyes tightly, as if activating a camouflage shield where if he doesn't see me, would I still see him? I still see you, Jeff Johnson. Stand up, please. Give all 3 helpers a round of applause.
Okay, so he has his 3 helpers. He's then going to go into the whole name talk thing, reveals the first guy's person, which is just whatever. It's that pre-show metadeception. But it's interesting, again, to just see how O's works with the second one, because she, I believe, doesn't follow his instructions and comes up with someone new. She doesn't refer to the person that she would have, written down or Google searched or something.
Her name multiple times. I think, again, rouging of the cheeks, little sweat. Your person is alive also, am I correct? Correct. Now, what I do in my profession is I take things that appear to have limitless possibilities and break them down. People that are famous, there's several kind of...
Powerful misdirection again. He doesn't know beforehand. He's building it from the ground up by starting from these different categories and then working all his way to the answer, when in fact we know that he starts with the answer and works his way to the categories.
Categories. I'm gonna say them quickly, you don't have to nod, but we had... Tell us all, who in your mind is sitting across from you, having dinner, you're on the edge of your seat, tell us all, what's their name?
Bob Dylan.
I couldn't hear you.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, can I ask you a question? I always like this. Everyone listen to me. I call this the grass is greener approach. I can always see it when someone's eyes shift. She goes, I like Bob Dylan.
I love that choice of words. The grass is always greener. It's so powerful from a dual reality standpoint.
I always call it the grass is greener. I can see when people's eyes shift. When they have one person, and they're like, I want that person. But that's the front of their mind. I can always get in the front. But for this to be a legendary ending, who is in the back? Who is the person you thought of before Miles Davis? Tell us.
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali.
I always call it the grass is greener, which is he thought of someone first. It's always like in the back of your head, and it moves to the front. You thought of somebody first, and then you just switch to somebody else. Is that correct?
Sure.
I'm right. Am I right? You thought of one person
doesn't want to say it,
before,
but it is.
and then you switch to another person.
The audience who's watching the trick happen is thinking that, oh, the poor girl's struggling to make a choice between two different people. She's flickering between them. And then Oz backs it up when he says, I can see when people's eyes shift. So that's their interpretation. But to the person he's talking to, it's something completely different. For them, the grass is always greener because they're rebelling or they're deciding to leave the person that they chose before the show, that they've either written to his Gimmicks notepad or into the fake Google search or what have you.
Dad, imagine you literally, I don't want Jamie to do, but you pull up a photo, you show me this person's photo.
Got it.
Say it.
And so for them, they've just got this completely different experience. And then Oz is about to, back up that interpretation, but it's so powerful because of that dual reality aspect.
But I actually had someone else in my mind. You thought of someone else. It's in the back of your head, but you just shifted. Can you tell me? Folks, this is not my first rodeo. Who was the first person you thought of? Tell us.
Trevor Noah.
Ooh, don't ever doubt me again, Dad. Don't you ever doubt me again.
And what you could say doesn't go as smoothly as Oz would maybe have hoped. Actually turns out to make it more impressive because it does look like she just sort of changed her mind at the last second and Oz is able to get that. So he rolls with that super well. Now we're going to get to the camera edit with the gimmick. So Oz is going to pull out a frisbee like you see. He's then going to hand it to someone in the crowd so that there's no kind of shade on him. So he hands it to someone and they are going to throw that frisbee, and they're going to throw it to a completely random person. This is someone. We'll come back to this in a second. Actually, hold that thought. But he's going to now reveal the third person's name. So remember, he chooses 3 people from the audience. This is now the third person. And he's going to do that by getting this guy with the frisbee. So let's have a look at the frisbee throw.
Close your eyes so you can't even try to aim this piece of junk. Throw it. Catch. Someone catch. Someone catch. Give it a throw. Please go. Oh my God, is that far? Mike Runner, run. Stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. What is your name?
Okay, so he brings this guy down, brings old Brett down to the front stage, and here we go.
Let's adjust this to the height my wife wishes I had. Okay. She's watching this now live and saying that's true. Brett, here's what you're gonna do. I'm going to ask you in a moment, have you ever spoken to me a word in your life?
I haven't. See how he asked at that time? Have you ever spoken to me a word in your life? There was no qualifiers, no before today, no before you came in and took a seat. That was just a blanket boom. That's what Oz wants. In this case, he can ask that because it's true. He doesn't need to have spoken to this guy before. He's going to use a gimmick.
He seemed happy about that. That was weird. I'm going to ask him in a moment to close his eyes. You need to believe it in order to achieve it. When you close your eyes, I'm going to ask Jeff to uncap a marker, and you're going to write the person. Now, very important. Jeff, you thought of one person. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, because, Nanjira is like having dinner. She's like, load it up. Let's get a 6 top. Brett, close your eyes. His eyes are closed. Brett, keep your eyes closed. Jeff, open up your marker, please, as big as you can, so we can't see it. Write down the first and last name of the person you are imagining sitting down to dinner with. Brett, open your eyes. You have to believe it in order.
Okay, so the edit just occurred. Oz's use of the gimmick has well and truly been hidden from us. It's difficult to spot because we're bouncing between multiple cameras anyway, which is actually a really sort of clever way to hide the fact that there's been this jump in the timeline. We're going to jump into my video editor and just have a look at Oz's body language. Funnily enough, we're going to do some body language analysis here, folks. This is Oz before he gives the instruction to Brett and before he uses the gimmick. And this is him after. So if you just have a look at how Oz is moving after, you can kind of tell that sort of something has happened. It's very strange that he would suddenly be in this position, whereas only moments earlier he was, kind of standing very straight up and down like that. Why all of a sudden would he have this kind of movement like something has just finished happening? The other thing that gives it away is actually Brett. So Brett's got this big smile on his face, but then Oz tells him to close his eyes, and he closes his mouth along with that. We get this beautiful shot. And then he's going to ask his third helper to write that name down, Barack Obama. And I don't even think this guy has enough time, at least according to the video, to write that full name. Okay, so they edit that out. So it's very clear that this is a continuity jump here, right? And again, look at Brett now. He's now smiling. He wasn't smiling like that before. He had his mouth closed. Now he's got a big old grin on his face. The reason he's got a big old grin on his face is because Oz just finished using the gimmick. What's the gimmick? It's a bone conduction device. It's a subtle little thing that Oz can hold in his hand, has these 2 conduction points placed against the back of their skull, and it will actually vibrate, and you can hear audio that is playing on the device. If you get them to cover their ears at the same time, then you can misdirect it by covering, their eyes as well. And you'll put a hand on the back of the head with the device, and they're able to hear those instructions. And so when you understand that, you can understand that Oz has this kind of sway in him because he's moving away from Brett. That's what's been completely hidden here.
Wake Pat up, wake up, Pat, wake up, Pat. Pat.
Yeah.
Tell them. Nobody tells Pat McAfee what to do.
A voice literally summoned me to say, what's that coming down the track? Georgia Bulldogs.
His eyes are closed. Brett, keep your eyes closed. Jeff, open up your marker, please, as big as you can, so we can't see it. Write down the first and last name of the person you are imagining sitting down to dinner with. Brett, open your eyes. You have to believe it in order to achieve it. Look not into his eyes, look into his soul. And when I snap my fingers, tell him, who is he having dinner with?
Barack Obama.
Turn it around. Show everybody. Show everybody. Thank you, Brett.
Now, if the gimmicks that we've been looking at so far, like the impression notepad, the thumb writing gimmick, magic chalkboard, a trick deck, a bone conduction device, they've all been created with a single purpose in mind, to help a magician perform a magic trick. But sometimes the most effective gimmicks are things that aren't created for that purpose at all. They're a feature from an app that no one knows about, or a glitch that hasn't been patched yet.
Type in any number you want to on the calculator. Now press +0 times 0. Turn the phone sideways and click the open parentheses button in the top left corner. Now you're ready to go. Have your spectator type in any series of calculations you want them to on the phone. They can multiply numbers, they can subtract, and whenever you have them press equals, it will always go back to that original number to completely blow their mind.
What do you need? Pull up your calculator.
Oh, wait.
This is the one. This is like the calculator thing is when I texted Bach.
Ready? Yep. How many people's birthdays do you know in this room? I like the fact, I don't know if you saw this, that he just cleared his browser history. Did anyone see that? That was a pro move right there.
Good work, Jack. Good work.
How many people's birthdays do you know in this room? Anybody?
So just think about the moves that you just learned. You can see Oz is just turning it sideways now. Look how smooth this guy is.
Garrett's. Garrett, that's cute. You know his birthday? Okay, that's good. All right.
Boom, open parentheses.
Tell me, you know what, don't even say.
Okay, so that's the trick. And then, he's going to proceed to go around and ask everyone all kinds of different questions. You put in a random number. What's your birthday? What's the day your dog died? All these just completely random pieces of information that are completely irrelevant, obviously, because of that gimmick. It's able to go back to that original number. That's not the impressive part about that trick. I mean, although it is impressive how smoothly Oz did that, right? Look at this guy. Look at how he's entering in the number right here.
That was a pro move right there.
Checks that it can go sideways.
Good work.
How many people's birthdays do you know in this room?
Puts in the number there, and that's it. As he's talking to someone. So the number that he's putting in is actually the serial number of a bill that Taylor has just taken out of his wallet earlier and signed. And so, even if you know this method, you might sort of still be impressed and think, well, damn. Well, maybe not impressed, but you might think oh, Taylor, he must be in on it. Or, Oz must have given him the bill beforehand, and that's the one that Taylor is producing. It's not. In fact, let's look at this. I'll show you the moment here.
All we had to do was grab one bill. He comes up, boom.
Bam! Not mine. I don't want to touch it. Right. Here's what I do. I want you to take it. I don't want.
Did you catch that? Because Oz just set up the trick in that moment. He just used what I can only call a sleight of glance. I mean, every other kind of glance move he's done has been a sleight of hand move, in conjunction with it. The phone trick, the book trick. But in this case, he's getting a good look just right there as it's placed on the table. Look at this guy, man. He's so quick.
Bam! Not mine. I don't want to touch it.
Boom, right there on the table.
I want you to take it. I don't want to touch it.
He just memorized 8 digits in that moment. Yeah, if anything, this guy sells a book where he says he's going to help you with memory, and because that's one of the skills surrounding mentalism, and now you can see sort of the dual reality of what he means by that. But look at this guy, man. That's 8 digits.
Mine. I don't want to touch it. Right. Here's what I do. I want you to
boom.
Take it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to see it. Nothing. Take it over there.
And then I don't want to touch it. I don't want to see it. Gets Tay to go, take it into the corner. And then he sets up the next thing. So this is an instance where, you know, what we're going to look at, which is, you know, how does he have multiple different elements sort of come together at the end. In this case, he's setting it up so beautifully, gets the read of that dollar bill, and then he's going to use the calculator. So that serial number, that's what he's going to put in the calculator, use the calculator gimmick to then invalidate whatever extra calculations people are going to put in there. So that answers how the calculator can arrive at the serial bill number. Sorry, the bill serial number in conjunction with the glance that he just did. But then look what he does with the deck of cards, because he's going to have a deck of cards. And it's just some cool little sleight of hand. So let's just watch it while we're here.
Fold it in half. Fold it in half. And I want you to take it and do, how many pockets you got?
What'd you just do right there?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
So good. You know, Will catches him doing something there, and his whole plan is like, think about it. He's got to run the show. He's got to tell Taylor what to do. He's got to have the cards in his hand. He's got to make sure that he doesn't forget a single digit from that Bill's serial number. And now he's got to find those cards in the deck and put, you know, get the numbers that will match up with the serial number and make sure they're stacked at the top of the deck. All in front of everyone.
Good luck. What do you need? Pull up your calculator.
All right, so he gets the calculator. As I said, puts the digits in there, the serial number. Sorry, there's the audio clashing. I forget about that. All right, so it goes through all the random calculations, but then just look at this. We're gonna come back to the cards.
The month and the day. Now hear me out. If the month was like December, do 12/01 or 12/31. You get it? So try to make the number.
It's so brilliant to use the misdirection of all of these calculations that are going into the calculator to literally just get away with ordering the deck right in front of everyone.
Be either 3 or 4 digits. You already at times put in that 3 or 4 digit month and year. Let me know when you've done it. Did you do it?
You need the year?
No, my bad. Like just the month. So you got this times this, and hand it to one more person. You decide. Anybody out there, who are you gonna hand it to?
Did you keep up?
Hold on. So if it's like,
look at this. Look at these guys. They're just staring at the guys putting in these calculations while Oz just sets up the next part of the trick.
January would be 01.
Yep, you already did it, right?
He's ordered the deck now, right? So he's lined that up to match the serial number.
Shuffle these up. Whenever you want, I'm gonna kind of have you yell out.
Look how clean that fake shuffle is to keep the top, you know, 8, at least the 7 or 8, 9 cards on top of the deck. Look at how clean that false shuffle was.
Whenever you
Boom.
want, I'm gonna kind of have you.
Oh, he's so good.
Word. Stop. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm gonna let them fall, and I want you to say stop whenever you want.
Stop.
Right there. Tried to hit it right that moment. Right
Do
there.
a little bit more.
Okay. You know what? I have a better idea. Take, and I want you to do it while it's in your hand. See what I'm saying? Take. I want you to feel it. Listen to me. I want you to be able to feel, so you lift exactly around. Take the cards in your.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Like.
Your hands. And listen to me. You can lift a little or a lot, but I want you to feel like it's the right amount. Lift a chunk. No, in your hands. So you're in charge. I can't do something for you, but you got to do at least like a few cards. You have like some oomph. Does that feel right?
Feels good.
The psychological principle here is really important.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Put them down on the table wherever you cut. Like put no. Like put the top half. Yeah. Like wherever chunk you take off, put it on the table.
So just to remind you, so that these have all been false shuffles. Everything that Oz has just done with the cards, to the degree that he's mixed them up, he's left the cards on the top of the deck to match. You know, it's the sequence of numbers that he glanced at earlier.
Take a chunk, put it on and then take the other half, turn it sideways, and mark the cut. Get it? Boom. Now watch this.
Look at that. And so he's technically cut the deck, and Oz has used this language, mark the cut. So rather than, you know, losing the cut, he's got that second pile and he's turned it sideways. Look at what Oz does when he comes back to it, because these cards right here on the top are not going to be the ones that line up with the serial number, and yet that's where Will has technically cut. And so he just inserts a little bit of time here so that when he comes back to the cards, look at what happens.
10 million something?
Yeah, 8.
Okay, so let's do this. One at a time. I'm gonna let you do it. Right at the exact point you cut. Tell us what's the first digit.
On the the biggest number?
Yeah, the whole thing. What's it start with?
2.
Isn't that brilliant? To essentially undo his cut by having the marked cut. Super great. And, you know, of course, when you space that out, you know, through a minute of misdirection and going back to the calculator trick and by having all these different tricks sort of go on at once. And then, yeah, of course, the The numbers here of the cards are going to obviously line up with the final result of the calculator, but let's see him bring it back to that dollar bill, or whatever bill it was.
Did you feel when I... No, it's not the same one.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Check if you signed it.
Yeah, it's signed.
You know who else signed it?
Who?
The government. Do me a favor. Read us the serial number of that bill on the other side, one digit at a time. No. Hold the calculator up. Read the serial number.
Yeah. 2, 9, 6, 7, 4, 3, 4, 1. And there's a 0 at the end, but
that's an O for O's.
Credit to O's, man. That was such a great performance. To think that that whole thing was set up in this one split-second moment, that is the moment when everything can go wrong, is when Tay comes back, you know, with the bill.
And the dude grab one bill, he comes up, boom.
Bam! Not mine. I don't want to touch it. Right. Here's what I do. I want you to take it. I don't want to touch it. I want to see it.
So amazing, man. So good. That's so sacrificial as well. You know, you're opening yourself up to the instant replay when you do stuff on camera, to the slow motion breakdowns. I mean, you can look at that and you can be like, oh, it's just all powered by a calculator gimmick, blah, blah, blah. But you can't deny that this guy is an absolutely incredible performer. To control a crowd like that, to have that many moving elements, to still sort of mentally perform and memorize 8-digit numbers, you know, read decks while people are looking at you. Crazy, man, crazy.
But to unlock the full potential of the iPhone calculator app, you must be willing to pay with your ethical integrity. You stand to lose your soul, but you stand to gain Joe Rogan's PIN code.
How'd I do, Joe? Is that your ATM PIN code?
Yeah. That's weird. I'm skeptical because I've got that PIN code in the mail. You know?
He's calling his bank right now and being like, yo, do you know this? Has this guy been playing the long game?
Yeah, I don't like that.
And I want you in your mind to imagine that you type the first number.
Give away my fucking PIN code.
Imagine you type in the first number. What is your code? Say, start with the 6. Start from the beginning.
6.
All right, well.
You can bleep it. You can bleep it.
Bleep that whole thing. Because I'm not changing it.
So I hope you all know Oz's skills do not lie in being able to figure out information. They lie in tricking people into giving him that information. So when we ask ourselves, how does Oz figure out someone's ATM PIN code? The real question is, how does Oz trick that person into giving him their ATM PIN code? And the window into that understanding is going to come from the view. No, that is not a Cohen, that is me thinking I am clever.
You've ever seen. I'm gonna set the bar at a different level. You asked me a question, what's his birthday? Are you ready? Whatever your ATM PIN code, that fake one you made up, write it down on here. Make sure no one can see it. Hold it close.
Okay, so that's the first clue, the fake ATM PIN code. So what's that? That's revealing a pre-show.
To your heart. Close to your heart. No, don't let them see. Don't let them see. Close your heart.
Man, her reaction there. It's like...
No, don't let them see. Don't let them see. Close your heart.
I could imagine these two in a sandpit at like 6 years old fighting over the blocks. That's what I saw just then, sorry.
You're making me a little nervous.
In a good way. Hold it close to your body.
I don't want the black on my...
You challenged me. You said...
Wow, I really can see her inner child.
Of Ken, and then you asked me, what's his last name? And then you asked me, what's his birthday? Like, how could I even know that? Watch this. Tell us. What is his birthday?
December 25th. Oh my God. 12/25.
12/25.
That's weird.
Okay, so what do we get from that information? This person here, Kim, has thought of a person before. Oz has gotten that using a Gimmicks notepad or post-it pad or a fake Google search, whatever it is. He's gotten that info, and then he's also gotten their birthday. And so how does Oz then, because she was asked to make up a fake ATM PIN code, how can she be asked to make up a fake ATM PIN code that is then going to align with Kim's birthday for the person that she chose? So we are so blessed to have the fact that Oz is about to do something that actually fulfills the prophecy of these two being enemies in the sandpit.
And are you ready? Are you ready for this? Wait. Are you ready for this, Sarah?
Nope. I'm done. I'm done.
To make it the most amazing, your real code, isn't it?
Again. That's 2 times now.
You can't take her anywhere.
I feel
No
like
one knows my pin. That is
You just said it on national television.
Why would you say it on national television?
Damn, she's shaking. Okay, so let's skip over to a aftertime show where Sarah explains what happened.
Okay, so the backstory that people don't know is we were asked to meet with him like 40 minutes prior to him being on the show.
Yes.
And by the way, in all of my years on any TV show, when a magician, an illusionist, a mentalist, whatever the people are, we've never had to pre-meet with anyone.
Well, it's usually part of their...
That's important to think about, I think. You know, it's not uncommon for magicians to go on TV shows and do magic tricks. What is uncommon is metadeception. This kind of pre-show dual reality stuff, this is not something that hosts are really sort of super familiar with. You could argue that Uri Geller did it back in the 1970s, but ordinarily magicians believe that this is in a way a kind of breaking of the magician's code. You don't use magic tricks to pretend that you have abilities that you don't really have, whether those are psychic abilities or whether they're superhuman reading body language abilities. So Oz is definitely pushing boundaries here.
Their shtick. It's like, I've never met you before. We've never seen each other.
Which is good.
We've
And
never,
he said in this meeting, you know, kind of like, we're going to play like you came up with this. So it is funny that on the air he said, come up with a pin, and then just turned to me, because I was the one that in a room he asked.
And so even that, you know, just kind of giving her very soft instructions. We're going to play along. We're going to act like we're coming up with it on the spot. You're creating a soft stooge in that moment.
To do these math equations. He said, well, we're not going to use the one that in a room he asked to do these math equations. He said, well, we're not going to use your real pin, obviously. And then he repeated that a couple of times. It's not like we're going to use your real pin, so we're coming up with like a fake pin. So he kept reassuring me that I'm trying to come up with, I think he used the word pin because it's a 4-digit number. There was a trick involved, and he had to get me to a 4-digit number.
Okay, so she said a few really important things there. He takes her in a room and he has her do a bunch of equations that she says in her calculator. What does that sound like? That sounds like the trick that we've just seen with the iPhone calculator gimmick, where you can use that exploit where you tilt it into scientific mode and you open parentheses, and then whatever calculations are put in after that don't alter the final result. Why would Oz be using that trick just on her right then in that moment? Because remember that this fake pin that she's coming up with is going to equal the birthday of that other host's choice, of the person that she chose. That person has a birthday, and Sarah's pin is going, or this fake pin that she's making is going to line up with that person's birthday.
What's his last name? And you asked me, what's his birthday? Like, how could I even know that? Watch this. Tell us, what is his birthday?
December 25th. Oh my God. 12/25.
12/25.
It's weird.
So Oz needs to control what random pin she comes up with, and so using that calculator trick is a really clever way to do that. But the real question still is, how does he trick her into giving him her real pin?
So he kept saying, you know, well, again, this isn't your real pin. We're going to get to, but I had to, he made us get our phones, all of us, everyone that came in. He said, do you have your phone? Can you go get it?
Yeah.
So we had to type things into our phone. I don't know if that's where the trick is or what, but there's a point where he says, you have a number now, like subtract your real pin. But we're getting to your fake pin. We're going to be creating this fake pin. And he kept reassuring me. And
Okay, so there you go. It's one of those calculations as they're going through that process that he has Sarah actually enter her real pin. So now the question becomes, he's successfully tricked Sarah into exposing her real pin. How does Oz read that information? And the answer to that is this.
So I don't know if anyone uses the calculator app as much as I do for a lot of my work stuff, but finally they have added this feature up here with the hamburger up here, and you can see your history. Man, that makes things so much easier for me to go back and look at numbers that I just typed in. Check it out.
So put in that number now, make up another number.
Okay.
Whatever the other number was, plus the passcode number. Then hit equals. And just to make sure you think that maybe somehow that would give me information, hit clear. clear. Now this is all I do. When I take the phone, I say, here, I'm gonna close your phone.
Okay.
Because even seeing 0 doesn't give me any information. Sure. I get my thumbs in a ready position near the equals and the clear.
Yeah.
If I hit equals, the first thing that's gonna pop up is the last number you entered.
Oh.
And then I hit clear to clear it out.
So that was the part that blew me away, because the window of time that you have is so unbelievably small.
In a moment, you push one button, you see the number, take it back to 0 and hand it back to me.
Now, if you want to, as a magician, I like to, when I perform,
when you're on this journey of uncovering how these illusions work, it's important to stand guard against a cognitive tendency that we all have that magicians and mentalists exploit all the time to make their tricks very, very difficult to figure out. And that's the tendency to universalize. So we just figured out that Oz was able to reveal Sarah's pin because he had previously tricked her to type it into her calculator app as a series of calculations, and then he was able to peek at those calculations shortly thereafter. The temptation then is to universalize and say that therefore every time Oz reveals someone's PIN code, it's because he's previously tricked them into typing it into a calculator app. The mistake there is that all a magician has to do is to reveal someone's PIN code using a method that doesn't rely on that calculator app, and then you risk throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So you remember Penn and Teller spoke earlier about one of the most powerful illusions is to actually do what looks like the same illusion using 2 different methods. And the audience will see these methods as self-canceling. And so I copped a lot of flack because with Joe Rogan, I was very open to the possibility that Oz had hired a private investigator to discover what Rogan's PIN code was. And I was much more open to that possibility because I was laboring under a misconception that there wasn't any pre-show work, that Oz essentially came in, sat down, and then did all the tricks with Rogan on the podcast. This is a silly thing to think because in like the first 3 seconds of the podcast, Rogan says this.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, yep. All right.
Surreal.
Dude, you've only been here for 20 minutes. You already freaked me out.
Joe's freaked out.
So while I do believe that the best explanation is that in that first sort of 20 minutes or so, Oz did some kind of calculator trick with Rogan where he was able to glean his PIN code and then hung onto it later where he's going to reveal it, 25 minutes later. The problem, though, is that when we were talking about the private investigator and, really intelligent people like Warren from Secret Scholar Society, he said a similar thing, much more open to this possibility of a private investigator. The people who now maybe feel vindicated, if you're reasoning that a private investigator wasn't used is because it would be unreasonable for Oz to use that as a method all the time, then that's not the correct way to think about this, and you're going to fall victim to the strategy that Penn and Teller are talking about. It's actually completely reasonable for Oz to use a private investigator, in my view, and that's because Joe Rogan is frequently at the mothership. There is technology out where you can get that heat map of what someone has typed in. I don't know how it works in the United States. I know that we don't use PIN codes very often, but at least here in Australia, if you're purchasing a very expensive item, then you do have to use your PIN code. I know that Joe Rogan regularly shouts dinner for people, and so it's conceivable that he would actually have to have entered his PIN code at the mothership, for example. And that might all seem sort of far-fetched, and maybe it would cost $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in order to get Joe Rogan's PIN code, essentially by spying on him and waiting for him to use it. But if you think about it economically, in terms of the principle that Penn and Teller has spoken about, it's actually a completely reasonable thing to do. That is Oz Pullman's most viral moment. You can't put a price on a moment that goes viral in that way. Companies will pay $30,000, $40,000 to have Rogan read out an ad that people are going to skip by. So how much do you think it's worth to have a viral moment that gets, put into a clip and played millions upon millions of times? It's easily worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. And so at that point, you're going to spend $20,000 on a private investigator to get a PIN code. Absolutely, that's a great investment to make. Now, it's not the one that I think Oz did. I do think that he just tricked Joe into using the calculator app. But if Oz was really thinking, if he was to use that kind of method, and then he could really milk everything, he could come into the show and have Joe say that there was absolutely no pre-show. Do you know what I mean? He could absolutely just shut down so many different angles. And because of our tendency to universalize, all of these other completely reasonable explanations, like the calculator app that we now have, people would just completely undermine them because, well, what about that instance on Rogan where blah, 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 blah? You see where I'm going with this? So you have to be careful when you're figuring out these illusions to not think that a method is supposed to universalize. And maybe a good example of this is the envelope trick.
And we were just locking in all the details. You emailed me or you texted me and said, I'm sending you this FedEx. I just want you to keep an eye out for it. And when it arrives, I want you to not open it, but I want you to sign your name on it and date it.
Exactly.
Write the date that you received it.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Can you grab
it's
it?
like right over there. Can you guys, Jason, bring that over.
Josh.
Okay.
Think of somebody famous, okay? You guys have never had on the podcast. Don't let me influence you. Forget the names I said. It's going to get in his head now. Somebody famous that you find fascinating. Now listen to me. This could be somebody that you're a huge fan of. This could be somebody that you never met before. This could be somebody you want to meet, whatever you want. Somebody that you find absolutely fascinating. Go, hit it. Who'd you think of?
Say it out loud.
Anybody, but before you say it at that last moment, the same way that Dave could have picked any word on that page, you could change your mind to the last moment. Go. Who'd you think of?
Will Smith.
Good one, man. He was in here.
That is a really good one.
Okay, so in this case, Oz is asking people a bunch of different questions, a huge variety of questions, and he's writing down their answers. Now, these are genuinely free choices for the most part, what we're seeing.
That word made you think of a new word.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have two levels of separation, right? This is like we're getting all the way to Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
You got another word in mind right now?
Yes.
One more time. Jump from that word to a new word. Tell us all, what is that word? I want to know. I'm not guessing it.
Enlightenment.
Enlightenment.
And he's writing down this their responses on this piece of paper that he's actually going to then try to feed into this apparently sealed envelope. And so we won't sit here as he goes through all of these questions, but I will get to the point where he's going to use the sleight of hand to get what he's written into that envelope.
Pork lo mein.
Pork lo mein. Good. Okay, let's do it. Is that thing sealed?
It's sealed.
And I wrote Teal and I spelled your name right. I wrote down every single person's name. Josh Richards, right? Canadian.
Yeah, Richards.
I'm married to a Canadian.
Yep.
Rip it open.
Shout out.
Oh, go Canadians.
Tear the tap. Rip it open.
That thing is sealed, baby.
Is it sealed? Show them. Is there any conceivable way that somebody working with you could have switched the contents or inserted something in or taken something out?
This is my name and I dated it and this has not been open. And this, as soon as it came in, I did this.
Perfect.
So
now we see what I
inside
found
of
in
it
there.
Is another sealed envelope.
What's inside?
Another very, very sealed envelope.
Sealed envelope. I don't want to mess up the nails. They're looking very good.
This is
Let me ask
so
you,
crazy.
just so I know the situation here with the mic, if I move over, can I move the mic as well? How will this work?
Yeah, yeah, you can move the mic with you.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to give you this slice.
So there's good sort of misdirection here with the prop. By having this envelope appear really, really sealed, it kind of masks the fact that there's something a little bit dubious with what's inside it.
This is... Tear it open as well, please.
Okay.
Now, Rich, if you've learned anything about me from this point, I'm nothing if not methodical. So now we got one more layer. Done.
Oh, dude, okay.
Now I know. Now I know you guys didn't mess with my stuff.
This is a manila envelope with my name and my logo on it.
Bam, we got the
there's
logo,
so much tape
baby,
on
Rich.
this.
We taped it like crazy, and that is why I brought a safety light opener. You're like, no, it's your, you'll see what I mean, but I don't want you to open it. You open it up. There's two things in there. Now freeze right there.
I don't know where this is even going to go.
Slice and like you do
scared.
it. You do it. You know what? Can I get you to slice the top open?
Like, is he a wizard?
And that is why I brought a safety light opener. You're like, what did you take out of your pocket?
Right. I'm not going to be able to open this without that.
Slice it open, Rich.
How do you use this? Oh, I got it. I've never used one of those.
Now, there is a safety seal. Can I show them this? You can see this.
All right.
Joe.
Like that.
Now, straight up, before we do this, open that up so they can see what's inside of there. Was there anything else in there?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Else in there?
Empty.
Okay, so in that moment, if you just look at what Oz was doing, is he was getting that prediction into his hand.
What's inside of there? Was there anything else in there?
Nothing. Absolutely
Anything
nothing.
else in there?
So he's just getting it out of his pocket and into his right hand.
Empty.
And that one, can you just hold it up? If we could just hold that up for a sec. Can I get closer to you? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So it's in his right hand right now.
Oh no, I'm sorry, my bad. Inside.
Look at that ballsy move. So huge amount of information going on right here. So it's in Oz's right hand as he grabs her elbow, which seems a little invasive, but I guess he's getting away with it. And here is where the prediction envelope lies. And you can see how there's a slit there. So it's not actually completely sealed shut. And we're going to see why. We're going to see Oz's justification for that. But then I think we're going to see what I think to most people is a pretty obvious sleight of hand move where he's going to feed that envelope in. Or feed the prediction in, sorry.
This thing is like, do you see the colors? Can you tell them? What do we got?
Yeah, we got pink and blue.
The blue. Do you see the blue one?
Yeah.
And can you confirm the seal is intact? So can you see what I'm talking about? Do you see it? Oh, grab it. I don't want to. This thing, the seal. Take it out, please. Safety seal.
This thing?
Yeah, it should be attached to the staples. Grab it out, please. All the way, all the way. Look inside.
Okay.
I want you to look inside, and before you grab it, no. Look.
Okay, I'm looking.
And tell me, you see it says 2 words. Can I turn this around?
It says Joe Rogan.
It says Joe Rogan, and I don't want to touch. Will you do it? I don't want to touch. Grab.
So he fed it in just then.
The pink. I don't want to touch it. Grab the pink one out. If that thing comes out without ripping, it means security seal is intact. It means that around the top it was stapled.
Okay, so what he calls a security seal is actually misdirection. Pretty strange sort of concept, really, but I guess it works. He's just got the envelope in there is kind of held open, like we saw in that shot where he was grabbing her elbow. So it is open. It's held open by this security seal, and what it has is kind of essentially just has staples sort of done on either side of it like this. So it's stapled here and then it's stapled here. And then there's essentially sort of rubber cement or some sort of strong adhesive that separates the two. But if you were to connect them, then the staples line up so that it actually looks like it's stapled shut. Does that make sense? Of course it does. And so what you're seeing here is that when Oz pulls out the security, Bree pulls out the security seal, he's already loaded the prediction in that sort of ugly sleight of hand move that we saw right there.
You see the blue one?
Yes.
The blue in there, the pink. I don't want to touch it. Grab the pink one out.
But then watch him squeeze the adhesive together.
If that thing comes out without ripping, it means security seal is intact. It means that around the top it was stapled.
Right.
And is it okay? So it didn't rip. So
Safety seal. All right.
And is it okay? So it didn't rip. So
Safety seal.
And read to us. Grab that. That's your pass. Hold on to this. And read to us. Grab that. That's your pass. Hold on to this. It means security seal is intact. It means that around the top it was stapled. Will you grab this out yourself? And that thing is sealed. Is that thing stapled everywhere?
Every single
Couldn't
inch.
have gotten into it if this was here. Everywhere.
Every inch is stapled.
BFFs, baby, represent.
Seal intact and secure. It was stapled.
Well, check. It was attached to the staple.
Yes.
So grab it out
Stapled.
yourself. I don't want to touch that
All
one.
right.
Rich roll yet again.
It's another.
Stapled everywhere.
All right, another light blue envelope stapled all the way.
Is it sealed? Is there any way anybody could have put something in, taken something out, switched all this stuff?
No, only if you could freeze time.
It's like that old school show. Rip it open.
All right.
Oh my God, what's in here?
Rip it open.
So having them rip it open is good as well because it's messy and it's you're essentially tearing up the evidence as you do that.
And right there, is there a sheet of paper?
There's a sheet of paper.
Hold on, before you do, hold it in your hand tight. She's got that in her hand. So Dave, when you remember this later and you're thinking about this, she's got that in her hand. If there was any tricks, if anything could happen, you're holding this right now. Imagine that we spin a globe, okay? Bree, and we stop the globe and we put our finger on one spot and you go, oh my God, I want to go there. Number one place in the world. I want you to close your eyes like you could visualize. Like you're looking at a picture. Number one place in the world city you'd love to go, you've never been. Say it. Where'd you think of?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam? Open up that piece of paper.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about with you have to stand guard against our tendency to universalize. Because what Oz is doing right there is different to everything that he just did, where he asked people these super bizarre, super detailed questions, and then is literally writing down what they're saying on this piece of paper that we just saw him feed into this envelope. But now he's asking Bree a question without writing anything down. And so if you're going to assume that he's using the same method the whole way through, well then you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and miss everything that we've just analyzed. So that's the exact principle that Penn and Teller are talking about. Use what appears to be the same trick using two different methods, and the audience perceives those things to be self-canceling. So what did he do just then with Bree? He clearly used those inconspicuous links where he's going to bring her mind back to something that they've done before the show. In this case, some sort of favored destination that Bree wants to go through. It's a line that I've seen Oz use multiple times on different shows.
Hold up your hand. Imagine you got a globe in your hand. A globe? Yeah, like you got the world in your hand. Mm-hmm.
And it's just because it has such very clear and strong links when you talk about something like that with someone before the show, and you mentioned, hey, spinning in a globe, choosing any place you want, your favorite destination.
The number one place in the world you would love to travel to. Number one place in the world you would love to travel to. Can you imagine yourself being there?
Yep.
Really easy to trigger that memory and bring it back to them. So that's the mixed methods that we're seeing here.
Okay. Then pull this out.
It's
some note
been
in
sitting
here.
there waiting for you, February 28th.
All right. So
and I'd
there's
like you to stop. Before we do this, put it against your body. You haven't read it yet, have you?
I've not read it, no.
You're sitting across from me. How many podcasts have you done?
We've published 666.
As of this moment, it might change. I want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes for me for just a second. You're holding this in your hands. Not going to change. It's been in there since February 28th. Close your eyes and imagine it's sitting across from you. I like to call it the ultimate interview because you're a person who explores. You want to get in depth. You want to hear those moments. And I say to you, if you could, I ask people this question all the time. If you could have dinner, or in your case, interview, somebody famous we've all heard of, dead or alive, male or female. And the reason I have you close your eyes, because it'd be like Googling this person. A picture is worth 1,000 words. See that person's face in your mind right now. Can you see that person's face like they're in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
As if he or she is sitting across from me. Say their name.
Abraham Lincoln.
Read what's in your hand. Open it up, please.
Finish line in 7:28. I could see you diving deep into a biography of Abraham Lincoln. Only dude. And plants and enlightenment. O's. That is unbelievable. It didn't quite get fully explained, but before the podcast started, we did an exercise where you asked me to go on my phone and go into Google image search and think of somebody that dead or alive who would be a great podcast guest.
Yeah.
And I just thought that I randomly selected Abraham Lincoln, and I have it down. You didn't look at my phone.
I'm over here.
Yeah, you didn't look at my phone.
It doesn't really matter if I did it.
And
this is
and here was the picture that
Abe,
I
honest
pulled
Abe.
up on my phone a couple hours ago before the podcast even started. That's crazy, man. That is unbelievable. I thought I had you. I thought I was immune from your wiles.
Rich here. Teal, you said what number?
5.
Read what I fold and staple. Nice and loud. Nice and slow.
Thanks for having me on the show. BFF's podcast is going global and kicking off a 5-city tour in beautiful Amsterdam. Our first guest is none other than...
So there you go. He goes through all of the predictions, and that's how that works. Of the magic tricks that we've looked at so far, the vast majority have involved people having genuinely free choices. Free choices that O's can peek at, using a Gimmicks notepad or a fake Google search page and reveal to them later, or free choices that he can pretend to have anticipated using a thumb writing pen or a magic chalkboard. But what about those times when O's makes predictions that are just so elaborate that there's no way he could be doing it in the spur of the moment?
Or Clouse.
Campbell's soup.
Campbell's soup? I'll go with Campbell's soup.
Holy! I can't even say this.
What if you had picked what?
CEO I just said Lego.
Lego?
I was thinking of a company I don't know the CEO of.
If you would have picked Lego, then Joe, I think we're ready to go. I think I'm ready if you would have picked Lego.
Okay.
Those kind of predictions where it looks like the only explanation is that people must be in on it and kind of cooperating with O's.
But we're gonna make this the most amazing thing you've ever seen in your life. Each of you made a choice. They each wrote down a letter, and you wrote a state. Please, Gary, turn around yours. It's Z, turn around.
Oh my
and N, Y is what's written down by them. Because I've been playing the long game. Sal's PIN code, which only his wife knew, was 6402, and I'm about to turn your world upside down because that number upside down.
Oh my God! Get out of here! Get out of here! How the fuck is that possible?
Those tricks where multiple people make multiple choices that all perfectly coalesce towards one final reveal.
What are the letters?
L, G, R.
What was the word?
Lager.
Are you serious? You know what? You said, how do you make this legendary? Forget Fanta. We got for you right over here.
No fucking way.
I just broke my sobriety.
Yeah.
You could have picked anything, right? I don't know you. You said Fanta. F?
Yeah.
A. And you picked any three letters.
Get
Or
the
L,
fuck
G,
out
R.
of here, dude.
Conspicuously offensive.
Yeah.
A-N-T. Flagrant is exactly what you said.
That is so fired.
Well, you're actually not too far away from understanding how those effects work. You just need to understand a new kind of magic trick that Oz uses in the pre-show.
And so I thought of go-kart, because I thought what would be a personal thing that, that he would remember, that I would remember.
I mean, Joe, anyone
so
watching thinks that you're
this is so crazy.
They think you're colluding, because that couldn't happen.
I want everyone to know there's zero collusion. I can't even fathom. How did you even understand?
He's not going to tell you.
It's an old idea, but it bears repeating. Just because a host says that there's zero collusion, that might be them being honest, but you have no idea when you've colluded with a magician who is doing magic tricks with you when you don't realize.
Hold on.
I don't know how to go from
Honestly,
here. This one's supposed to be the middle, not the finale, Joe. I had Joe teed up, but now Andrew's having a breakdown on air.
Hold on. Can I say this? This one's a serious situation.
No, I know. It is serious.
This is at a whole other level. How do you?
Andrew is worried what else I know right now, to be honest.
That's right.
A.K. Jonathan. You know, I told you.
I thought there was.
So in this trick, Oz is going to be making an elaborate prediction. And so it's all about how can he steer these guys towards making the choices that he wants. Now, that's not what we're going to see here on stage. We know Oz uses pre-show metadeception, dual reality metadeception. So he's already done the magic trick with these guys before the show. So what we're looking for is a kind of indicator, a kind of glimpse into the past, if someone can drop inadvertently some kind of description of what Oz did with them when the cameras weren't rolling.
No way. No way. I figured you could guess the first part. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
AI is everything that we're talking about. You saw that.
But still.
Don't do an AI company. Don't you dare.
I won't.
So, what did I ask you to do during commercial break? Hold on.
That little interaction is really interesting. You notice that Oz says, "Don't you do an AI company. Don't you dare." That implies that Joe hasn't made the choice yet, but we know Joe has made the choice. And that would have been a really solid line, but it's when you kind of tread a little bit too hard and you actually end up confusing the host. If he says something like, "Don't you do an AI company," then they are also going to think, "Oh, so I'm not doing the company that I chose before. I have to come up with something new right now." Oz doesn't want him to do that. Oz wants him to recall the company that he's thought of before. So that's why Oz immediately kind of then seems to contradict himself by saying, "What did I ask you to do during the commercial break?" Making sure that, boom, Joe is locked in.
You had like a bunch of cards, and they all were
100 companies. Here's the thing.
And there it is. That's the only reveal that we're looking for. Joe says that he had a bunch of cards, and Oz then, as he always does, talks over him to, shut him down from talking too much about what happened there. But if you don't know, surprise, magicians are really, really good with cards. And if you think that a magician, who's been doing card tricks for say 20 or 30 years, can't force you to choose the 3 of diamonds in a way that makes you think that you freely chose the 3 of diamonds, then watch something like this.
Welcome to Las Vegas. I'm Oz Pearlman, and this is Born to Perform Card Magic. I'm about to teach you the best of the best in card magic. How to do card controls, the double lifts, all different sleights. We're talking color changes, flourishes, forces, everything you need to be an incredible card magician.
So that's really all there is to it. If Oz needs to force someone to make a choice, the easiest way to do that is to just get a deck of cards, and instead of having, 3 of 4, 5, 6 of diamonds written on these cards, just write names on them, or write players or companies or whatever it is that you need to force on someone. Do that, and then you can say to them that it was a random choice, because you can make it look like a random choice.
50 cards.
Ellen DeGeneres, Tom Cruise, Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Brad Pitt. Is everyone here familiar to you?
Sure, yeah.
Science,
Ryan
obviously.
Gosling, you just got aroused. Okay.
Sure.
Drake, Jimmy Fallon, Oprah. Anyway, you're going to pick somebody. But I can't have you just look through and say, that's my favorite. Because now, what if I looked you up? What if I follow you on Instagram? It's too obvious.
Okay.
I want it to be spontaneous.
Okay.
Kind of random.
Here we
Reach in.
go.
You can see them all? And these are... Here, shuffle up. Reach in.
Reach
make
in
sure
and just randomly grab one? Random, grab one, or random. Okay.
Random.
Random.
Get one.
Boom.
Got one. Well, hold on. One more. Ian, you wanted the last one, so go. Hit it. Grab one. Go.
Are we supposed to see these?
Yes.
Okay.
Jordan, cover my eyes so I don't see a thing. Cover my eyes. Show everybody, show the cameras. Make sure I can't see.
Is it your dad's name?
Both of us show? Both of us
Yeah,
show?
whatever. Show everybody, whatever.
I have been saying this guy's name
Don't say it.
so much. I was going to get this tattooed the other day. Remember in Vegas?
And Mark. Definitely a guy. Well manicured. Ryan Gosling.
Oh,
Ryan
my
Gosling. You know
God.
what? Ian, you said you want a tattoo, so how about this, gang? What's his name? Say it.
Elvis Presley.
King! Everybody say hello to Mr. Elvis!
Oh! Holy shit!
How is this possible?
Wow.
And that is the essential ingredient that you need to know how he does these elaborate predictions. Pre-show work, which you already understand, but this time the pre-show magic trick is going to be a card force of some kind.
Random. Okay.
Random.
Random.
Get one.
Boom.
You had like a bunch of cards, and they all were
100 companies. Here's the thing. So I tell Joe, pick a random company.
Yeah, you did.
And I feel like senior.
That random word, that word random.
Random.
It's like the next best thing that you can get to a completely free choice that you just plucked out of your mind and choosing anything you want. Random is the next best, but we all know random means I forced you to choose what I wanted you to choose, probably using sleight of hand.
Under oath in court, you could swear to God, this was a random choice.
Random.
Yeah.
Is that right? Now watch. I'm pulling it out. I got one thing in here. What did you pick? What did you buy out of the whole deli? Say it. What was it? Fanta. Your leadership is what matters at various companies.
This is why I don't want him to do anything to me, because I'm scared of Ouija boards and stuff like that, because I don't want to be like...
You picked a random company.
Random.
Yes, I did.
You just picked a random company.
Off the
Do
cards.
you know?
I didn't know, but I know now.
Do you know the CEO of this company?
I do now.
Okay. Count how many letters are in this person's first name.
Yeah.
It's fast. Too fast. It's too fast. 4 letters, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Here we go. I think I got the name. He did this too obvious. We want a tight shot on Joe when I get this. Close your eyes for me, Joe.
I know you're going to get
Everyone see that?
I know
Everyone
you're going
see
to
that?
get it. So I'm not going to... All right. I'm not going to be surprised.
Close your eyes. First name is Mark. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And get Joe on this. Can we get Joe on this? I want to make sure we get Joe. No, close your eyes, Joe. Can we get Joe? I'm trying to see him on camera. Joe, do me a favor. Tell us all which company. Open it up. Meta, Zuckerberg. Is that right?
No.
What do you mean?
That's not the one I got.
Which company is it?
The one I got.
Who's the person?
He's going to...
Just like, clearly, basically revealing the fact that there was something that was essentially done to him to create the impression that it was random, but, it wasn't a free choice on his part.
I get it. Mark Clouse.
Clouse?
Campbell soup.
Campbell's soup? I'll go with Campbell's soup.
Holy! I can't even say this. This is not fair.
I'm sorry. Spooky music.
What if though?
Great presentation by Oz, and that's a great, very obvious magic trick, which is so interesting. It's interesting that Oz will, in some interviews, say, "Look, I don't do magic tricks anymore," and then do stuff like this, which is very obviously a magic trick. But it just hits you that much harder if you're still in that kind of mentalist headspace. The metadeception is just going to make even like these tricks like this that would maybe not hit as hard if it was like a school magician or something doing it. That mentalist metadeception makes these things hit so damn hard.
It's
what if?
Joe.
Here's the question. What if? What if you had picked a different? You know what? Fill in the blank on that, because people always ask me, "What if? What if you had done something different?" So tell me, what if you had picked? Give us a phrase there. What if he had picked? Say it.
I don't know, like CEO of like the Lego company or something. I don't know, some crazy thing.
What's that? What if you had picked what?
CEO of, I just said Lego.
Lego?
I was thinking of a company I don't know the CEO of.
If you would have picked Lego, then Joe, I think we're ready to go. I think I'm ready if you would have picked Lego.
Okay. Can I just say something for a second? I just need to say something. I know we're on TV, but this is crazy.
Oz is about to get the greatest gift that he can get?
Come up with Lego for the first time ever?
God's honest. I'm telling you, this is insane what's happening here.
It happens every time.
This is not...
Teller from Penn and Teller has this great line that the best kind of misdirection and the best kind of lie that you can have someone buy into as a magician is a lie that they tell themselves. And so for Oz, you know, he can do all these things, say, all right, it was a random choice, blah, 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 blah. But to have someone just flat out ask someone else, who's essentially a target, who's a spectator, and say, did you just come up with Lego for the first time ever? And they say, God's honest. That's why this trick, for a lot of people who are sort of thinking about Oz, this trick is a real puzzle for them, because they know that these guys aren't in on it. They seem genuine. And yet this guy just revealed that Lego is something that he came up with just right then and there. Now that's not true. He didn't come up with it then and there, and we'll see the evidence for that.
Well, when you came up with Lego, I don't know. I was going to say something else. Why did you come up with Legos? Why the hell did you come up with Legos?
Because I was trying to think of a company.
Must be, maybe it's he's very predictable.
I was trying to think of a company that didn't...
Are you very predictable?
No, that you wouldn't know the CEO of. Because I didn't know the CEO of Lego.
No.
Danish guy, great guy.
Who's the CEO of Lego?
So you think about that right there, right? What is the setup? What's he saying? He's saying that I thought I was trying to think of a company that you wouldn't know the CEO of. That's a bit of a strange thing to do, don't you think? Like in the spur of the moment when Oz is back here saying, you know, some like crazy thing, you know, what if he said something else, you know, say it.
I said Lego.
Lego? What if he had picked what?
You can tell that, in fact, what's actually happened is in the pre-show, this has just been something that Oz has set it up. So what I imagine would have happened is that he goes to Andrew, has a deck of cards, and he gets him to choose a company, which we didn't watch in this clip, but it was the first part of the clip. And he reveals that to Andrew. And then I think he would say, all right, let's now choose a company that we think that Joe, the other host, wouldn't know the CEO of. And then, you know, he maybe does a force and he shows him a company like Meta. And at this point, Andrew would say, oh, no, he would definitely know the CEO of Meta. Let's do another one. So Oz riffles through again and forces him another card. This time it's the Lego. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, he definitely wouldn't know the CEO of the Lego company. And so this is all done then when it comes to the show, and it just looks like it's just greasing the wheels. It doesn't look like it's collusion. It doesn't feel like collusion for Andrew. And so when Oz asks him this question...
Company or something. I don't know, some crazy thing.
What's that? What's the phrase there? What if he had picked, say it.
Oz says, what's the phrase there? So he's bringing him to that idea of the CEO. Oh, okay, now I get it, right? This is the time for me to say a CEO that he wouldn't even know the name of, because that's actually what Oz was planting when he was doing the trick. Now, I think this is all a little convoluted and there's kind of a lot going on, and I don't think it landed exactly the way Oz wanted to have it land, but there were parts in this trick as he was, you know, saying, oh, look, here's this company. Do you know the CEO of this company? So he's kind of trying to plant this whole sort of narrative as you go along. But I think sort of the main point to drive home is that it's super weird for Andrew to respond in that way and think, oh man, I'm really trying hard to think of a company that Joe just doesn't know the name of. What a bizarre thing to do in that moment if you truly are free in that moment. Why not just come up with some crazy company? And so it's a little bit too specific, and so I think it hasn't quite, all the puzzle pieces haven't quite sort of landed together as neatly as they could have for Oz. But you can definitely see what he was trying to do. And that's sort of the point of these tricks. You know, when he's going to do these elaborate predictions, it's all about having these many moving parts that are all kind of going to try to work together. And in the end, and when you're doing something live like this, where you do have many moving parts and you're not using actors, you're using real people who have been tricked by magic tricks, and you're using this metadeception dual reality thing, then there's a lot that sort of won't fit as neatly together as you would have liked. And despite that, this is considered one of Oz's most powerful illusions, because of the fact that having these two people that aren't magicians to kind of their own accord, basically just reveal the lie, or to sell people the lie that you want to sell them on, it's just super powerful.
Come up with Lego for the first time ever?
God's honest. I'm telling you, this is insane what's happening here.
Another elaborate reveal that Oz will use is when he has the entire audience reveal that they've made the same choice. This is what we spoke about 4 hours ago at the start of this video with Jimmy Fallon, where the entire audience reveals that they chose the person Will Smith. Or I think the specific words are, they saw Will Smith.
Write the person that you saw clear as day in your mind, as big as you can, their first, last name. I'm gonna cover my eyes. When you are done, hold it close to your body. Do not let...
And that's important. We'll come back to that in just a second. He did it on Ellen DeGeneres, where they chose the number 2.
Ellen, this is your crowd. Here we go. Everyone close your eyes. Everyone close those eyes. No peeking. Keep your eyes closed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Anybody hold up any number of fingers. Any number of fingers. Look at this crowd, Ellen.
Oh my God.
Look at this crowd. Open up. Rip that open, your gift. Look at every single person, your whole crowd. Rip it open.
I am trying. Hold on.
Show them.
And everybody, look at everybody around you.
Everybody. And maybe you'll be able to piece together how we just got thoughts into 200 people's minds. It says, imagine all the people whose lives you've touched. Thank you so much, Ellen. 19 amazing scenes.
And he actually has some misdirection in some of the things that he does, where he turns his hand around the other way to make it seem like that's the thing that kind of planted this subliminal message to make them choose the number 2.
Make a tight fist. Okay, when we do a surprise, we have to do a countdown. So what I'm gonna ask you all to do is, in a moment, not yet, I'm gonna count down. And everybody, not yet, I'm gonna count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm gonna say go. And when I say go, you're gonna hold up any number of fingers. Now, I don't want anyone peeking.
So how is Oz actually doing this? I've heard some people suggest, and I think this is wrong, that there was simply just an instruction to the crowd to that everyone should choose Will Smith in order to fool Jimmy. I mean, that is one way that it could be done, but I think that that way sacrifices something very valuable, which is genuine amazement on the part of the audience. And so how can you have an entire group of people choose the same thing and preserve that legitimate sort of amazement the same way that he does with normal dual reality metadeception, where he's, starting these magic tricks and then completing them on stage? Well, it's actually that. He just simply does these magic tricks with the audience. And one of the most efficient ways to do that, I don't think, when you're doing a one-on-one and you can do like a classic card force, which we saw repeated many times on the We Might Be Drunk podcast, the random card force.
Random, okay. Random.
Get one.
Boom.
Well, hold on.
I think that's going to take a little bit too long to do that with, 150 people who are the audience of a show. And so what you can do, though, is use a different kind of Gimmicks notepad where there are different celebrity names on different pages, and it's just cut in such a way so that when you place your hands on it and you go to sort of flick through, you actually can't do it, and you're always going to lift to a particular celebrity. And so that's something that I could imagine that Oz could sort of very quickly, or even train production staff to just sort of very quickly get the whole audience to come through, put their hand on, lift it up, see what celebrity they spotted, and then just remember that and hold it going into the show. And that way he can at least get some amazement from them, provided that they're tricked into thinking, that they actually chose something random from that notepad.
Howard, I did not forget about you, not for a moment. Imagine your celebrity. You still have her in mind?
Yeah.
Kind of see her face. See her eyes, her ears, her nose. Okay, right away. You saw her face so clearly.
Yes.
Tell us all of America, in fact, who are you picturing? You can see her in your mind's eye at this moment. Who is she?
Oprah Winfrey.
Say hello to Miss Oprah. Whoa. My goodness, you're shocked. You go, did you see who just walked by? And somebody famous just walked by the street. One day from today, you look at them, you lock eyes with this person, and you go, oh my God. Everyone open your eyes. Write the person that you saw clear as day in your mind. Look down and look at each other.
What is going on? Wait, how did you do this? Is crazy.
It's been one heck of a mountain that we've climbed, and I can assure you we are very nearly at the summit. From that vantage point, we will have everything that we need to turn around with a zoomed out perspective of metadeception and how it's being used specifically by Oz, and whether we think that it is acceptable or not. Whether we are going to smile silently, like Christian Bale's character in The Prestige, or whether we need to sound the alarm like the Carson Tonight Show did with Uri Geller. That is a choice that I want as many people to sort of make as we can in order to ensure that it's a solid one and it's a well thought out one. And I think the final thing that we need to look at to make a call there is, everything that we've looked at so far has been how metadeception has been used by Oz to intensify the impact of what would otherwise be just a magic trick. And so he steps away from labeling himself as a psychic and instead leans into this idea of reading your body language because it's believable. And by setting that believable context, when he then performs what is essentially a magic trick, it just seems that much more believable, seems far less like a puzzle and more like a demonstration of some incredible phenomenon, which is really what every magician would love to create for their audience. And yet the struggle is for magicians to abide by this code that they can't use magic tricks in the same way that Uri Geller did to demonstrate that they have supernatural powers. But it's short-sighted to think that metadeception is only having an effect on the intensity of the trick. It has other effects in contexts greater than that, because those are those contexts that it plays in. So yes, does it mess with people's belief systems? Yes. Would that offend someone like James Randi when he says something like this?
I want to be, if I can, as sure of the world, the real world around me, as is possible.
The way I think about it is that the more incorrect things you believe about reality, then the greater the chances that you are going to bump into reality in ways that aren't comfortable. I actually think that principle is so strong that it extends beyond just things that you believe and enters into what you say.
You reassured me 3 or 4 times in that room, we're not going to use your real PIN number, we're coming up with an imaginary one. I have never felt so violated on air, someone meeting with you and saying over and over, like, play with me here. Assuring me, play with me here.
Right.
We're in a room. We're not going to tell anyone we met 40 minutes earlier. Can you? And I was willing to concede, okay, I'll do this exercise with you. And he reassured me. Then he did that. And then he tried to post it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like someone that will sell a human violation for clickbait. He's now he's posting like crazy every article about him and he thinks it's great. But that was really... I've literally, in all my years in television, never been violated where someone lied.
If you make it a habit of lying, I think you're also going to find yourself bumping into reality in ways that aren't comfortable.
Stay awake, speak properly, be honest, or watch the hell out, because things will come your way that you just do not want to see at all. And it might not just be you, it might be everyone you know and everything about your culture that is demolished for generation after generation. It's like, stay awake and be careful.
If I was to sell you a product, for example, and use deception to do it, then depending on exactly how I do it, there's a chance that I might be breaking the law. And so you can probably see where I'm going with this. Oz sells a book, Read Your Mind. And because he engages in metadeception, then there is a chance that that kind of metadeception is going beyond just simply intensifying a magic trick and going towards intensifying a book sale. And so it's an interesting question to look at exactly how Oz does that.
I mean, going out with you must be such a deadly weapon to have.
It was a deadly weapon.
You can't tell us anything about how you do any of this, right?
No, why would he? Don't even ask.
Dude, I just wrote a book. It's coming out October 28th.
Oh, really?
Read Your Mind.
Really?
We're going to read that book. Literally, the cover quote is from my boy David Goggins. It says, learn to master the most powerful weapon, your mind.
Okay, so Oz is going to use a 2-part strategy here when it comes to talking about his book. The first objective is to hook into the natural curiosity that people are going to have about how he does these tricks, regardless of whether you see them as tricks as in magic tricks or whether you see them as tricks as in these isolated displays of skill, and you're still operating under that meta-deception of mentalism. This is a strategy that Oz uses all the time. He's just got to hook into that natural curiosity.
Can anybody do what you're doing? This is a perfect pitch for my book. So I literally believe anybody can do what I'm doing. I don't think she's gonna get it because I haven't helped her out yet. I haven't given her the gift.
Okay.
Right, you gotta buy the book.
Yeah.
To explain how you do it, what is your answer to that?
Well, you know what? The secrets are finally being revealed. October 28th, I have a book coming out called Read Your Mind.
Now, this creates the impression that the book is going to naturally satisfy this curiosity. Like he said in one of the examples, he's going to reveal the secrets behind these tricks. And that's where step 2 is really important, because the book isn't going to teach you about fake Google searches or fake thumbs or impression pads or pre-show work or anything like that. And so what Oz says next is really important to pick apart very carefully.
Could you train somebody to do what you do?
So my book is not revealing mentalism tricks.
It's important to understand this word trick. What is a trick? Well, it's an act of deception, whether it's an innocent one like a magic trick or a malicious one like trying to trick your old senile grandmother out of her last $10,000. But it's also a kickflip. It's also telling your dog to sit. It's this isolated display of skill that you've had to practice and practice over time. So what then is a mentalism trick? Well, it's going to mean different things to different people. If you're on guard against metadeception, then it's going to be the kind of disclosure that you're looking for that someone is using deception in a trick that they're performing. But if you're affected by metadeception, then it's simply just going to be a foreshadowing that you're about to display some kind of skill that you've had to practice and hone over the years. And so you can see why it's a pretty handy word for Oz to use, and he doesn't mind when people say that he's performing tricks. But what about when someone asks him something less ambiguous? What about if he's performing an illusion?
I always felt like there was an elaborate thing going on that I wasn't aware of, which allowed the mentalist on stage to access the information that he or she wanted. I mean, am I right? Is it basically an illusion, albeit a very well-researched and well-executed illusion?
I don't know. When I use the term illusion, it's hard for me to understand because that has different meanings to different people. To answer very succinctly, it's not psychic powers, it's not supernatural. So there's no, if you're saying, is this some sort of thing that you're getting out of the ether? No. But is it based in some essence on science where there's observable ways that I could explain to you of how I'm getting the information from you that you can't understand? 110%. So, and I'm gonna tell you why that is a very limited subset of people who want to read that. If you really think about it, sitting here guessing his roulette number, what does that do for you in life? Not much, right? That's not like a big deal. It's
I don't know. You could go around semi and just like fuck with somebody pretty bad and be like, I know everything, and just keep popping in and out and letting them know that you know about them, and then you could kind of scare them.
That's true, but beyond scaring people or entertaining people, that's kind of the limit. But the skills surrounding what I do, of how to read people in business, how do you approach your boss to get a raise, right? How do you know if somebody's lying to you? Those are very good tactics. Memory. So a lot of what I do has a lot to do with memory. You don't realize it, but most of the stuff that people give you, they don't even realize they give it to you. They give that information and you hold on to it. It's like a coupon that never expires. Gabriel.
Okay, so much in there to unpack. Oz is being so careful with his words. Let's start at the beginning. So right away in step 2, Oz appears to be clambering out of this hole that he's dug for himself in step 1. He's hooked into all this natural curiosity, he's built all this attention for his book, but he's done so at the cost of creating the impression that the book is going to be revealing the secrets behind how he actually does his tricks. Now, Oz obviously doesn't want to do that, and so he's got to be explicit and upfront about the fact that that's not what the book is about.
Can anybody do what you're doing? This is a perfect pitch for my book. So I literally believe anybody can do what I'm doing. My book's coming out in October, but I'm not going to teach you to be a mentalist. But the secrets are finally being revealed. October 28th, I have a book coming out called Read Your Mind, where I'm going to teach you exactly how to use these skills, not to guess, look at this, not to guess T-sizzle.
If he doesn't do that, he runs the risk of making a misrepresentation. Yet his goal is actually a little bit more sophisticated than that, because he also has to maintain the metadeception of mentalism, which means that he's got to give people some sort of convincing reason as to why his book isn't going to teach them this learnable skill that he's spent the last 30 years developing. And his reason for that is quite clever, and that's that it's just not going to be useful to you.
How would guessing a celebrity out of a stranger's mind help you? Well, frankly, it really can't, because it's not useful in your day-to-day life. What would guessing a word out of somebody's head that somebody told you 10 years ago do for you? Virtually nothing. Really? If I taught you how to guess a word out of a book, or guess a number, or guess the name of a celebrity, that's actually not useful in your day-to-day life.
There's some pretty interesting misdirection going on with Oz's use of the word guess.
Guessing a word, guess a word, or guess a number, guess the name of a celebrity.
Now, we know that if you're going to use an impression pad or a fake Google search, then in fact there is no guesswork involved. You actually have certainty about whatever the information is. And yet if you're truly going to guess, then you can't know for sure. And if you do know for sure, well then you're really just pretending to guess. And so Oz uses the word guess because it reinforces the metadeception of mentalism. It creates the impression that he is using cold reading and studying people's body language and cues in order to make a really, really good guess as to what playing card they're thinking of. And so in the context of his book disclaimer, when O says that it's not useful to you to learn how to guess the name of your friend's first crush, for example, well then when he talks about asking your boss for a raise or knowing when your spouse is lying to you.
How to know if people are lying to you? When's the right moment to approach somebody to influence them? Your boss, your spouse, your best friend, right? How do you know if they're interested in you? How do you know if in different situations why they're mad at you? Or when's the best time to approach your boss to get a raise?
What we infer is that he's going to teach us how to make better guesses as to when to ask our boss for a raise, or how to better guess when our spouse is lying to us. And that suggests that it's going to be essentially the same set of cognitive skills that he uses to guess what playing card someone is thinking of. And yet, that's a problem for Oz because he's not guessing what playing card someone is thinking of. He's just reading it off the impression pad or off the Google search, or he's just used sleight of hand. And so he actually has to escape this context. This context of guessing is a problem for him. It reinforces the metadeception, but it can't be what you think he's doing when he's teaching you about asking for raises and discerning whether your spouse is lying. And so he uses this special language. He says, I'm going to teach you skills surrounding what I do.
I want to give you the core skills surrounding what I do. But there's a lot of skills surrounding what I do. But truly, the skills surrounding what I do, I want to teach you the skills surrounding how to read people more effectively, like you said. The packaging is what's important.
Yeah.
The skills surrounding. I'm not trying to sell you anything about being a mind reader or a mentalist. This is a separate pursuit. The skills surrounding everything I do, those skills, I started to really see that I think some of the things that I do in my life that are surrounding the mentalism are the actual hidden tricks and tips for success.
In other words, he's trying to break free of the performance to talk to you about real-world skills that he has. And he does. He understands how to read people in the context of business. Anyone who's involved in negotiation and setting their own price is going to be able to tell you something about that. And yeah, he's been married for a long time and he has 5 kids. And so he may have genuine insights into knowing when your spouse is being dishonest. But it's not the same kind of guessing that he uses for the playing card. And so Oz has this dilemma because metadeception is not confined to the trick. There is no such thing as just, here is the guesswork of mentalism. It's designed to go beyond that, which means that it bleeds into everything that he does. And so what he's trying to do is have his cake and eat it too. And metadeception isn't going to let him do it.
Well, I have a book coming out later this year where, you know what, you've seen what I do.
Yeah.
And what if you could take these skills and apply them to your everyday life? You're not going to guess names or numbers, but what if you could know the right time to approach your boss for a raise? Know what your husband or wife is really thinking. That's where we're going with this. Taking the tools of mentalism and applying them to your life.
Unbelievable.
Where I'm going to teach you exactly how to use these skills, not to guess, look at this, not to guess T-sizzle, right? But how do you read the people around you in your life better? At work, at home, and use mentalist skills in the real world.
Really?
Guessing somebody's first crush, their ATM PIN code, minus if you're nefarious and a criminal, those are skills that are very good for a party or an entertainer. But a lot of the same core skills that I do, which is how to read people more effectively, right? How do you know if someone's lying to you? And so the core skills of a mentalist is reading others effectively and influencing them. And that's what I'm teaching.
So in these examples, O seems to be more explicitly conflating the kind of non-existent pretend guesswork involved in revealing someone's playing card with the kind of real-world guesswork that is discerning the best time to ask your boss for a raise. He explicitly says that he's going to teach you the core skills of mentalism and how to apply them in real-world contexts. So it's completely reasonable for someone to buy the book knowing full well that they're not going to learn how to guess someone's playing card, but still expecting that they are still going to learn from the same core bundle of skills that do go towards guessing someone's playing card.
I'm going to tell you exactly when do you approach that person to have the highest chance of success. Is that mentalism, mind reading? No, it's core skills in life. But what do I do for a living? I read people all the time and how they behave and try to influence them. So let me give you some of those tactics and skills to use in your life.
You'll notice that Oz isn't using that special word surrounding like we've seen him do so often more recently, referring to those skills surrounding the mentalism performance being the ones that he's actually going to teach you in his book. But I'm not so sure that even if Oz did religiously use the word surrounding, that's some kind of magical get out of jail free card when it comes to accusations of making misrepresentations about the book. So while obviously none of this is legal advice, consumer law, both here in Australia and the United States, works very similarly when it comes to making misrepresentations about products or services. The test that the courts will apply is what we call an objective one, which just means that the subjective intent of the seller to mislead or deceive is irrelevant, and the subjective effect on the buyer, whether they actually were misled or deceived, is irrelevant. The only thing we care about is the likely effect on an ordinary, reasonable person who is a member of the target audience or group that the product or service is geared towards. Okay, so I'm certainly no expert on US consumer law, so I thought I'd find you an authority that carries just a little bit more weight than I do, and that's going to be the Federal Trade Commission's policy statement on deception. So this is an old letter. It was written back in 1983, but that actually goes to the strength of the information here because it hasn't been altered or edited or withdrawn or declared obsolete, and so this is still really good law. And it's written in simple English because the whole point is to provide guidance to the public as to how the FTC is going to understand and define things like deceptive acts or practices and apply various sections of the FTC Act. And so the meat and potatoes is down here in the summary where the FTC is going to list these 3 elements that undergird all deception cases: 1, 2, and 3. And so the first is the easiest in our case because there must be a representation, omission, or practice that is likely to mislead the consumer. And so it says likely to mislead because this is an objective test. It's not necessary to show that anyone actually was misled, just that there was some kind of representation or practice that is likely to mislead the consumer. And so because we know that thousands, if not millions of people have been misled into thinking that Oz is guessing words or phrases when in fact he actually knows them beforehand using, fake Google searches or sleight of hand or, impression pads, then we actually know that there must already be some kind of representation, omission, or practice that is causing them to be misled because we have those people who already are misled. So the first element is really easy for us here. Second is where more of the debate is going to lie, and that's where the FTC is going to examine the practice from the perspective of a consumer acting reasonably in the circumstances. And so the question here really, people might push back and say, hey, look, Oz was upfront about the fact that what he does is a mentalism trick. He's upfront about the fact that mentalism is a subset of magic, and everyone knows that magic is ultimately about deception. You're being fooled in some way, you're being misdirected. And Oz always talks about misdirecting people, and that it's his job to misdirect people. They might also say that, he's upfront about the fact that he is not a psychic, and he doesn't have any supernatural abilities, and that being able to study someone's body language or look at how their eyes and eyebrows move in order to figure out the name of their first crush is ridiculous. That's obviously a supernatural ability, and so it would be unreasonable for someone to actually think that that was the case. And yet the FTC expands upon that a little bit here down in Chapter 3, where it's going to talk about this second element, and it says something really interesting, and that is that when a seller's representation conveys more than one meaning to reasonable consumers, one of which is false, the seller is liable for the misleading interpretation. And so this is here where you might, think about what we just said earlier with the word trick. A trick can be an act of deception, but a trick can also be a display of some kind of practiced skill. All of the talk about misdirecting people and all the rest of it, that kind of sounds like to people that you're really just getting in people's heads and kind of pushing their thoughts in all kinds of different ways, and it's still not incompatible with this idea that you don't know the word yet and that you are ultimately making this really, really educated guess. Similar thing with like supernatural, I think it's reasonable for people to draw this kind of distinction between someone who's disclosing that they don't have supernatural abilities, and so therefore really what they have are these superhuman abilities, this really sort of highly trained skill that they've had to spend decades to develop. So I certainly think most of the debate is going to come down to this second element for certain. Third is, I think, more straightforward, and that is that the representation, omission, or practice must be a material one, which means that the act or practice is likely to affect the consumer's conduct or decision with regard to a product or service. And so here, are there people who are buying the book because they are convinced that Oz can guess these words and that he's actually figuring out these words, and that they wouldn't buy the book if they knew that ultimately he was just using sleight of hand or gimmicks or fake Google searches? I think that absolutely there would be. And certainly even, aside from just the book, say booking a show, you're going to book a corporate show, you're going to have this guy come in, and maybe what you want is to display to all of your employees this guy who has this incredible ability to guess words or phrases and therefore figure them out. If it turns out that this guy is actually just using sleight of hand and kind of essential magic tricks, then maybe you wouldn't have booked that service if that is what you knew that he was actually doing. So there we go. That is the FTC policy statement on deception. Let's get back to the video where I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. So keeping this objective test in mind, I think it's pretty unlikely that you would expect a person that you've used metadeception on to convince them that you have these heightened powers of observation or this extremely developed cold reading ability and body language analytic or psychological powers of persuasion to plant thoughts and words in people's heads without them realizing, and then expect that person to think that those skills are just restricted to the stage that you're performing on or the podcast that they're listening to. That doesn't make any sense. All of those skills are so obviously applicable to a wide variety of contexts. That's actually what makes it so entertaining for ordinary, reasonable people to watch. And you count on that because that's what helps you get more attention. That's what helps you sell more corporate gigs. That's what helps you sell more books. That's why you're using metadeception to begin with.
And people ask a question all the time, which is, were you born with this? And the answer is no, of course not, absolutely not. I do not possess any supernatural powers. I am not a psychic. This is a learnable skill that I feel anyone could do, but I've applied for about roughly 3 decades at reverse engineering the human mind. If I know how you think, I know what you think.
So I've heard more than a few people say that it's entertainment. Oz is an entertainer. He's upfront about the fact that he doesn't read minds or have any psychic or supernatural abilities, and so we should leave him alone. And there's a misdirection there because yes, Oz is upfront about the fact that he doesn't read minds, but that's a misdirection designed to throw you deeper into the metadeception that he reads people.
Guess what? I can't read minds. What I can do is read people. I'm not psychic, man. I know how to read people. But what do I do for a living? I read people all the time.
And when he demonstrates this ability to read people, he appears to do so in ways that seem superhuman. And so it looks like he's just swapped out supernatural abilities and replaced them with superhuman ones. And yet I'm not too sure there's much of a difference there, besides the fact that these days it's easier to convince people of the latter rather than the former. But let's just say that Oz was calling himself a psychic and that everything he was doing was designed to convince you that he had supernatural abilities. Well, isn't that still just entertainment? Isn't he still just an entertainer? Isn't entertainment this world where you can say and do whatever you want as long as you're able to keep getting attention? Well, actually, yes. The key, though, is that you have to keep getting attention. And that attention is going to depend on what people believe about what it is that you're doing. Uri Geller was entertaining because people genuinely believed that he had supernatural abilities to bend metal spoons with his mind. When they recognized that he was deceiving them, then he stopped being entertaining. Entertainment has standards, and your ability to meet those standards in creative ways is actually what makes you entertaining. And those standards change and morph throughout time.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you were here?
So while I hope that the idea of men murdering each other for no reason is something that we no longer find entertaining, there's no question that our desire to see simulated warfare lives on.
Side. Tyrrell has been picked off by probably the tackle of the year.
And in the context of sport, a well-executed act of deception is actually one of the most entertaining things there is.
Down to James with a new shot clock. Oh, great no-look to Zizic, who puts it home.
How about that? Everybody, even myself included, thought that ball was going to Kyle Korver right there for an easy 3.
But this is something that's absolutely crazy. It's from a middle school football game in Texas. You see, he just kind of walks up the line nonchalantly and then takes off and heads for the end zone. It's a touchdown that ended up tying the game at 6, and the game ended in a tie. I guess he told the center, he said, the officials want us to walk the ball up 5 yards, so he just casually hands the ball back and then strolls up the line. Nobody really caught on until he took off for the end zone. I guess you can't see the coach in the play, but he's on the sidelines and really acting it out as well. So a great play. I guess if football doesn't work out for him, the quarterback's Jason Garza. He might have a career in acting.
But this video was never about the kind of deception that society has already accepted and permits and encourages to operate within these clearly defined boundaries. This video was always about the kind of deception that breaks free of those boundaries. The kind of deception that requires a handful of people to truly understand and recognize it for what it is, see it operating in its context, and contemplate what the ramifications of that are. I've done my best to make you one of those people. And so now I pass the buck to you.